Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, Foundation, no Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought it, still fighting today. Made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you. Turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say, we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Like American, world language, everybody fluent, from Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes. Kind spitting bars, connected to the flame. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, won't say the name. Before approval, say our name. Built this nation, these in brains. Benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBAs, Foundation, no Black America. You want us to fight, every time you have this love for side. Say our name, say our name. Say our name, don't need your respect. Bite in the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA, stop begging. We learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us.
Pull up and see the motherfucking
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fool outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey,
y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of it, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed. laws, redline the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we tap our future's chance, and you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. Why you benefit from doors we kick down with our last breath? Now you spit on the architects who stand your ungrateful ass to the right place. Oh, oh.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, God, oh, get it.
This thing just like home.
Oh, yeah.
You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghost of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing. You lost your mind.
So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get this.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave. Oh,
don't get it, so it's time to
get the hell up out of me.
oh, time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America.
For you, the soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdie. Fly a little bird.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, know the sky. The spirit's what we realize. All we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We happy day.
Say it
We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundational Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We just hold the sound to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans. They are named our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits. They take our sound, but not our. We the backbone, we the stars are now the face on. The mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our pain to the power. Our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fight. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and cadence, dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the
smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandon your land and call it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that?
Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Stealing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study dope, trip, vampires, suck the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean it. Smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, dominate. People will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated the culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment.
No matter where they go, that's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means
in our DNA, our historical background to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah. Hopefully, we won't have technical difficulties tonight because YouTube and StreamYard been acting really stupid the past week. And on this season 6, episode 40, part 3. And we are joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Also, I'm the co-executive producer, executive director, and co-host of, and our Asian ally, Michael. Greetings from our high-income and illegal migrant flooded city. Go Broncos, Shabaka.
Go Raiders, man. Go both. Raiders and Broncos. Jesse and Shabaka, greetings.
Yeah, so far they ain't been fucking up, man. You know
and
what
on
I'm
this
saying?
season 6. The regular season ain't started yet, Shabaka.
I know.
Season 6, episode 40, part 3 continuation, part 1, because we didn't get through part 3 because the damn internet wanted to go out and all that nonsense. So we got to continue where we left off last night.
Right.
Continuation part 1 of the Frontline News. We'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 3. And that is new developments raise more questions in Nolan Wells case. If Nolan Wells drowned, explain this. Prison babbler tries to crash out over FBA delineation. That shit is hilarious. FBA system who created a school for our students is being bothered by anti-Black racists.
Mm-hmm.
Social Security changes while your SSI could be on the chopping block.
Right.
Is the boycott finally catching up with everyone? Dominican woman gets exposed cosplaying as FBA, then crashes out. That shit is hilarious. Angie Nixon on winning Democratic Senate race in Florida. And then I was going to play part of the interview she did with Sabby Sabs too, Shabaka, that Michael shared with me yesterday.
Okay.
We got Haitian woman wants FBAs, warns FBAs that Trump will come for us next. We keep hearing that, but ain't nothing happening. It was supposed to always be next, but we've been under attack since we've been here, so I don't know how we're next. But that's what they keep saying. If we don't help the immigrants, well, the Cape been off for 7 years, so I don't know what kind of help.
Yeah, exactly. We can't do it no more.
Right, especially
Because
when immigrants did not even come to FBA's rescue. When FBA's came to their rescue multiple times.
Right. And then we got your boy Mandani, Michael. He's taking everything. Immigrant grocers scramble before Mandani's takeover.
Right.
And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a Front Line and Black First perspective. We are a part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one, which started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabbat's Black Experience Enhanced, which is on hiatus, sabbatical revamp, is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. As you can see from my shirt, I got Huey P. Newton on this shirt. So,
because he was assassinated this month in Oakland.
Yes.
In 1989. So there was that there. So that there's 35. No, wait a minute. 26 plus 12 is 38 years ago.
Yeah, 38 years ago in 1989. Yep. Because it'll be 1989. Yep.
They're 26 plus 11. It's 37 years ago, Brother Jay. My bad.
Yeah, 37. It was 2 years after I was born.
Yeah.
And Shabbat's Black Experience Enhanced, based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We'll be celebrating the 60th anniversary in October. And it covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Hit that bell so y'all be notified every time we go live. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to that. Just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again, we have backup. And you got to close one of your accounts, Shabaki. Otherwise, it's going to
Okay, because I'm getting out. Yeah, because I'm going to the laptop off the phone. Okay, so I'm signing off from the phone, going to the laptop.
Okay. And then we got my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Kruma. That's how we stream all the city council meetings for both Denver and Aurora, the local community events for both Denver and Aurora, Black events, and the Sunday morning food bank, which I've been consistently doing for a decade now. And we got Lady Che's backup channel, Seduction Doll 5991. Make sure y'all sub to that so Lady Che can start going live on that YouTube channel. Then we got her main channel, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. She should be dropping one hopefully tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. In the meantime, make sure you check out her previous episodes and subscribe to the Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette 1. Shabaka has 51 subscribers now, so you should start to be able to go live on YouTube, Shabaka. I'll give you all this rundown about that tomorrow after your appointment. Just call me after your appointment tomorrow, and then I'll give you the rundown on how that works. But you should be able to start going live here shortly, Shabaka. Then we got our cousin, our Lokester out the Bay Area, Jay Militant.
Got you, brother. Yeah, got you,
Make
brother.
sure.
Jay, on that there.
Okay. Make sure y'all sub it to our cousin's YouTube channel, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. The link to his channel, the link to Cuz channels in the chat. Make sure y'all sub up to that. Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High, incoming illegal migrant flooded city, out that Bell side, out that Montbello, who used to do the intro track for the Front Line Blacc News, and is now doing the FBA culture reports. So make sure y'all check out our brother Kukizi 5100 on YouTube. The link to his channel's in the description. Then we got my brother from another mother, who was live earlier, Breeze Omega, brother out of Hempstead, Long Island, who's now in Leesburg, Virginia. Make sure y'all sub to Breeze Omega's YouTube channel at Breeze Omega on YouTube. The link to his channel's in the description. Then we got our brother Church of Black Power, who's originally from Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas, studying law to be the next Johnny Cochran. So best of luck to our brother with that. And he did interview me about a month ago on his YouTube channel for the campaign. So make sure y'all check that out. The link to his channel's in the description. Then we got our brother out the DMV, who's been around for a decade plus, Torian Rain Reloaded. Make sure y'all sub it to his channel as well, Torian Rain Reloaded on YouTube. He came up with several series, such as the Week 5 Back series. He does the weekly wrap-up or recap and the Sound Off Saturday. So make sure y'all check out our brother Torian Rain Reloaded on YouTube. He shows us love, so he's showing love back. Then we got honorable mentions, our brother Black Alpha Network, who was just live earlier tonight. Our brother Afro Lead out of the Shy. The main three, Professor Black Truth, who's going to be on hiatus for a few weeks. Our brother Jason Black, the Black Authority. Tariq Nasheed. Uncle Phil Scott, African Diaspora News Channel. Demetria K. Donovan Sadiq. Oh, I finally subbed up to Donovan Sadiq's channel, Michael. And then
how was it?
I haven't checked it out yet. I just subscribed to it. I haven't seen no notifications yet. But I'll stay tuned. Who else? It's a long list of people. I'll be here naming people all night, but these are the honorable mentions. Sincere Love to God and his co-host Nicety Girl. They were actually the first to interview me. Yes, shout out to Water God as well. Shout out to the Water God Water Gang. Thank you, Fresh. Yes, shout out to Water God TV. Yes, make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. He shows us love, so we show him love back. Our sister Vicky Dillard out here in Colorado. We're the only new Blacc Media out here outside of Vicky Dillard, because the other so-called Blacc Media out here is a bunch of Democratic shield boule media that is not doing us no good. And then we got Beatzilla out of Portland, Sister ZZ Rants, and a slew of other Lisa Cabrera. I don't know who the hell blocked me from Lisa Cabrera's chat, but shame on you, whoever did that. But shout out to Lisa Cabrera nonetheless. And a slew of other content, new Blacc Media content creators. Y'all know who they are. Make sure y'all sub to their channels. Then we got, last turn not least, our brother Black Truth United. We came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is like a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses. Make sure y'all sub to his channel. The link to his channel is in the description. Then we got our the link to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to the FBA threat database is also in the description. And the link to the Reparations, Freeman Reparation Parties merch is also in the description. Then we got Council of the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American caucus, long overdue. Change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we got the petition Michael, our Asian ally, has put together for Congresswoman Nikema Williams out of Georgia to introduce and fully fund an anti-Black hate crimes act now. Make sure y'all sign that Move On petition. If you could put that link in the chat, Michael, I would greatly appreciate it. Then we got the Reparations for Descendants of American Slaves Act, change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got Dr. Joshua Fox, who put hands and feet over that white supremacist Nabisco, Chuck the Bussy, Chuck the Builder, Dalton Etherly, who they just released on $1 million bond. Shame on you, state of Tennessee. But what more can we expect from the state that started the Ku Klux Klan? Donate to our brother Joshua Fox's GoFundMe if you haven't already. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing a damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. Shout out to Dr. Randy Short for putting that petition together. Make sure y'all sign that petition if you haven't already. Then we got the medical examiner in the Nolan Wells case down in Mississippi, Ocean Springs. Petition to revoke Stacey Turner's medical license. Make sure y'all sign that petition if you haven't already. Then, as you can tell from the background, I am a candidate currently on the ballot for Colorado State House of Representatives for House District 8. The election is November 3rd. And the link to my website is in the description. Make sure y'all check it out. Lady Che put the website together, so make sure y'all check that out. It's a very detailed, very specific website, FBA-oriented website, B1-oriented. So make sure y'all check that out. And then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you. And all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity.
Exactly.
And that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who passed away exactly a year ago at the age of 95. And those 9 areas of activity are education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. And all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity, announced by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who passed away exactly a year ago at the age of 95, ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a black person, are captured, yeah, fuck Chuck the Bussy. Yeah, Chuck, that take it from the bottom. Yeah, the hell with him. When you, a black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, a master teacher, warrior, scholar, who passed away exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of 3-4 months ago. And shout out to our FBA brother Tariq Nasheed for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. And that's right, Fresh. Your health is your wealth. So, Shabaka, what are your thoughts?
How old you get?
What do you mean? Health is your wealth. Your health. That's all you have is your health. You don't have your health, you don't have nothing. You can have all the money in the world, but if you ain't got your health, then what good is it?
You say you can't take it with you, huh?
Nope, you can't take it with you, Shabaka.
Man, lose that hat.
Never that.
Ponies up there.
Broncos.
Man.
Best horses on the planet.
Okay, but put GMO ponies, man.
They're gonna eat those all natural oats to give us horsepower to run all over you scrubs. We'll see y'all in November.
Oh yeah. And make sure you have some more snow on the mountains, man, because we need your water.
We'll think about it, Shabaka.
Hey, Jesse, just make sure the Broncos beat the Kansas City Chiefs on September 14th.
The hell with the Queefs. If we beat it, make sure we beat the Chiefs both times last season. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, by the way, Delton Thomas is going to be inducted to the Broncos Hall of Fame on September I think the 14th or 20th. I don't remember which state exactly. And
wait a minute, Michael. You mean to tell me that those ponies, them GMO
Broncos.
ponies, have a Hall of Shame?
Hall of
Yeah.
Fame, unlike y'all with your Hall of Shame.
Yeah. And by the way, Jesse, I think Delta Thomas might know you.
Yeah, we talked about that off air, Michael. I'm happy about it.
I'm sorry, Michael.
No, that's okay. But you never know. I think Delta Thomas might be able to get your seat at the Broncos game, Jesse.
He might. That'd be nice.
Yeah. At the 50-yard line.
Yeah, I hope it's the day that we play the Raiders. That'll make my day.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, those are the topics. So yeah, what are your thoughts on the Nolan Wells case before I play these clips?
Yeah, my thoughts on the Nolan Wells case is that, he definitely needs a new trial. He didn't do anything wrong. He was defending himself.
Wait, you're talking about Carmelo Anthony. I'm talking about Nolan Wells.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Why do I keep mixing?
I agree with you on the Carmelo Anthony. Definitely, he deserves a new trial.
Yeah, Nolan Wells. Yeah, Nolan Wells. To be honest, those 3 white boys, they definitely need to be charged for concealing evidence, and even lying to the police and the police forensic medical team, the judge, everybody, and the white jurors. All of them need to be charged for good.
Right.
Because
I agree.
Nolan Wells did not deserve to die, especially at a young age, like 16, 17 years old.
17, 18,
yeah, and he was about 1 year away from going to college and do great things for himself. So I definitely offer my condolence to his family.
Yeah, me too. Okay, so where we left off last night before the internet went off was Willie the Democratic shield. I keep calling him a tether, but he's not a tether. He's FBA. He's just a Democratic shield, unfortunately. He's going to give us the update on these new developments that raise more questions in the Nolan Wells case. And then I got a follow up from Rashad Ritchie. Yeah.
The Nolan Wells investigation just got even more complicated. We now have threatened legal action against the Reverend Al Sharpton. A fight over how Nolan Wells' phone will be examined. And dun, dun, dun.
There's still no justice.
The prosecutor saying that, hey, we are not going to release any information on this thing. We're going to keep it sealed until it reaches a grand jury. So instead of getting clear, the battle over who gets to say what and who gets to see what
hopefully come back
is getting bigger. So the question is, will there be justice for Nolan Wells? Al Sharpton has now been threatened with a defamation lawsuit. Attorneys representing Warren Hudson, Jack Patalo, and Morgan Seymour sent Al Sharpton a pre-suit demand letter demanding apologies and retractions over statements they say falsely implicated the 3 friends. Al isn't backing down. His response was essentially, bring it on, suckers. Ain't nobody scared of y'all. Bring the lawsuit. Why is Al so confident? Well, he argues litigation could put people under oath and potentially produce information about Nolan's final hours. That creates an interesting legal gamble, fam, because a defamation lawsuit could potentially mean depositions, discovery, and sworn testimony. Yeah, man, sworn testimony. That means you lie, you fry. So the question becomes whether litigation intended to stop accusations could actually expose more information. That's really what it's about. And here's the deal, fam. I don't think they want that. I don't think they want that. I really don't think they want to see all of that. Because them dudes who was on that boat, those dudes who are named in the lawsuit, they're not going to be able to hold it together under cross-examination. Yeah. When you put those experienced lawyers on them, it's going to be different than going into that friendly territory where you got Black people hate them, Tatum, interviewing them in a nice, comfortable, friendly environment where they're going to get these softball questions. No, they're going to get grilled and they're going to get checked real hard. It's important to understand this, fam, that allegations aren't evidence. Okay? So what do they have to be afraid of? I mean, it's just allegations. Allegations are not evidence. So why are they shaking so much? These so-called three friends, as attorneys maintain their clients had nothing to do with Nolan's disappearance, are deaf and deny they possessed or accessed Nolan's phone. Then there's Nolan's phone. The family and the DA previously agreed to a jointly coordinated forensic examination, potentially involving the Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College Digital Forensics Lab and possibly the FBI. The disagreement appears to be over how it's done, not simply whether it's done. The family has sought an agreed forensic protocol covering chain of custody, preservation, access to extracted data, and what happens to the device afterwards. That's something that nobody's really talked about, right? What happens to the device afterwards? Now, I can tell you from personal experience, after they go through your phone, it's still your phone, so eventually they do return the phone to you. No matter what they find on it, they typically will return the phone to you. Now, you attorneys out there who follow the channel, y'all can chime in and clarify if need be. But that phone could be critical to this investigation. Calls, messages, deleted data, timestamps, and then you have other digital information that could potentially help reconstruct Nolan's final hours. That's depending on what forensic examiners recover. Meanwhile, you got the public. The public isn't getting the state's evidence yet. The DA says investigative evidence and the state autopsy findings will remain sealed pending grand jury review. That secrecy has two sides. Prosecutors argue they're protecting the integrity of an active investigation and grand jury process.
Yeah, that's right, Fresh. When the whole state of Mississippi crumbles.
Want answers, right?
I know, Shabaka. It's been giving us problems all month.
Let's talk about the independent autopsy. The independent autopsy hasn't solved the mystery either. It's classified Nolan's cause and manner of death as undetermined, pending further evidence. Yeah, pending, well, further investigation. Okay. So we're approaching a major crossroads. Litigation is being threatened. Digital evidence remains contested. The state's evidence isn't public. And ultimately, a grand jury could decide whether the evidence supports criminal charges. Give me a thumbs up, fam, if you think the evidence supports criminal charges. Definitely. Thumbs down if you say, no, man, they ain't got enough, Willie D. They ain't got enough. They ain't
Definitely
got enough.
A thumbs up.
I'll give you a few moments to think about it. Okay, time's up. I was on Elliot Connie's IG earlier today, and he reminded everybody that, you know, as we, you know, pursue these narratives and we talk about the phone, we talk about who was on the boat, we talk about the seat tow call, we talk about the DA's lack of transparency, the threats being made, all of these different things that that dominates the headlines in this case. We absolutely cannot lose focus of the reason we're having these discussions in the first place, and that is Nolan Wells. And the question, what happened to Nolan Wells?
Exactly. Fresh and independent.
How did he die?
Autopsy.
How did he die?
We know he murdered. He was.
That's
murdered.
important.
We want to
But it's
know what
also
the cause of the
important
murder was.
to remember who Nolan Wells was. Yeah. It's important to remember who he was.
That's where we all hear you.
That's the really story that's going to outlast all of these narratives. Who Nolan Wells was, like keeping his memory alive. Because from all accounts, he was a good dude. He was raised to be respectful, hardworking, loving, caring, generous, goal-oriented. All these things that you want your child to be. He was all of that. Unfortunately, it looks like his choice of friends were not all of that. Everybody's fighting over a narrative.
Exactly, Michael. That's
Meanwhile, the one question that started all of this hasn't been answered.
Yeah, that's why she needs to be
How did
fired
Nolan
and
Wells die?
lose her medical license.
Yeah.
Drop a comment. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
My
No more
comment
talk.
is this. Okay. My comment is this. The autopsy does not need to be nowhere in the state of Mississippi. And then on top of it, why is the man's throat missing? You say, and then Mississippi, you know what I'm saying, with its strange fruit history. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh no, well that was so long ago. You can't do that today.
The
That
throat
so
was
long
missing.
ago.
The lungs were missing.
Right.
Sound like organ harvesting to me.
Harvesting, yeah, me too. I agree. It sounds like organ harvesting. Right. So not that different when medical doctors were doing medical experiments on FBAs, going back to history.
Have you read that book yet, Michael?
The medical apartheid.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I am almost done reading the Reparations written by John Tartisi. So I'm definitely going to get to medical apartheid. You know me, I read everything very slowly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get to medical apartheid, definitely for sure.
Yeah, make sure you get that. Make sure you read that book by Harriet Washington. It's heavy.
Okay, yeah, I will. Harriet Wasser, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I know the basics that what Wazungus do, right? Harvest, FBA's, body parts, make clothes, jackets out of their black skin.
Yeah, belts.
It's pretty much sell them off the pretty much sell FBA's body parts on the black market.
Yep.
Like stocks.
Our organs are superior to theirs.
Right. I hope I did not offend anyone.
No, that's what they do.
Okay. Right.
You sound really far away, Shabaka.
Yeah, Sabaka, are you getting coffee? Because your voice is going in and out.
I'm getting something to drink, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, but what it is, though, okay, hold on. Let me close the door here, okay? My acoustics should sound better because
you sound much better. Yeah, whatever you did, you sound very clear.
Yeah, because that hearing in the background is the air conditioning, man. As much as I pay for this damn place, I'm using up all their damn air conditioning. TV set too, shit. All utilities paid. Then dagnabbit, I'm going to use for all the utilities I'm paying for,
Right.
Okay. All right, now, there was a book, Michael, and me and Jesse discussed this here. When was that? When we was talking about the autopsies that Noguchi did on Sam Cooke, Robert F. Kennedy, let me see, Natalie Wood, and I think William Holden too, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm recalling this here from memory, what little of it that I got left. This is what happened when you get old, shining. You start forgetting shit. You know what I mean? Okay, so you need a man like Noguchi's caliber to do the autopsy on Mr. Nolan Wells. You see what I mean? is because I am not believing shit that's coming out of the state of Mississippi. Okay.
Right.
Also, too, another thing that I'm not believing is like with this Carmelo Anthony case, saying that he was a killer and all this old type of stuff, and that he should pay for Metcalf. But
he was a hero. He saved that town from another mass shooting, because that's what Austin Metcalf was potentially about to do. Another fucking mass shooting.
And that's why, and I understand why the judge didn't want to have a new trial, because they wanted to expose Malcolm's wrongdoing, right?
Yeah, the white supremacists in
the disbarred. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Those was writing KKK, tagging up KKK on shit, F niggers, all kinds of shit. So yeah,
definitely
2-time hero. First,
Yeah.
he saved somebody from drowning, and now he saved the whole community from another mass shooting.
Exactly. And then keep in mind is that Metcalf is worm food, and that's cruelty to worms.
Yeah, and it showed that it showed that Malcolm was very violent.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
He choked his mama. He punched his daddy.
Gosh, that is. Wow, American Malcolm would choke his mom.
Them white kids get away with all kinds of shit, Michael.
Yeah.
I could never.
I guess,
and they
right.
call us savages.
Right, when white people like the Nabiscos are their own savages themselves, and they do good job of covering up their crimes.
They just get on code. They just codified.
Right.
Yeah, they are codified with themselves. Is because all these idiots that I argue with on the internet, these YS, these WSs, they call me all kind of crap and stuff like this.
Everything but a child of God.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brother Che. You know what I mean? But at the same
Yeah.
time, but the part that gets me is that why do they want to always have sex with black men and black women?
So they can remain, so they can keep their gene pool, and they want to merge it with the melanin.
Right, and make money. Right, and also profit off of FBA's, body parts, genes, struggles.
Yeah.
Now, for those who are the offspring of these, how should we say, connections?
Yeah, like Deontay Kyle. He's an offspring of one of them Nabiscos.
Yeah, and then of course, like when you look at the movie called The Imitation of Life, you see, I'm gonna always keep emphasizing that again and again and again and again and again, right? Because you see, the offsprings of this, Michael, just like if you pulled up our back episode, what was that, Jesse, about 2 or 3 episodes before Blog Talk ended, where we got into it with Sarge, about the motion picture Mandingo. You see what I mean? Okay, and then Goodbye Uncle Tom, and the part that pissed me off. And I finished looking at Goodbye Uncle Tom, Brother Chase.
Good,
Shabbat. Some other movie, so I can look at some other movies, but also too, it's the I'm not going to use the word dominance. Okay, but the word is degradation. See, all that there is designed by degradation. Okay, just like as you had pointed out years ago, Brother Chad, I think when we were in season 3, about the buck breaking farms that they had down there. See, that's where the term MF comes from, and I learned that the hard way, and I know I'm repeating myself, but I'm just saying this here, for our new listeners, Brother Chad, our audience, right?
Right.
Okay, Mama heard me use the term MF one day when I was about 5 or 6 years old. So, like I said, after absorbing the left hook followed by the right cross, having my mouth washed out with soap, boy, it was degrading. Mama went on and explained to me what it meant. You see what I'm saying? Okay, and so then, just like how they would do the buck breaking in the presence of the black female, okay, but the main one that they had front and centered, Michael, was the baby boy, like 5 or 6 years old. His daddy to be degraded, humiliated, downtrodden in this manner, to put the sense of fear a sense of fear in the black woman to transfer to the unborn child. Then when the child is there, he is to see this here, so he will quote unquote know his place, right? So this is why when individuals like Huey P., Nat Turner, you know what I'm saying? Muhammad
Yeah,
Ali,
speaking of which,
Malcolm
the
X,
Nat Turner Rebellion started yesterday?
I
In
believe so,
1831.
Yes, sir. And I believe that Dr. Newton was also too murdered on this day as well too, there in Panthertown.
Yep. And today is my birthday twin was killed in a plane crash, Aaliyah.
Aaliyah.
Oh yeah. Rock the boat. Yeah, everybody remembers Aaliyah.
25 years ago.
Yep. Wait, I didn't know Aaliyah was your twin cousin.
No, that's my birthday twin.
Oh, birthday twin. Oh, okay, birthday twin. Right.
Right.
We had the same birthday.
They had the same birthday. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
She was only 22 years old, very young.
No, she was only.
No, she was 31.
Oh, 31.
31. Aaliyah
Yeah, she was 30.
31?
Yep.
Wait a minute. Then that means then her and I must have.
Wait. She was younger than that. Hold on. Let me think about that.
Because Aaliyah was born in 1979.
So she would have been
almost 50.
Yeah.
No,
she would have been. She would have been.
Wait a minute.
She would have been Jay Millie's age. She would have been 47.
Yeah. Okay. And still would have been making that money. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And then on top of it as well too, you know, Mr. Smokey Robinson is 85 years old now. You know what I mean? And what have you.
Remember I told you to finesse him.
Yeah. Smokey wouldn't have to do no shit like that, man. Because he was fabulously wealthy. Mr. Robinson has a whole lot of juice out there in Hollywood. So you can go fuck with Mr. Robinson all you want to, and you'll find out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, R.I.P. to Aaliyah, definitely.
Yeah.
Interesting that Jet Li. Oh, I was gonna say, Jet Li did not attend Aaliyah's funeral, which I find very ironic.
Well, she died in the Bahamas in a plane crash.
Right. But I'm just saying, to show condolence. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and then the movie that Aaliyah and Jet Li made called Romeo.
She was 22.
Yeah, 22 when she passed away. Yeah. Very young age.
Okay. But what did Romeo do so bad that he had to die? What was the movie about? The only thing I know is that it was filmed in Seattle.
The only thing I know is that I remember that movie. Jet Li had a crush at Aaliyah, but he was very reserved about it.
Mm-hmm.
And just focused on. Yeah, he was focused on investigating the death of his brother.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, even though she had feelings for him.
It was a war between black gangs
and Asian gangs.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So so in other words, it was a modern day version of West Side Story, is what it was.
Basically.
Yeah. Okay. All righty. Okay. And then, of course, as we do know, the motion picture West Side Stories made Hollywood actress Rita Moreno a star.
Yeah, DMX was in that too. R.I.P. to DMX.
Yep.
Okay. All righty. Yep. And then what was that one? The movie that DMX made, man, where he got killed and he left all the tapes. You know.
I know which movie you talk about. Sabaka came out in 2004.
Yeah. Because he got shot.
Exit Wounds.
Oh no, Exit Wound was 2001. That's a different movie.
Oh yeah, that is a different movie.
I forgot this one. But anyway, he had left the car, the tapes, the money to the dude. He said, "Hey man, just get me to the hospital. I don't want to die in the gutter." You know what I'm saying? So then of course he died.
Oh, he did come. Fresh said he did come to the video. Miss You, the one that they played on 106 and Park for like a whole year straight after she died.
Oh, okay. All righty. Okay, yeah, because I remember her big hit, Rock the Boat.
Well, that was her last. That was her last hit before she died.
Yeah.
She had 1 in a Million. She had Asia Ain't Nothing But a Number. She had a bunch of hits.
Yep.
Okay.
So that
So
106 in Park, that's like the MT version of TRL, right?
Basically,
But it's better than the MTV TRL.
it was the black version of TRL.
Right. I'm saying it's much way better than MTV's TRL, hosted by
Yeah.
Orson Daly.
Yeah, way better.
And then keep in mind, like,
Hey,
black music
stop
television.
on the rule.
Okay.
No, I'm fucking with Black Magic.
Man, he wants to come on TV. Okay. And then also too, Michael, like we did the story back, doing a black exploitation films. And guess what film that I saw at the black exploitation era, Brother Jay?
Black Caesar.
No, sir. Okay, that was a good one too. Trouble Man with Robert Hooks. Okay.
Oh yeah, Trouble.
It was made in 1972, and then of course that album was a big hit for Marvin Gaye. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then in Trouble Man, it was
Cradle to the Grave. That's the one you were
Oh,
thinking.
Cradle to the Grave. Yeah, came out 2003.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, which Anthony, what's his name? The big dude.
What is his damn name? I can't remember right now.
Yeah, they came from
Romeo
Romeo
Union
Must
was in there too.
Yeah, they were like reunited together from Romeo Must Die.
Mm-hmm.
And then, not changing the subject, but looking at this movie Trouble Man, Brother Jay, which is in a black exploitation era. But you know who was in that movie, man, before he got his big start? A white dude by the name of Ralph Waite, who used to be John Boy's daddy on the Waltons. Okay. Now, another thing, too, about that, there was another black actress, okay, out of black exploitation.
Oh, Anthony Anderson. That's what you were
Yeah,
thinking.
Anthony Anderson, fake you. Anthony Anderson, yes.
Yeah, who's out of Compton, And so, but.
Thank you, Fresh. Yeah, Fresh got it.
Okay.
Thanks, Fresh. Thank you, Fresh.
Okay, and then when Ralph Waite played, the Waltons' daddy, okay, that shortly came after he did that part in Trouble Man where he was a avid racist, you know what I'm saying? And just like how, and I'm just saying all this here to say, Jesse, to give you some more cannon fodder about how the black exploitation films did save the Hollywood movie making industry, okay? Now, another great actress and martial artist, okay, who died at a young age, who really didn't get her start, was Tamara Dobson.
Tamara Dobson. And that name sounds familiar.
No, she's the one that did Cleopatra Jones.
Oh, that was Cleopatra Jones. Okay.
Right. And then there's another brother who played off in Cleopatra Jones, who was one of her subordinates, because, she was a martial artist in the movie, was the one and only, and this was a homeboy of Eartha Kitt's too, and you're gonna know who he is, Jay, was Albert Popwell. No, Albert Popwell. Now, Albert Popwell played in the Dirty Harry movies, okay?
Oh,
Magnum Force, and then he played in the other one. Oh, shit, what was the other one?
The Naked Gun shit?
No, that was O.J. Simpson with that bullshit. But
Airplane.
Albert Popwell was in a couple of the Dirty Harry movies where he got killed. He was a pimp. Then he was in the first Dirty Harry movie where he stopped them from robbing the bank, where Clint Eastwood would say this is a 44 Magnum. Did he fire 6 shots or did he fire 5? You just don't know. And Albert Popwell's laying there, hey man, I gotta know. So Eastwood put the gun up to him and squeezed around, and it was blank. But then Eartha Kitt, and Popwell, they were very, very good friends, although Eartha Kitt wound up being a bed wench. Okay, and so therefore, for those of you in the comments in the chat, if you want to give me some hate mail on that, I love it, I love it, I love it, because that way I know I'm getting somewhere. Okay. And this is why we are rebuilding Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. You see what I'm saying? And I'll keep you all posted, you know, as the developments, you know, come about, is because people is out here making money off of bullshit. We need to make some money off of real shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's the truth, you know?
Right. So I got another video to play, Shabaka, from Willie D.
All right.
And it is
okay.
If Nolan Wells Drowned, explain this.
Yeah.
Willie D Live.
What's up, family? For 6 years, not one recorded drowning death at Horn Island. Then Nolan Wells disappears. His body is recovered, and drowning quickly becomes part of the explanation. Now, that does not prove that Nolan didn't drown. But if you're asking me to accept accidental drowning as the cause of Nolan Wells' death, I'm going to ask you to show me the evidence that gets you there. That's what I need to know, man. Yeah. According to government data obtained by people, there were no recorded drowning deaths at Horn Island during the previous 6 years. Now, that does not prove that Nolan didn't drown. Somebody can obviously be the first drowning in 6 years, but it absolutely gives us another reason to scrutinize the drowning explanation. Rare does not mean impossible, but when something is apparently this rare, you don't get to treat it like the obvious explanation without supporting evidence. Don't just tell me Horn Island is dangerous. Show me the evidence. Show me the evidence that the conditions on that specific night that Nolan disappeared were dangerous enough to explain what happened to him. What were the actual water conditions? What were the currents, tides, wind, visibility, water depth? I need to know all of that. 0 fatal drownings doesn't mean 0 water emergencies. I'd also want to know how many rescues near drownings or other serious incidents occurred during those 6 years, right? Wouldn't that be obvious, fam? You would want to know, okay, how many near drownings did you have? You know, how many rescues were there? You know, how many times was the paramedics called out to that island? That's important, because then you can say, hey, you know, well, we had some near deaths, you know, like, you know, we saved 10 people that have been saved in the last 6 years, you know, so, you know, it is dangerous. Show me some proof how dangerous it is. Do you know what the odds are that a person having drowned on this particular island in 6 years, nobody has drowned, and then a strong swimmer drowns? If anybody's going to drown, it's probably not going to be a strong swimmer, unless that strong swimmer was intoxicated, unless they were high out of their mind. And according to the coach, not the so-called friends, Nolan was just fine when he talked to him. He talked to Nolan about a plethora of things when he saw him on the island that day. Nolan seemed sharp, focused, nothing out of the ordinary. So you tell me, how in the hell did he drown? And how in the hell did nobody see him drown? Remember, by the so-called boys, who are really men, own admission. There were hundreds of people out there. Nobody saw the black guy drown? Nolan was like one of, what, 2 or 3 black people on the whole island. He stands out like a sore thumb. Nobody saw him go overboard? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Being found in or near water doesn't automatically establish drowning. But that's where forensic evidence becomes critical. The independent autopsy reportedly classified Nolan's cause and manner of death as undetermined. That's important because undetermined isn't the same as accidental drowning. But don't make the opposite mistake either. Undetermined doesn't mean homicide. It means a definitive determination wasn't reached from the available evidence. I presume that once all of the available evidence is laid out for an independent investigator to see, I do believe there will be arrest made in the death of Nolan Wells. So I got to show you both sides. I got to show you both sides. I can't just say, hey, is this what it is? You know, I got to show you both sides, I'm working on my journalistic skills, you know what I'm saying? They say, hey, man, you got to show both sides. You got to be objective. Okay, I'm going to be objective. I'll be objective. But I still think he was killed.
To be objective. Anytime they let
I do believe Nolan Wells
like Levine come
was murdered.
With his bullshit, man.
That's all the evidence I'm seeing. I'm watching people's mannerisms, fam. I'm looking at their mannerisms. I'm really watching how people are moving. And when you watch how they move, when you consider
who's Debbie,
how
Debbie,
these so-called
to the Front Line Blacc News.
And how did you hear of us?
How quickly they deleted their socials and lawyered up.
Oh, okay.
I know if the shoe's on the other foot, a whole lot of people who are saying that they're innocent, they wouldn't be saying that. They wouldn't be saying that because they make their decisions based on race. They decide who they're going to support and who they're not going to support based on race.
Right.
Okay, you say he drowned? Okay, what evidence actually supports drowning? Tell me right now.
Right.
You can't. That's the question. What evidence supports drowning? Not assumptions, not theories. What physical or forensic evidence points specifically towards Nolan drowning?
There is none, Willie D.
Was Nolan's entry into the water witnessed? If nobody actually saw Nolan enter the water, then investigators have to reconstruct how and when that supposedly happened. Where was Nolan last seen compared with where his body was recovered? Put those locations on a map and examine where currents could reasonably account for the movement. I bet they haven't done it. I bet you $1 to a donut they haven't done it. That's why independent investigators are necessary. That's why an independent investigation is necessary. That's why the family got to have their own people out there advocating for them. Because Mississippi ain't going to do it. They didn't want to do it out the gate. Remember now,
But that there costs hundreds of thousands.
The governor came out
to do that
off the rip saying no foul play was suspected.
Yep.
Dude didn't even, by his own admission, he hadn't even seen what was going on. He hadn't read any toxicology reports. He hadn't read any investigative reports. He hadn't examined the body. He just, oh, we don't suspect foul play. Remember, the sheriff said the same thing. And within hours, he said the same thing. This is why people don't trust y'all. You don't move like you're trustworthy. This is why we don't trust y'all.
Right.
If y'all had, from day one, said, we don't know what happened, but we're on the case. We're investigating, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. We'll give you an update when we find more information. When we get more information, we'll share that with the public on a need-to-know basis. Something along those lines, you know. But they didn't do that because they're arrogant, corrupt Mississippi. Now, that don't mean some of these other states aren't corrupt. In fact, all of the states are corrupt. Every single state in the United States is corrupt. They got corrupt officials everywhere you look. Mississippi just mastered it. They just, you know, they're just locked in with their corruption. Like, they got perhaps more experience than any other state with corruption. And they look out for each other. It's a steel wall. And they just all cover for each other. All of them look out for each other. They get mad when we talk about it. They get mad, but they don't get mad and try to explain themselves or try to reason and say, hey, man, this, you got it all wrong. They get mad and be ready to kill something. That lets you know that they're guilty right there. Yep. That lets you know that they're not right there. That's that bully mentality. Yeah, we did it. What you gonna do about it? Shut up talking. When they start trying to shut you up, when they don't want people talking about it, that means they're trying to hide something. Yep. Yeah. If I'm innocent, if I ain't did nothing wrong, if I'm a Mississippi official and I'm out here on the job, I understand Mississippi's sordid racial history. So anybody would have a right to be suspicious of the officials in Mississippi.
Right.
But me, if it's part of my duty to make a statement, I'll make a statement to reassure people that I'm on the case, or I keep my mouth shut and I just do the work. And I present the evidence when it's time to present the evidence. But I do not go out and I tell people to stop talking, shut up. I do not get mad with people being suspicious because they have every right to be suspicious. We've given them every right over decades,
right,
centuries really, to be suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we are, fam. Nolan's swimming ability deserves context.
Mm-hmm.
Being a strong or experienced swimmer, it does not make drowning impossible, but it becomes another factor that should be weighed alongside everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Considering how strong of a swimmer he was, I believe Nolan Wells was murdered.
Yep.
But what say you, fam? Drop a comment. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
I'll catch you guys later. I have something in the morning at early.
Okay, Michael, give us your closing on your way out.
Yeah, so my closing is this. I understand why FBAs cannot totally depend so much on local and state investigators because they're in cahoots with white supremacy. That's why it's very important to have an independent investigator. And also understand why what you guys said earlier about medical organ harvesting, why universal healthcare is not enough for FBAs. Even if we had universal healthcare in this country, the white healthcare providers are going to continue to discriminate against FBAs and tell them that they don't feel pain. So that's why anti-hate crime and reparations are needed.
Right.
But yeah, I'll tell you. Yeah, so I'll tell you later, Jesse. But also, Jesse, very quick. I also understand where you're coming from, as you saw in my text. Why a combination of things need to happen.
Right.
All right. Good night, guys.
Okay, thank you for joining us, Michael. Have a good night.
All right, you too.
All right, thanks, Michael.
All right.
If there's anybody out there in our chats or what have you, put in a request to come up as well, too.
Yeah, it's just fresh and it's Debbie Humphrey chick right now.
Welcome to come up. if she would like
But
to.
we don't even know who she is, Shabaki.
Oh,
We know who
okay,
Fresh
well,
is, though.
yeah, we know who Fresh is, yeah. Okay, well, Miss Debbie, if you can, off in our chat room, just give us a little information about you and where you stand on things.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on the Nolan Wells case?
Okay, it's tainted to high hill. It's tainted to high hill. Even Khalifa knows the case is tainted to high hill. You know what I mean? And once again, they come up here and they insult our intelligence. You see what I'm saying? Still figuring that we're still full of drapetomania, as you put it to me, Brother Che.
Yeah, drapetomania.
Yeah, although we're not in physical bondage any longer, but we're still in mental bondage to them. And then, of course, they're going to get some half-baked, half-fried Negro, you know what I'm saying, to come up here and support this bullshit, just like Dr. Khalid said.
Yep, and that Negro is Brandon Tatum.
Yeah, okay, there you go, man. I said I knew one was getting ready to appear soon, okay, so my prediction was right. So what does this Brandon Tatum got to say? I want to hear this.
That's the one that interviewed his friend, his so-called friend, Shabaka, remember?
Okay. And what was the conclusion?
That was their buddy, and they don't know what happened to him.
Okay. Getting their lies straight. Okay. Deniable plausibility. Okay. Yeah. Getting their lies straight. Wow.
Yeah, so switching gears, this delineation got mugs crashing out. So this prison babbler decided he was going to call into Tariq's live on TikTok, and this is what happened.
Okay, yeah, they banned me from TikTok. You know that, right?
Damn, you just got on it. They banned you again?
Yeah, no. When
they banned one of my videos. They banned one of my city council videos.
They banned me because I got off into it with somebody, and I was telling them that they were full of shit. Well, we need to see you, and I told them go check the LA County Jail. You know what I'm saying? Check the mug shots, and they said, well, we can't fuck with you. I said, well, then fuck y'all then. You know what I mean? Shit, but let's get to what Tariq is saying now. Tariq is only having roughly about a 25 percentile of me agreeing with him. But let's see what he's saying.
It used to be 75%. What happened?
No, it was? Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, because see, my notes is all scattered, Brother Che. So it was at 75% at one time, you said?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, let's see what he's talking about this time.
Studying on Romania.
This shit is hilarious. This dude about to get clowned. He calling, talking to Tariq all crazy, and this is what happened.
He's a Nigerian punk. He's a tether. He's up in Nigeria. Studying Romania acts like an op because he comes in and he kind of does talking points. Sounds like his handlers has him come in and you kind of do the same talking points.
Good morning, Tariq.
So are you an op? Did they co-op you? Did they send you some fresh bush meat to be like some kind of op?
Because of the division you are causing. I can't stand it anymore.
Yeah, you come in. You always say kind of the same talking points that's unnatural in real conversation. So you're giving me op vibes. So again, studying Romania might be paying him in fly swatters or something. I don't know, but he sounds like a paid op because he comes in with certain talking points.
Tariq, so, this is what I want you to know today.
What do you want me to know?
We have decided, we the youth of Africans, we have African country. We have decided to report you to the African Union because what you are doing is causing division, hatred between our brothers in America and we here in Africa.
You're not in Africa. You're in Europe, sir.
Well, whether I'm in Europe, I'm still an African man.
So you're gonna report me to the African Union.
Yes.
And what are you gonna tell them?
That you are causing division, the bond that we both of us have had for many years.
Okay, but what's the African Union going to do? They can't do shit. What are they going to do?
Well, the government, we're going to write to the American government. They're going to find a way to bring you in and let you know that this is not right.
You think the U.S. government give a shit about the African Union? They told y'all to kick rocks.
Well, when in the olden days, if two young child are fighting, they will report to the adult, to the elders.
But okay, before you report,
call the young ones together.
Before you report me, y'all not gonna report all of them dozens of active wars that's happening in Africa now. Y'all got about a couple of dozen active conflicts going on all over Africa.
But what you are doing
don't y'all need to take care of that?
What you are doing is international embarrassment. You are embarrassing the black population, the black nation, the African nation in diaspora. You are embarrassing us.
What's embarrassing is you taking a shit on a tree and wiping your ass with meerkat fur. That's embarrassing, sir. Do you think that's something that's prideful? Y'all got signs telling y'all to stop shitting in the streets. Do you think that's something of pride, sir? Huh? That's embarrassing, sir. You floating on an inner tube trying to get up to Spain, that's embarrassing, right? Come on, sir. Come on, study in Romania. This is Count Muscula, because he went up there to Romania. He's in Dracula's castle, and he's musty. Yes.
Whatever you are accusing African of is happening also in black community in Los Angeles, in Chicago, in Texas. So don't.
No, it's not. There are no tribal wars, and people aren't shitting on trees.
I'm not talking about that. You kill each other also. So forget all those black on black crime.
No, sir. Crime in the black community here is down in record lows, sir. We're not committing crime like that. But over there, boy, y'all got child soldiers. Y'all got wars going on right now. That's why you're not over there. It's not safe. You had to go somewhere safe.
What told you it's not safe? When you went to Senegal, did anybody harass you?
Oh, no, because I would whoop the shit out of about 10 of y'all if y'all tried to. But yeah, I was good over there. I was good. I was very good over there, but I'm not a part of none of I'm not a part of none of them tribes over there either.
I'm letting you know now.
You let me know what?
Have discussed your issue, and we're going to report. We're going to send to the African Union to look into this matter because you are causing division.
And you know what I'm going to do? The next time you try to fly, I'm going to call Delta Airlines, and I'm going to report that you got a luggage full of meerkat McNuggets. I'm going to tell them you got a bunch of illegal bushmen that you're going to try to cook up, and they're going to detain. They're going to
all these.
They're going to.
You are causing division. You are being used by the white government to cause division among black people all over the world.
Sir, we're so unified over here. It's ridiculous. We're so extremely unified. Where were we all together in the first place? You got to point out where we were together. Where were we all together with all this unity with Africa?
When Martin Luther King came to Africa, Reverend Jesse Jackson came to Africa. There was unity in the 60s, in the 50s. But you are causing the division
now. There's no unity. Just one or two of us went over there. There wasn't no unity. Y'all were colonized over there at the time. We were trying to help you get that colonization off that ass. So it was a one-way street.
Yes,
we were helping.
Because we are brothers.
We were helping.
Together. But now you are causing division.
Sir, the division is over there with those tribal wars, sir. Y'all got tribal wars over there now. Y'all not divided. That's why y'all got a gazillion tribes over there, sir. That's why you had to leave.
You keep saying you are not the leader, but you are the strong voice of this movement.
And you got you got the strong smell of must, sir. So you're the leader of funky musty tethers, sir. Good grief. So thank you so much. You're just saying shit.
Lord.
All right, let me see who else is on here. Oh, Lord. God. This is musty as he can be. Boy, this delineation, but these people are just crying. They're desperate. The fact that they cannot glom onto us and they got to hold their own nuts and they got to stand on their own culture. Oh, that's terrifying. Oh, it's desperate. They're so desperate. They need us to be generic Africans. Ain't no what unity. Y'all not unified there. There are dozens of active tribal wars over there now. You're not unified. You damn sure ain't unified with us. The hell you talking about?
And the Dutch.
Yeah, the African Union. That's a damn joke. Yeah, the Asians run their ass. Remember the Asians built their facility over there and had it bugged. Y'all remember that?
Yep.
They found out that the AU headquarters was bugged by the Chinese. They had it bugged allegedly. Let me say allegedly because you got to watch. I'm on TikTok, so I love TikTok Shop. But y'all remember that? Oh, y'all didn't know that? How many? Allegedly, because we know who runs TikTok. I love TikTok Shop. Oh, do y'all remember that? Somebody, yeah. The African Union was allegedly bugged. It was wired. They were recording shit allegedly. Look that up. Look that up.
Yep.
Yeah, look that up. Man. These people are a piece of work. They're a piece of work. All right, let me see who we got. Shout out to everybody in here. Shout out to everybody in here. What's up, Adrian?
Hey, what's going on, brother? You hear me?
I can hear you, Adrian. How are you, sir?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I'm driving this semi truck, man, trying to get on back to the crib.
No doubt.
Nah, man, I just finally got on, man, and said what's up with everybody. But I noticed that when I was younger and everything, my family used to always tell us, like, your lineage come from here. I got family out there in the boot, out there in the Carfax, and out there in Goldsboro, North Carolina. My pops from Goldsboro, my mom is out there in Carfax, Louisiana. But growing up, I've never been told my family was from Africa. Now, yeah, of course, everybody as a whole, you want to really go back thousands and tens of thousands, millions of years, or whatever you want to say, come from Africa. Even white folks do. But when I would explain people, even currently, I'll say, look, there's nowhere on my birth certificate that has African American.
Right.
And people look shocked. I'm like, my birth certificate does not have African American. Nope. So this African American term is later on. Now, I've noticed there's a lot of people that's come out and said, well, you're being divisive. And I ask them, how is it being divisive if we sit there and say, we're not African American because that's not where we're from? But I asked somebody, I said, look, you call yourself Nigerian, somebody else might call themselves Ethiopian or Ghanaian. What's the difference in us calling ourselves Foundation Black American Freedom? I said that when it really comes down to it, is the term African American has really put us second class and basically saying, okay, somebody that come from Africa, they used to always say, you don't know where you're from. You don't know where you're from.
Right.
And then
y'all niggas sound like little
African American. They would say African American make it seem like we're second class,
right?
Like we're generic or whatnot. Mm-hmm. So now we're delineating from everything. Now I really sat back and I said, damn, a lot of these issues and turmoil hasn't even been us.
Right.
When you look at all these different podcasts, I'm like, that wasn't even us.
Yep. Right.
And I mean, it really blew my mind. I mean, you brought it to light with a lot of things, but I said, I did my own research. I said, wow, okay, all this black man ain't this and black women ain't that. And I'm like, okay, like your Myron Gaines and all these other individuals, and all that good stuff. So yeah, brother, I'm just piggybacking, man. If you could, and then also too, man, if you on one of your series, have you thought about doing something on Carfax? With the situation that happened out there in Carfax back in the day.
I gotta look more into that. I gotta look into it. But thank you so much, brother. All right, Dave, you good, Dave? Because you came in hot. What's up, Dave? Hold on, let me go. Dave, unmute your microphone, sir. Dave, unmute your mic, Dave. All right, let's get Mr. Dave. All right, Dave, unmute your mic. Because Dave came in very hot. Dave, unmute your mic, Dave. All right, waiting on Dave to get in. Unmute David. David, if you can hear me, unmute your mic, Mr. Dave. Waiting on Dave to hop on in. Dave. All right. I don't know why Dave is not saying anything now. Okay. We're waiting on Dave. We're waiting on Mr. Dave to hop on in. Dave, if you can hop on in, let me see. They said you can turn your microphone in 16 seconds. Okay. All right. It's going to be a few seconds before you can turn your mic on. Let me see, Dave. Let me see. 5 seconds. All right, Dave, try it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, Dave, can you unmute your microphone now, sir? All right. All right. Okay. All right, Dave, let's try unmuting the microphone, Dave. All right, Dave isn't saying anything. He was talking over the, there he is. There he is.
How can I help you?
All right, now, Dave, what are you angry? You're very angry, Dave. What are you angry about?
I ain't angry about nothing, brother. I'm cool. You the angry one.
Oh,
you
what am I?
You sound illiterate. You sound stupid. You talk about the black man. You never talk about the white man. You sound uneducated. See, only dumb people follow dumb people like you.
Really?
Nobody with education. You ain't got no history. What did you do for America? Tell me, what did you do? What wars you ever fought for America? What food drive you got out there for America? How are you helping anybody? Talking illiterate. Ask me that. Okay. You're a grown-ass man walking around.
So what do you
I want to know how smart is you. You smarter than the 5th grader, nigga?
I might not be, Dave.
Is you smarter than the 5th grader?
I might not be,
because you sound slow. You sound real slow.
Dave,
you sound real slow.
I might
you
be, Dave.
No, don't talk to me. You listen to me, boy. Because you ain't nothing but the white man. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy.
Are you drunk, Dave?
You chimping out. You chimping out.
Dave,
you red nigga. You ain't even black.
Got to be staging this.
First of all, calm down. Okay, this is an old sassy punk. All right, let's just put it in context. I can tell this is one of the most. He's all emotional. You're overly emotional, and you're just ranting. That's old punk energy. That's an old school punk right there. That's one of them Studio 54 punks. So he's punking out. He can't really articulate why he's mad. And it got something to do with his Bucci cat. I can almost guarantee it. He just saying shit. Dave, you're going to have to articulate what you're upset about. You can't be this upset with a stranger. I don't know you, Dave. I don't even know what you're upset about. You're just calling to rant to a man. What are you ranting to a man about? You're very emotional. Yeah, this energy is real weird for a man to be this emotionally toe up. I done toe you up that bad, and I don't even know you, sir. I got that much emotional control over you, Dave. You acting like a old sassy bitch. I love TikTok shop. Unmute your microphone, Dave, and stop being an old elderly sassy bitch. All right? Okay, I think you can. I don't know what's going on with your account. Dave, it takes a minute. It says it's going to take 30 seconds for you to get back on. And you're probably over there ranting and raving right now, dressed like one of the Supremes, because you know how you old punks love Diana Ross. So I would like for you to articulate what you're upset about. All that yelling and ranting and all that. Sir, you're a punk. You're not no thug, you're not no gangster, you're not intimidating at all. So please cut that out when you get back on and explain what you're really upset about. All right. And let me see how many seconds you got, Dave. You got, okay, there you go. Dave, hop on in. Let's get you back on in and let's try not to be emotional, Dave. But I'm not even trying to control your mind, and I'm controlling.
I ain't worried about talking to your sucker ass nigga. You a
your mouth. Watch your mouth, Paul.
Ass nigga. You a dick sucker. You suck the white man's dick.
You're projecting, sir.
Man. You a Shantae Moore ass nigga. Shantae Moore ass nigga. You
that don't make sense.
Nigga. You ain't got no brain. You ain't got no brain. You get up there and talk about Africans all day. You talking about another man. Men don't talk about men. Only women do that shit. You a women ass bitch.
You're the one crying to a man. I don't talk about men. I don't talk about Africans all day. And I damn sure don't talk about African men. Whoever called me, I talk to them, sir. You are projecting, sir. You are a prison punk. I can tell you one of them niggas who went to jail up in Baltimore somewhere with all this tough talk. Sir, you are a prison punk. All right? They were wearing your bussy out in them bunk beds when you were locked down. And you probably went to jail for some bullshit, like
missed child support payments or something. You went to jail for some bullshit and they turned you into a punk in jail because you're just yelling out profanities. You're not articulate. You don't have a big vocabulary. You're not scary. And you are a punk, sir. And you are crying to me. Listen how emotional I have you. I got you coming out of your body, sir. You're an old, emotional, sassy punk, and you sound like you're in your 70s. You were slanging bussy when Chubby Checker was out with his first record, The Twist. You were twisting your bussy around for white men during the Jim Crow era, sir.
Oh my God.
All right? So you need to calm your punk ass down. You're not scaring nobody. You ain't gonna do shit you whining about. Let's be very clear. You ain't gonna do shit and you can't do shit about anything you whining about. How does that feel, that you can't do a goddamn thing about nothing you're whining about, old dusty punk? How do you feel about that, Dave? Unmute your microphone, bitch ass. How do you feel about that, Dave? You can't do shit about nothing you're whining about. Nothing but whine harder and get bussy stains in your bed sheets mixing in with your tears, sir. I control you and I don't even try. I control your punk ass. How does that feel? A man is controlling you remotely. I got you emotional and you crying and yelling in the middle of the night. You ain't got no woman in your house. Yeah, you can't be yelling in a house with a woman in there. So I know you ain't got no woman the way you yelling. Ain't no woman in that house. You in a halfway house, sir, with other niggas. And y'all fondle each other for cigarette money. Let's keep it a bean. Now get on here. There you unmute your microphone, old punk ass.
Nigga, I got plenty of money, nigga. You better look at my shit.
No, you
I got DJ equipment. I got two stores. Nigga, I got 2 stores. Hey, go on my page and look.
No,
go
you
on
don't.
my page and look, nigga.
You an
go on my
old
page
punk.
and
You
look,
an old
nigga.
sassy punk.
I play guitar, nigga. I play behind the best, nigga. Hey, go on my page. Go on my page to see what I do.
Yeah, you do play behind the best. You play behind niggas' asses like a big old punk, sir. Yeah, you just a weirdo. And you ain't even saying nothing. I got DJ equipment. Okay. You're DJ Bussy Cat. Or I heard a DJ Battle Cat. You DJ Boochie Cat. I get this old punk out of here. But he's a DJ. Get the hell out of here. This old ass sassy punk. Yeah, you can tell he just got out. He just got out of jail too. And he's trying to restart his life as a DJ. I got DJ equipment. I play guitar. I play the pan flute. I learned how to work my mouth in jail. I can play the clarinet. I can blow all types of instruments. I learned that in the penal. All right, nigga. Why they gonna give me a restriction? Okay. Oh, now I'm going to. Okay, let me stop. I'm going in on them too hard. I love TikTok Shop. TikTok Shop is like, okay, you're going. They gave me a restriction. They just gave me a restriction. I'm going in on them too hard. I was about to go in even harder. Let me pull back. All right. Lord. I love TikTok Shop. I love TikTok Shop, ladies and gentlemen. All right. I'm a DJ. His name is DJ Gerbil. Because that nigga lets a gerbil rummage in his Boochie Cat. All right, DJ Gerbil. All right, we want to hear your DJ skills, punk. I love TikTok Shop. Just sassy and mad. The hell out of here. Well, them punks be sassy and mad as hell. All right, that's that bussy energy that got him that mad. That gerbil that irritated him because the gerbil then got lost up in there. Now he's irritated. That's why he mad. He let a gerbil rummage up in him, and now the gerbil then got lost. Now he mad because they can't find that damn gerbil. And the gerbil is tickling his colon. Man, this old mad punk, mad as hell, for no reason. Good Lord. Yeah, they're going to get him for animal abuse. Man. Good Lord. Let me get some more people in here. Let's get some more people in here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get some people in here, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Let me see. Lemony Winks. Yeah, he got Stuart Little rummaging in his ass right now. That's why he mad. You can hear when he try to sleep, you hear gerbil sounds up in his stomach. That's what he mad about. Yeah. Yo, what's them? God damn, what's them sounds, yo? Man, I wish that gerbil get up out of there. It's been 2 days, know what I mean? God damn. It's messing with my gallbladder. God damn, this tickles. Shit. Yeah, them gerbil sounds are keeping him up at night. Oh, Lord. All right, DJ Gerbil. Oh, God. Let's see who we got. Let me chill before I get another restriction. All right. I know he got DJ equipment. That's hilarious. Man, that's hilarious. Man. Let's get the hands up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get the hands up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get the hands up. I wonder what's his song. What songs does he play when he's DJing? When he's DJing, he plays this song here. Hold on. Y'all remember this? I'm addicted to boys. I'm addicted to boys. What? I'm addicted to boys. What? I'm addicted to boys. That's the song he be playing. He be playing shit like that. Lord. Oh, man. Let me see. All right. Let me see. Where you at, DJ Gerbil? DJ Gerbil, where you at? Where you at, DJ Gerbil? I'm trying not to get no restrictions, but I want to clown DJ Gerbil some more. DJ Gerbil, where are you, sir? Man, DJ Gerbil he be bumping that old 70s punk music. He will. Yo, I keep it real, yo. Yo, I hate Tyreek. Tyreek is a buster. Yo, I'm a DJ. This is what I be bumping. That's what that nigga be playing. We playing classic punk music. Oh, Lord. Oh, goodness. Lord. Okay, let me see. Let me see who we got. Oh, they gonna hate me. I love TikTok Shop, though. I love TikTok Shop. Lord. Oh, man. You can tell one of them niggas who just got out of jail. All right. Let's get Brother Retro in here. Let's get Retro Rose in the building. Let's get Brother Retro. Let's get Retro Rose in the building.
Hey, look here, sucker. Let me tell you something, sucker. If this was 1968 in Alcatraz, I would have shanked you, sucker. Now listen, I am a DJ. I DJ at the Blue Oyster. It's a gentleman's club with nothing but men. The Blue Oyster. If you see it on Police Academy, if you know, you know. I also DJ at the nursing home, brother.
Hold on, Jive Chunk. You better understand, I'm one of the baddest DJs in the P now. Understand me? I keep it 100. I play all the hits.
The Jive Punk, sucker. Listen here, Jack. You better watch your back, because I'm going to turn your back into flapjacks. You got that? And that's a fact, Jack. I got the blade in my cowboy boot. Don't you ever disrespect me again, Tariq.
Now hold on, sucker. Hold on. Now, everybody.
Don't make me do it, Tariq. Don't make me do it, Tariq. That's my jam. Stop playing with me. Stop playing. You about to make me get up and bust this pussy open. Stop playing with me. Oh, man, I had flashbacks in 72. Oh, goodness gracious.
Man,
Lord,
man.
You got the patience of Job, Tariq.
Man.
Ooh, the stuff you deal with on a daily basis, bro. You got old 1970s punks with a deuce and a quarter. He got caught back in 73 at the back of the 54 lounge with a cross dresser. So you know he been bitter about it ever since, because he fell in love. He got tricked. See, he gave up his warehouse pension and got tricked. Yeah. And so you know, he been tight about it ever since. You know what I'm saying? He had a nice little Cadillac. And she tricked him. Her name was Randy, but she tricked him and said her name was Rachel. So she tricked him. Got his deuce and a quarter. She got his old Cadillac. She got the house. She got everything, bro. He just out here down bad and mad, bro. You know how the old punks be, bro. He lost his hair at 32. And he just been tight about it ever since, bro.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, with that I'll land, bro.
My man. Thank you, brother. Yeah, man. That's one of them old prison punks. That's a lot of jealousy, because that's why he's trying to brag about what you did. I got a guitar and some DJ equipment. What the hell? Okay, what kind of shit is that to brag about?
Right.
Yeah, he just got out. Let me tell y'all, prison punk something. Y'all just can't be jealous of people who weren't up like you. Yeah, they get mad at people who got respect out here on the streets. Yeah, brother, you out here messing up. You did a long bid, and now you got to start over. And you mad at the people who got a lane. And I'm not trying to knock cats who got locked down, but them prison punks like that. Yeah, I got it. I got me some DJ equipment. I got some turntables. Even that's old school. Cats, what DJ equipment? People use computers. They just use laptops at this point. This nigga talking about he got some DJ equipment. Nigga, people use laptops at this point. They DJ on some damn laptops. Yeah. I got me some speakers and some turntables. All right, nigga. This ain't the 70s. He still think it's 1979. Well, dude, you just need a laptop and you can be a damn DJ. Shit. Lord.
Have laptops in
Yo, I got some 1200 techniques. I got a Newmark mixer. I got some Casio speakers. Good Lord. Good grief. All right, DJ Gerbil.
Who knows that shit?
I got a guitar.
Born in the 70s.
Lord. But he was all outdated. I should ask him what he do with the guitar. What you doing with the guitar? You sound too dusty to be able to play it. What is he going to do? What the hell is he going to do? Man, with the damn guitar. Well, he's a prison singer. What are you going to do? Lord. What you going to do? DJ Gerbil, what you going to do with the guitar, brother? Were you playing the guitar in jail, singing other niggas? What were you doing? He's in jail. Hold on. I like to dedicate this.
Oh my God.
You got a wide pussy. Sitting in my cell on my bunk bed, and I'm trying to give you some cookies. I'm gonna trade you for cigarettes and I got a feeling that I belong. I got some pussy that you need.
Lord, Trippy, what the fuck?
Come on, man.
Y'all, I need to stop. Y'all keeping me going. I'm gonna get another goddamn flag. I'm gonna get a restriction.
Lord have mercy.
I'm in a cell full of niggas. I gotta give the ass up for honey buns and feeling that I belong. And I got a feeling that I belong. Be someone, be someone.
Lord. No,
oh,
even
Lord.
was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
This nigga said he played the guitar. Good freaking grief. Oh my God. Good Lord. You know I'm gonna make this man mad. Let me chill out before this dude go out in the street and hurt somebody with his guitar and a pistol. Yo, I'm robbing everybody in here. Understand me? Y'all break yourself. Before y'all do, I want y'all to hear something. I am a nigga with a pistol. I got a crack habit and I need some funds. And I got a feeling that I belong. And I got a oh, Lord. Man.
Oh, my God. He should have been a
coach. Okay.
For real.
Lord, I know he mad. He's going to be mad as hell. That nigga's tight with it. Where you at, Dave? I know you still in here. Dave, you in here? I know he in here mad as hell. Tell us about your guitar playing, Dave. Where you at, old angry punk? Oh, okay. Yeah, he bounced. Yeah, he's mad. He's somewhere punching air right now. He's tearing up his DJ equipment.
They're doing it right.
Oh, Lord. Anyway, let me get up out of here. Y'all have me on here all night before I get a damn restriction. All right, let me get up out of here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get up out of here. It's been real, ladies and gentlemen. He's in here. I don't see him. I don't see Dave. Are you in here? Dave, I don't see you, Dave. You in here? You old angry punk? I don't see him in here. Excuse me. Anyway, let me get out of here. Y'all gonna have me on all night. Everybody go to rootworkstyle.com. Get your Rootwork deodorant. Rootworkstyle.com, ladies and gentlemen. Rootworkstyle.com.
I got that rootwork feeling. Rootwork feeling. Fresh from the floor to the ceiling. I got that rootwork feeling. I got that rootwork feeling. Rootwork feeling. Fresh from the floor to the ceiling. I got that rootwork feeling. Hit a little brunch, then I'm out by the coast. Laughing with my girls, it's the life I love most. Maybe hit the shops, maybe walk by the sea. Ain't nobody putting no pressure on me. Palm trees swaying in the weather just right. But you know we got plans when it turns to night. So I head back home when the sun goes low. Turn the music up when I'm picking my clothes. I got that rootwork feeling. Rootwork feeling. Fresh from the floor to the ceiling. I got that rootwork feeling. Oh yeah. Rootwork feeling. Fresh from the floor to the ceiling. I got that rootwork feeling.
His commercials just keep getting better and better. It's just crazy. Well, what are your thoughts on that craziness we just listened to?
Brother Che, I'm speechless, man.
And that's what the delineation movement has the diaspora speechless. They don't know what
I'm
to do.
just speechless, you know, because you still got these colonized-minded Negroes over there on the continent, man. And yeah, and I'm talking about you motherfuckers over there, talking about you just want to take, you know what I mean? And then you sat there and you drunk that damn Kool-Aid when them peons came over there, just like Jim Jones, what he did in Jonestown. Yep. They gave you motherfuckers a bunch of trinkets, some goddamn Kool-Aid. You bowed your heads and prayed, and then when you rose your heads and opened your eyes, the damn European had the land, you know?
Yep.
And I'm going to stand on their asses about it. And you motherfuckers could call me an Akata and all that shit right there.
A Akata, a Jareer,
yeah,
a
I was called all kind
Yankee,
of shit. A what?
A Akata,
Yankee.
a Jareer, a Yankee, a Beeb. They got all kinds of wonderful names for us, Shabaka. Besides
a
the child
Yankee,
that
man,
died.
I ain't never played baseball before in my life, man. I ain't never been to New York. How am I a Yankee?
American. You were born in America, Shabaka.
Yeah, well, them are some brain dead motherfuckers over there because y'all just gave up the whole goddamn continent for the Trans-African Highway, Brother Che, from the north to the south, and is owned by the Chinese. You know what I mean?
Yep, that's
and
what that book I read back in college, Safari for Africa, was about. This was back in like 2010. So we almost 20 years past that.
You see? And I can imagine them taking a long time to build it, just like what they did with the I-5 highway, Brother Che, from San Diego all the way up there to Canada. You know what I mean? You know, building a highway takes a lot, but look at that y'all are going through all the natural foliage over there. You're going through, you know, perhaps, you know, rare species of life, rare species of birds, flowers, stuff like that. And if you ever saw the movie,
so it's supposed to go. You said it's supposed to go from Libya or Tunisia down to South Africa.
Yes, sir. I believe all the way to the Cape.
Hell no.
Yeah, and if they do that, then that there, Brother Che, make it easier for them to get them diamonds up out of there. That tungsten and that bauxite. You see what I'm saying? Then get it up there to the Mediterranean, put it on their ships, man, and take that shit right there through the, oh Lord, it's that little waterway, man, that goes from the Mediterranean, man, that goes down there, man.
The Strait of Gibraltar.
Yeah, and then it goes into the Indian Ocean, and then they take it straight over there to China.
Oh, you talking about Omar? You talking about by the Horn of Africa, the Red Sea?
Yeah. Because if they was to ship that shit from South Africa across the Indian Ocean going into mainland China, okay, then they would have a lot of problems because off of research that I've done is that when those oceans collide, you know, the Indian Ocean colliding with the Atlantic, you know, off of South Africa, or Azania, or like when the Pacific collides with the Atlantic off of Argentina, I believe, where the Brahma Bull was from and who hate on us, and the Argentinians down there that hate black people. Just look at that fight between Oscar Bonavena and Ali. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because each time I look at that, I love the way Ali flattened his ass, man, in the 15th round. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that was his only second fight after the layoff, man, you know, and what have you. You see, so, and for you neo-colonialists, you motherfuckers went up there and drank that alcohol. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Y'all went up there, drank that alcohol, and got smashed in the head. They got you drunk and they mugged your ass. Then all of a sudden, you motherfuckers over there, well, we want Africans in America to come help us. No. Not when that raggedy broad got up there and said she's just coming to the U.S. for a take, and fuck you all over in the U.S. Okay, well,
I ain't come here to build with you. I come to take.
Yeah, exactly. And so therefore, what you need to do is take your ass to the city of Los Angeles and get stopped by the LAPD. Okay, and they will get your mind right.
She said, "Don't treat me like the FBA. It's no FBA. Me no FBA. Can't you tell I'm not FBA? I'm from the continent. I don't treat me like them." That's what she said.
And then LAPD, when they say you got your green card ID or whatever, and they're gonna describe your ass as a black motherfucker, period. Okay? Male black,
Well, outside of here, Shabaka, they don't describe their people like that. So when they come here, they're in for a rude awakening. But you notice the other immigrants, the pale persuasion, they are immediately on code with racism and white supremacy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then they have the fucking audacity, okay, to talk about us, thinking that we're supposed to be supporting.
So on the screen, Shabaka, I'm about to have Sharon. It's this highway that you were talking about. So I think it's the purple one.
Trans-African Highway. Yeah, that's it. The one that, what is that? Number 4 is the red one.
That one or number 3? Because number 3 goes down to Cape Town.
Okay, all right, okay. Let's see them both. Oh, okay. So wait a minute. Pull that back up down there to Azania, Brother Che. Okay, pull it up a little bit further, because this is going to confirm a theory I got. And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like that both of those highways, Brother Chad, headed to Cape Town.
Yep. The Tripoli Windhoek and the Cairo the Barroom.
Mm-hmm. And look at all that. And all those countries that they're going through, man, has all those raw materials. Look at that. Look at that. And then they even got a fucking highway, man, going across the top of the Sahara. You see what I'm saying?
Where the old river used to be.
On top of the Songhai Empire. You know what I mean?
There used to be a river there, Shabaki.
Mm-hmm.
The Sahara wasn't always a desert. It used to be real tropical and forestry right there in northern Africa until the last ice age.
Yeah, and then of course too, that's where let me see, who's that motherfucker, man, the Nazi that they call the Desert Fox in North Africa?
Let's find out.
Wait a minute, Erwin Rommel. That's who it was. Yeah, Erwin Rommel. They used to call him the Desert Fox.
Yeah, so they got a highway going all the way from there.
Yeah.
To there, and there's other highways too. You see these other highways too, Shabaki.
Mm-hmm. Going all the way from Djibouti clear over there to what is that there? The Ivory Coast, I believe.
Well, yeah. From Senegal to Benin to Nigeria to Lagos.
Well, what's that in Njama right there? With the yellow one, the purple one, and the red. Yeah, right there. What is that? Njima? Njamea.
I don't know how to say it, Shabaka. That
okay? How's it spelled?
Ndjamena.
Okay. Now I was trying to enlarge on my screen. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. All right. Wait a minute. Mina. Oh, okay. N'Djamena. Okay, yeah, it's gonna take a while for it. It's because I think it's in the Jamina.
Something like that.
There you got Khartoum right there, down there in the Sudan.
Yeah, that's in Sudan. That's in the northern Sudan. Southern Sudan is down here.
Yeah, that's South Sudan. Then of course you got Addis Ababa.
That's Ethiopia.
And then you got Kampala down there, which is Uganda, the land.
That's where that tether was from. That's where that tether was from, Shabaka, to say, just come here, take.
From the land of Idi Amin Dada.
And that's where the current mayor is from as well, of New York City.
Well, tell that motherfucker to come out here and sit with me in this desert tomorrow. I think we're going to be at 122 degrees tomorrow. And
oh my God, you said 122.
yeah, man, this motherfucker, Brother Che, I tell you, man, it goes up. The hottest I saw out in this motherfucker, man, was 126 degrees. I went and parked my car because I just knew, man, the damn hose was gonna bust. You know what I'm saying?
You know, last summer it was 125.
Yeah, you know. And then the damn armrest of my car broke off on the driver's side, so that pissed me off, you know, because I ain't got no money to replace it. Okay, then you got Algiers.
Oh, it's never been 125%. The highest it was 2 years ago on July 7th, 2024. It was 120 degrees at Harry Reid International.
Yeah, I was here in July 2024. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Well,
it was McLaren when I was there. Now it's Harry Reid.
Yeah. Ouagadougou. Okay, near me. Yeah. And see, and then, ladies and gentlemen, all the resources and all the animal life that the Europeans had killed on that continent, going on to the 3rd century now, you know?
They did it to themselves, Shabaka.
Yeah.
They allowed them savages in, so
yeah,
what they get.
Yeah. And then, of course, I like the elephant, you know, that turned around on the motherfucker who was trying to shoot him.
Oh, they have the longest memories of any animal in the animal kingdom.
Yeah, man, and the elephant just went up there and stomped his ass, literally. You know what I'm saying? So when he got that motherfucker on the ground and put his foot on that motherfucker's head, man, I'm sure his head was flat as a pancake with his brains and shit everywhere.
Everywhere.
Okay, and then let me see too, Brother Chair, if I got my geography right. Okay, the Songhai Empire, if I'm not mistaken,
was basically from where the 3 is
Tripoli
to the 5.
Yeah, and then it'll go all the way across all that there, the Sahara Desert, you know.
There used to be a river here. You see where it says Tamaset?
Yeah.
That was a river.
Yeah, that's out.
Yeah, Tamaran
right
shit.
there. Yep.
There was a river right here.
Mm-hmm. And then you had, oh boy, that's why I hated I lost my books, man, with the geography of Africa, you know what I mean? And then, let me see here, there's Yaoundé right there in the Cameroon. Y-A-O-U-N-D. That's pronounced Yaoundé. Okay. Yeah. And then you got Abidjan. Okay. I believe that there's Nigeria. Then you got, wait a minute. Then you got Sierra Leone. That I believe where the capital city of Freetown is.
Yep.
Yeah. And then you got Conakry.
Even though it was not free about that place. Free for slaves, I guess. There was nothing free about it.
And then over there too, they didn't make no type of, how should we say, ancestral connection. Is because I remember Mike Wallace when he was doing 60 Minutes, man. This must have been about 1978, Brother Che.
You see Brazzaville, Shabaka?
Yeah, Brazzaville, Kinshasa. Yeah.
That's where they took all the toilet paper when the when the French left. They took all the toilet paper with them. It was the French and the British that took all the toilet paper out.
Okay, now that there would be. Wait a minute, that would be the Belgians in Zaire.
Right.
Kinshasa, yeah, the Congo, yeah, that there's the Belgians and another major corporation that benefited greatly. Go ahead.
Guinea Conakry, they did the same thing. Guinea Conakry. Where Brazzaville is, that's where Guinea Conakry is.
Okay. And that is where they took all those rubber trees at. You know?
You had Guinea and then you had Guinea Conakry. They're like right next to each other.
Mm-hmm. And then you got Lusaka down there. Okay. Then you have Harare.
Yeah, that's in Zimbabwe and Zambia.
Yeah, what did they used to call that motherfucker before with the peons called it? Salisbury. Yeah.
Yeah, Salisbury, yeah.
Yeah, Salisbury. You know what I'm saying? And what have you know?
Yeah, so that's the Chinese that's doing it. Yes, sir.
Yeah. That's what they're trying to do, and then them stupid motherfuckers over there, man, they're gonna sit up there and go for this bullshit again. You see?
Yeah.
That's
So
the sad part.
before you go,
And of course,
Shabaki,
Tripoli,
FBA sister who created a school for our students is being bothered by anti-black racists.
Really?
So Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on that.
Okay, and then after Uncle Phil, I'm gonna call it a night, Brother Che.
You gotta stay for the Social Security, Shabaki. Okay.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on, Brother Che. Wait a minute. 11:21. Okay, I can give you the 12:21.
So that's exactly an hour.
My time. Yeah.
Sister here who created a school for our children, and you would think she would be supported, right? You think that the folks would really even be applauding her for helping educate black children, getting black boys to read, just doing it to keeping them not being criminals, right? You think she'd be getting praised by that. But oh no, they got a problem with that. They got a major problem with it. And we want to get into why they have a problem with that. And just really it's really historical. And when I told y'all for years, I've been telling y'all for years, it's in the culture, okay? It's in the culture. This is why Black Wall Street was attacked. It's in the culture. This is why the town that was, they put Lake Lanier over, it's in the culture. Every time we've been self-sufficient and they've attacked it, they burned the things down, they sabotaged or whatever they've done to us, whether it's our businesses, whatever.
Yeah.
They always been threatened by FBA self-sufficiency.
Mm-hmm.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad would say, do for self.
Yeah.
They've always been threatened by that. More than
Elijah
anything
Muhammad
we
did
could
not
ever do.
describe himself as FBA, Uncle Phil.
When we are doing our thing, they
can't describe himself as African either, Shabaka.
They compete with us. They've proven that too many times.
As an Adriatic black man in America.
Yeah, and then wait a minute. And they used to call it the Lost Found Nation of the Nation of Islam, if memory serves me correct, Brother Che. Yeah, well, before the X-Man.
In other words, Shabaka, Elijah Muhammad, he was not Pan-Africanist. He was more on us developing our own nation here.
Yeah, I think Elijah Muhammad did. Okay, wait a minute, Brother Che. Okay, he did talk about self-sufficiency with the businesses and what have you. But you know what's one thing they didn't talk about that they should have? A currency.
We were the currency, Shabaka. Remember, we were being bought and sold. You sound super far away. Yeah, yep.
At that time in history, okay, hold on, man, I'm up here getting something to munch on. And then I remember, I sit up there and talk with the brothers, you know what I'm saying, what have you, and one thing for damn sure that you ain't gonna do, even to this day, is disrespect their women. That is one damn thing you will not do.
Right. Yep. Mm-hmm. Exactly, Algorithm Red. We got a new viewer named Algorithm Red. He said Elijah Muhammad was not a Pan-African. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. All right, then Algorithm Red, enlighten us on what Mr. Muhammad was.
He was a black nationalist, Shabaka.
Yeah.
He was for us building our own nation here. Yeah, remember, he wasn't telling us to go to Africa. He was telling us to build right where we was at.
But then, what had happened is when the X-Man had went, overseas, he tried to take Muhammad Ali with him.
Yeah.
And Muhammad Ali told him no, he wasn't doing it. But at the same token, Ali needed him to protect his career, like with Korea, they said. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
They said it was enforced when they did infamous.
Yep. He thought that we was the original man was God. Yep.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And what happened? And then these integrationalists. And when I'm saying integrationalists, okay, I think Algorithm Red, I think he's a brother. But I'm talking about these
he's definitely a brother.
Okay, all right, but then these OTBs will try to come up there and tell me on my Facebook page, even on Blog Talk, well, we're all the same, Shabaka. Hey, Nabisco, it's going to be 110 degrees tomorrow. Come sit in the sun with me tomorrow, but leave the sunscreen at home.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I even had OTBs tell me in the summers of when I was living in Los Angeles, right?
Yeah. You're breaking up, Shabaka.
Why do you hate us so damn much?
Oh, there you go. They're messing with your sound, Shabaka. Their sound is messing up now.
Okay, how about the sound now?
It sounds better.
Much
yeah,
better.
Garvey was a scammer. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the air conditioning. Huh? Yeah, Garvey was a scammer, Algorithm Red. Yeah, he was, man. It's because we did information on it. Garvey never been to Africa, number one.
Nope.
Plus, he was taking that money from the stock market that he was selling stocks in and putting it in his pocket. See, that wasn't cool. I was very disappointed to learn that.
What do you expect the tether to do, Shabaka? What do you expect the tether to do?
I also remember.
He said he was the first scammer.
Yeah. Yeah, just to take. You know what I'm saying? But at the same token, though, Donald Trump is a scammer. You see what I'm saying? You know? But people, you vote for who you want to. You see what I'm saying? You know. But
I don't know, Shabaka. He just put some. He gets one of his settlements. I got a little something out of.
Okay.
He had a settlement against Jeff Bezos.
Oh, okay. Well, Jeff Bezos need to be sued just for him having too much damn money. $200 billion, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You can't spend that in 5 lifetimes.
And now we got a trillionaire who's not an African.
Oh, you talking about Musk? He's a bore. He's not an African.
That's what I just said, Shabaka.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Garvey was a scammer. Yeah, I hate to say. But that he was, because you remember, Brother Che, when we was doing a show on that and I went and pulled up the information on him?
Yep.
And that's when he got hit with the stock market shit. With the Black Star steamship line. It seemed to me, if I'm going to advocate people to go to Africa, first, at least I'm going to go over there and at least look at some damn land. Okay, Algorithm Red says KT Boer. Okay, specify, please.
He's a bore. That's the kind of bore he is.
Oh, you're talking about Stinky Bird. Yeah. And Stinky Bird, just like that boy I came across here last summer in Las Vegas, you know what I mean? And I was looking at that motherfucker, man, just like the brother was looking at the white boy down there in Florida and Goodbye Uncle Tom.
Yeah.
And then, and I'm just sitting up here figuring that.
All right, let me get back to this clip, Shabaka, because you only got an hour less than that now.
Yeah.
Can't compete with us. Listen, when you got to sabotage and do some undermining, it shows that you can't compete. It shows that you just mediocre. So you got to use dirty tactics to try to stop the rise of another person instead of you saying, you know what? Okay, let me compete. Let me see.
Earth calling Che.
I'm sorry, I was muted. All right, I'll drop the link for you, brother.
Yeah. Okay. Algorithm Red. Okay.
How did you hear about this Algorithm Red? That's what I was saying. All right, there you go, Algorithm Red. I seen this name in another chat. I can't remember which one. It was one of the new Blacc Media chats.
Well, come up and join us, Algorithm Red.
You got to come on camera. You cannot afford to get bombed. So, as long as you show your face, I'll let you on.
Okay, so we're going to give him a countdown of about 60 seconds for him to make up his mind, Brother Che, and I'm going to continue with Dr. Phil.
All right. Sounds good to me.
Let's find out who's the better person. And if somebody better than you, it's just what it is. Somebody always going to be better than you at something. You don't have to be the best of everything. If you just be the most consistent, if you be the most on point, that beats sometimes people that's better than you. Because some people can be better, but they just not consistent. I know I'm not the best at everything that I do, but you know what? I'm going to give it my all at whatever I got going on. And the last thing I'm thinking about is what other people are doing and trying to sabotage another man or another woman what they're doing. If you run your race, you ain't got nothing to worry about. But them, it's about oppression. It's about oppression. And we're going to get into that tonight. Hope y'all weekend went well. Is my sound okay? I know I checked it before, but I want to make sure if anything go on, let me know. I'll turn on my thing and listen to it. But I thought everything sounded good. Lisa Parker, we sound good, Lisa? I know I can count on Lisa to tell me the truth. Make sure we sound good. Also, to continue what we talked about Friday, we talked about Carmelo Anthony on Friday. And there was development on Saturday. So that judge, which was a retired judge, they recused Judge Roach. And they brought in this other retired judge on that case. And the motion for new trial was denied.
That's your mic or your
now, so I was trying to do some research into this. Like, well, why would they do that? Well, it was a legal strategy to it. They already kind of knew going in it was going to be denied. For what I kind of looked into and researched. So basically, the motion for new trial was to get that gentleman's agreement that they did between the Carmelo Anthony lawyer and the prosecutor, basically getting it on the record. Yeah, this gentleman's agreement existed, and the strategy may be, well, because this gentleman's agreement, it kind of hindered some of the testimony, hindered a lot of things, and they want to take that the character things that came out. They want to use the gentleman's agreement to bring it to the Court of Appeals, not the Texas Criminal Court of Appeals, but the next step up. So from when I was researching, the next step up court has to take the case. And then if the Texas Criminal Court of Appeals, they kind of like the Supreme Court, they can take a case or they don't have to take a case. I don't see why they get to have a choice personally. I don't think the Supreme Court should have a choice. I mean, hey, it's the people's court. You take whatever case come your way, right? That's what you get paid the big bucks for. So Carmelo Anthony has to go to that next court. So his appeal is ongoing. It doesn't mean now at the other court, the next appeal court, if they was to agree with Carmelo Anthony and vacate the conviction. That wouldn't let him out of jail, but it would give him a new trial, if that makes sense. Now, if they vacate the conviction, then he can file for bail, but the state would have to try the case all over again. But the state, it would be a much different case because now you know about the gentleman's agreement. Now you know about the racism. Now you know about a whole bunch of different things, right? So they have a little bit to work with on this, of course. They can also go federal. You know, if the Supreme Court don't do it, they can go a habeas and habeas to see on the federal level to see if they can vacate it. So it's a long fight, though. It's not nothing that's going to be quick. It's not how this work, unfortunately. So yeah, he got a fight ahead of him. He still do. So, but the motion for the motion was denied over the weekend. And you seen the white supremacists, they celebrating. Yeah, see, you know, it's like, what are you getting out of that? You know, it's like, what do you get out of it? Like he won something. I mean, really, I say it again. Austin would be here if he was not a bully and if he was not a white supremacist. Because so that's what he was. When you spraying KKK on the wall, you're a white supremacist at that point. You understand what I'm saying? Maybe if he was just a good person, went to school, enjoyed his high school years, prepared himself to go to college, or he can go to the military, whatever he chooses to do, or trade school, he'd be here right now. He would be here right now. He had no reason to bother Carmelo Anthony. None. That whole incident should have never happened. Carmelo should be at home. Austin Metcalf should be at his house. Just that simple. None of that had to happen. Teach your kids to treat others the way they want to be treated. And trust me, you won't have a whole lot of problems with people. Now, let me see here. All right. So let me check what y'all saying here. Okay, thank you, Lisa. I appreciate you, Lisa. I know I can count on you. Shout out to those on TikTok, also not TikTok. Kick, shout out to y'all on Kick as well. We need to get our subscribers up on Kick. I know we got 29 followers now because it's a new page. We need to at least get about 10 subscribers there. So he'll help us out. All right, so let's run this real quick, and we will be right back.
In H-Town, we want news that speaks truth, just like we do.
ADNC keeps me informed and him inspired. We've been through too much to trust mainstream media. This feels like us.
From the D to the diaspora, ADNC is how I stay woke.
We binge ADNC like it's Netflix, but smarter.
They speak on us, but never for us. ADNC does.
No fluff, no filters, just the truth, daily.
From Wall Street to 125th, we're watching our news.
Download the African Diaspora News Channel app today to stay connected to the culture.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's go ahead and get started here. And yeah, I have a lot of stuff. Real quick before I get started. So I just wrapped up episode 2 of La Sherica, you know, the show La Sherica we have on our app. So I just wrapped that up and it will be getting edited. It took me a little bit because I had a lot of stuff going on, but that's okay. Now I got a system, so that got wrapped up. It's going to be some surprises in that episode. That's for sure. But let's go ahead on and get started with this video. So this sister here, and I'll let y'all know. So just to let you know, I'm also focused on what she's saying, but there's a lot of kids in the video. So I blurred at least the first part, and then the rest, I kind of took the thumbnail from this live stream, and I kind of put that there in its place while she's talking. And the reason why I did that, because he's showing kids all through there. And, you know, on YouTube, you can't be showing kids too much like that. We don't want them issues by kids. Shout out to the kids. No, but the one kid that's on there, we did blur. But but I want her to finish saying what she's saying, because I want to take time to walk through that, because the mentality they have that says, well, you can't come around us. If you move in our neighborhood, we're going to do some white flight. We don't want you in our schools. We don't want you nowhere around. But when black folks say, okay, cool, we don't want to be around you, We go create our own schools, our own businesses, our own clubs, lounges. We go create our own clinics, hospitals. We create our own over here, not bothering you. We're staying out the way. And it's always been historically a problem when Black people create their own. Okay. I mean, like I said, it's nothing logical about that makes sense. But let's go ahead on and play this, and we'll get into that tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And shout out to all the people who are watching us on TV right now. Definitely shout out to you.
God to actually answer and do for you. Okay? All right, so everybody heads down, eyes closed. Heavenly Father, thank you for. Okay, I've been reading some of these comments about my micro school, and honestly, they've made me think. Some people are asking, all Black, is that even illegal? Somebody else said, why is it okay to discriminate against people who lack color? And then somebody actually had the nerve to say, I'm teaching racism. So I think we need to have a real conversation, because what I'm seeing in these comments is a lot of people reacting to the idea of a Black-focused educational space without actually understanding why I created it. See, nobody seems to be asking whether these boys are learning. Nobody is asking if they're safe. Nobody is asking if they're reading, doing math, participating in STEM, learning financial literacy, building things, solving problems, or developing confidence. The question becomes, why aren't my children included? And I really want people to sit with that question, because there are homeschool co-ops, there are private schools, there are sports teams, there are clubs, there are cultural organizations. There are all kinds of spaces created around shared interests, shared experiences, and shared communities. And most of the time, nobody has a problem with that. But when a Black woman says, I'm intentionally creating an educational space for the Black kids in my community, suddenly we have to have a conversation about racism. So yes, let me make this personal. One of my own sons attended an elementary school here in Princeton. And from our experience, there were very few Black administrators and teachers, 2 to be exact. The overwhelming majority of the educators we encountered were white. And let me be very clear. I'm not saying white teachers can't teach Black children. They absolutely can. A good educator can teach a child regardless of what they look like. But I also believe there's something powerful about a child seeing someone who looks like them standing in the front of the classroom. So
He having the same issue you always be having, Shabaka. He got to connect his mic and his camera to get on. I can't add him if he doesn't do that.
Yeah, okay, Algorithm Red, we'd be happy to have you, man. Okay, but you got to click that StreamYard link. Okay, and then it's gonna have up there, man, you know, for your camera and your mic, you got to connect it, and you should come right off into the studio.
Yeah, he dropped down.
He dropped?
Yeah. I didn't remove him. He removed himself, so he needs to re-hit the link and make sure his mic and camera are working. Otherwise, we can't add him on.
Right.
Someone who may understand their family dynamics, someone who understands their culture, someone who has lived through some of the same experiences their families have lived through, someone who can look at a Black boy or girl and see more than a behavior problem, a test score, or a stereotype. That's called representation. And that's part of why I created this micro school. I wanted to create a space where these boys and girls can learn from someone who understands them. Not because I believe other educators can't teach them, but because I believe Black children deserve Black education.
Yeah, like you put your real name, but you have to connect your mic and your camera. We can't add you if you don't do those 2 things. So
Right. So he probably needs to restart his computer. Because sometimes, Brother Chad, I have to do that, and you have to
I don't know if it's on the computer or if it's on the phone, but either way, he got to make sure his mic and his camera is connected. Otherwise, we can't add him to the studio. That's just how StreamYard is.
Yeah, and then Algorithm Red, that when you do that, it will say, you know, connect with your mic and camera.
All right, continue on the video.
Okay.
And here's the part I really want people to listen to and think about. For generations, Black families fought for access to schools and institutions that they didn't want us there. We fought for integration. We fought for equal access. We fought to be allowed into rooms that were intentionally closed to us. And now that we've gained the ability to create our own educational spaces, suddenly people are asking, why aren't we included? Well, that's an interesting question, because I'm not asking you to give up your school. I'm not asking you to remove your children from their classrooms. I'm not taking an opportunity away from anybody. I'm simply creating an opportunity for my community. And I think that's the distinction that keeps getting missed. Representation is not hatred. School choice is not racism. Cultural connection is not racism. Wanting Black children to have a space where they feel understood is not saying that anybody else's children don't matter. Both things can exist. Your family can have educational options that works for you, and my community can create educational options that works for us. And honestly, if Black children are safe, they're learning, they're growing, they're being challenged, and they're excited to come to school, why the hell does it bother you that they're doing it together? That's the question I really want people to ask themselves, because I'm not building this micro school because I hate anybody. I'm building it because I love our children. And baby, if that makes somebody uncomfortable, maybe the question isn't why I created this space. Maybe the question is why the existence of this space bothers you so much.
All right, so you heard what the sister had to say here, and before I even go to the next slide here, I mean, look at what it says on the front. This is racist as hell. Why is there only one race allowed? That's the craziest thing ever coming from them. That's crazy. They're being taught racism. Oh boy, that I can sit all day on that one. Hold on. A group and culture of people who have created racism, because racism wasn't in existence until they created it. A group of people who have created the term white supremacy. A group of people who have enslaved people based on color and race. A group of people who constantly steal from people based on color and race. Everywhere you go, you look down on people who's not your quote unquote color. Y'all are the kings and queens of racism. And notice they always trying to project who they are on the Black people, because that's their worldview. Oh, if you do something for your own, it got to be based on you hate somebody. That's their worldview. That's not our worldview. Our worldview is, hey, there's a need in our community. We need to solve it. That's and we do it out of love. When they separate themselves, they do it out of malice. They do it out of hatred. So that's why when they see a Black person doing it, they say it's the same thing. It's racism, because that's what they do. Let me tell y'all something. We don't look at people like that. When we have Black boys and Black girls who has been miseducated. You know the book, The Miseducation of the Negro, miseducated on purpose. In your schools, children can't even read. In 2026, they can't read. Why wouldn't more Black people create schools? Why wouldn't we? We don't want our children to revert to a time period where they were illiterate. That's crazy. So if you have this one Black woman taking upon herself to create a mini school, and clearly the parents trust her because I saw the full video, there's a lot of kids in there. So clearly she must be doing a good job. Why does that bother you so much? You know why it bothers you? Because you're not over it. You're not monitoring. Let me tell you something. They have a monitoring spirit. They want to watch everything we do. They want to watch our coming and our going. They want to know how we dress and how we don't dress. They want to know how we fix our hair, cut our hair, brush our teeth, wash our face. They want to know about our music. They want to know about our ups and downs all around. They want to monitor everything we do. And when we put up a wall, right, like a Donald Trump wall, we put up a Donald Trump wall and say, no, we built the wall. You're over there. Stay over there. They're angry, upset, and that's a problem for them. she's not taking any kind of federal funds. She's not taking state funds. As long as you're not taking state funds and federal funds, you can kind of do what you want to do. It's private. And it's not done based on anybody's color. She's doing it as a community, like, okay, well, do you want your kids to go there? Is that what you want? I'm just asking that question. Do you want your kids to go there with her? Why black people can't have something for ourselves? We can't have anything for ourselves. If it's not y'all, it's the others. We cannot have nothing for ourselves.
I would say that same thing.
All y'all got something to say about black people. We lazy, we criminals, we this, we that. All these different things you say. We on welfare. We all this lies and mess you say about black people. But then when a black person get to the side and say, let me do something for my own, that's the problem. It's quote unquote racist. Let me tell you something else. Another reason why that's special, what she's doing, and any kind of black person is creating a school, is because you're cutting off their school to prison pipeline. Yeah. By that one act alone, she's cutting off the school to prison pipeline that they need for their prison industrial complex, which makes billions of dollars a year off the backs of black men and teenage black boys. They have a system set up that if you don't make certain test scores by the second and third grade, they know how many prisons to build. That's how tight their system is integrated into their school system. Yeah. If you talk to people who've been to prison, they will tell you the way the schools run is the way prison run. Bells ringing, you got to get in a line, the way they tell you to do this and do that. They say it's just like prison. Mm-hmm. So they're already preparing you for prison the way they run their school. If you look at the school bus and the prison bus, it looks the exact same, don't it? It looks exactly the same.
Yeah, it does.
They want control of our children. They want to fund our children, especially our black boys and our black girls, but definitely our black boys, into state prison. Yeah. That's how they make money.
Right.
Yeah. The United States have more people incarcerated than China, and China has over 1 billion people over there. You would think they would have way more people incarcerated. Mm-hmm. It is another business for them. Yep. So if a black school is teaching black children, you're not going to be exposed to Connor and his mess. And you know what Connor gets into. Yeah. You're not exposed to him. You're not exposed to, especially in the developmental years, their racism, their microaggressions, all that mess. And let me tell y'all something. I was thinking about this the other day. My little girl, when she was small, years ago, she ain't small now, but years ago. And I remember I talked to Sister Sadia. I was doing a lot of content. I said, I don't know what school I'm putting in. I don't know. And Sister Sadia said, why don't you put it in the elevated places at the time? And I put it in our school. And I'm like, I'm not in the nation. I respect the nation, but I'm not in it. He said, it don't matter about that. I said, you're a brother in the community. It don't matter. I said, okay, well, shoot, let me go sign up then. And I did, my little girl went there for some years until she transferred to the school she's at now. But so she went from one black institution to the next black institution, right? And I would, in my heart, I wish all black children could do that, go from, especially in their development years, from kindergarten, pre-K, at least all the way up to 8th grade. If they can at least have nothing but black teachers, black on black, everything. And I'm going to tell you from my experience from having my child in black school, the children themselves they speak at another level. It's crazy to hear them talk. They read a certain way. It's what they participate in and what they do. And I'll talk to my wife about it. I say, it's the education they're getting. They no different than all the other kids. But when you take black children and put them in the right environment with our people, and our people that's going to demand black excellence, our children turn out great. When you give our children to these folks, it's a possibility they're not going to be able to read. And that's just the truth. There's a possibility they're not going to be able to read. And I know that's not the content some people like to hear, but you know what? We can't have a bunch of illiterate children in our community because that's our future. We have a bunch of illiterate children who can't read. Let me tell you something. My ancestors, they were forced to not be able to read. They couldn't.
Yeah,
our children can read today. And it's on us as a community to say, oh, no, you're going to know how to read. You're going to know how to write.
Right.
You're going to know how to even write cursive.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to know how to read, son, daughter. And I don't hear no talk of it.
Right.
But these people, they're so obsessed with us. They won't leave us alone. I said it a long time ago. Can y'all go give all y'all attention to the Asians? The Asians got way more going on than what we got going on. Go give your attention to the Asians. How about the Arabs? How about the East Indians? Give your attention to them. They the ones getting past you anyway. So go give your attention to them. No. They are so obsessed with black people.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what pissed me off a lot of times about these other groups is that they're left alone. And then with a little bit of time white supremacy come at them, here they come toward us, asking us to come us fight with them and stand with them and say, no. Because any other time we getting hit over the head, being obsessed. We can't have nothing on our own without them trying to sabotage it, do something to it. And y'all can just make money in peace.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all can have your own everything in peace. Nobody said a word to you. You're fine. The only time it became an issue is when Trump got in office because they got people in your community who's illegal.
Yep.
Other than that, if it wasn't that, Trump not bothering you. But let's get back to the other thing that was on the screen here that I want to kind of point back out here. Hold on.
To actually answer and be free.
Not that one.
Okay. All right. So everybody, heads down.
Stop it.
Eyes closed. Heavenly Father, thank you for.
All right, that right there. Okay, it says all black legally, as in state and country, know about it. So right there is that old Karen stuff. Like, oh, let me go tell that we have a black school teaching black children, and it's just for black people.
How dare they?
But this is the same people that don't want you in their neighborhood.
Exactly.
This is the same people. So explain that to the audience. You don't want black people in your neighborhood. You don't want black people in schools. You say a school is a good school if it's no black people. It's a bad school if it's black people. It's not based on education or nothing like that, test scores. No. It's based on race. So we don't want us nowhere around, but you want to make sure that you have access to the schools that we have, or you want to destroy it. Kind of like the Fearless Fund, right? Mm. Y'all sit up here and when sued to stop black women giving money to other women, black women in particular. Mm-hmm. I think they was doing the Latinos too, but for sure they was giving black women money in Atlanta. They sued to stop black people giving money to black people. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, the more and more you start looking into the moves they make, it's just downright satanic. It's not normal. Nobody. Why? I've never seen anybody that's more obsessive than they have ever been. I've never seen it. Do other groups not like us? Sure, a lot of groups don't like us as a collective, but they're not as obsessive. Like we could talk about the diaspora and these other groups or whatever, and they make out their little words for us, and they say their little thing and or whatever. Okay, fine. But let's call it what it is. I haven't seen the other groups be so obsessive with us. If we start a school, they crying that they can't get in it. They want to report you and all this other because you have your own. We've never seen that. I've never seen it. We cannot be left alone, brothers and sisters. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's right. Like Chad say, always worry about what we doing to say if we are inferior race or why the so-called superior race are invested into our daily lives. Because remember, they project on who try to project who they are on us. Mm-hmm. And I mean, what is inferior and what is superior? I don't understand I don't understand even that thought process personally. If you're a human being, it's nothing about you that's superior. It's not a freaking thing. You're dependent on God to keep you alive. Mm. You can catch your next breath if God say you're not going to catch it. So there's nothing superior about a human being. Not a freaking thing. He got money. Man, that'll be gone tomorrow. He's a trillionaire. Man, his health can get struck tomorrow.
Yep.
What good is money when your health is gone?
That's what I was saying earlier.
I just don't get impressed with people like that because I just understand humans are very, very dependent. No matter how much so-called money you have, you're not better than nobody else. You're not. I don't care what education you have, what money you have, what experiences you have. If you think you're better than other people because of that, you haven't learned a lesson, and you're going to learn a hard lesson too. Because life has a way, and God sure has a way of humbling you. Yes. You're not better than nobody else, no matter what you have. And you better always think in the back of your mind, you can go right back to where you started tomorrow. Don't ever get so high and mighty in your mind that you think you're so much better than somebody else. Because you could have been that other person you're thinking about, and you could go back to that too. See, the biggest problem with the folks is this: they're arrogant, and their arrogance is why the position they're in. Look at how they literally ruined the country. They've ruined this country. They've ruined it. They ruined the food. They got the country $40 trillion in debt. They ruined the air. They ruined the water. The animals. Think about it. They the one in control. It hasn't been us. You can't put that all on us.
Right. Yes, well, that's right.
Everything they call us wrong. They want to blame. They want to point blame with everybody else. It's black people. It's the immigrants. It's this one. It's always somebody's fault. Never take responsibility for the action, but they'll tell you don't take responsibility when you're not running nothing. And the little bit you're trying to run, your house, maybe some schools, some businesses, they trying to sabotage that. Black folks haven't had a chance to rule anything as of yet. We haven't even had a FBA president as of yet. So we haven't had a chance to rule. Now, we've had a FBA first lady, but not a president. No, or a vice president. We haven't had that yet.
What's that muffled sound we're getting, Brother Che?
I don't hear no muffled. It might be on Uncle Phil.
Listen, it don't matter what they say. I want you to continue to do what's right for the community. I want you to. And I will say this much to that sister. The block button works on these platforms. If they come to your platform, sister, and leave those kind of comments, block. And what I love about TikTok is that when you block somebody, they cannot see your page. Now, at least on YouTube, that doesn't work. You can block them, but they still let you watch, or whatever. I know X have went to that too. It used to be like that on X, so it's formerly known as Twitter, but they switched to that. I'm like, if you block a person, they shouldn't be able to see your page because you don't want them there. Right. So if they leave you any comments like that, block them every time. Number 2, sister, I would not even respond to them anymore. Don't give them your energy. Give that energy to those children.
Right.
Those people mean no earthly good to you. They are energy vampires. They want to suck the energy from you. They get a rise out of us responding to them. Yeah. They love it. They really don't like today. We kind of laugh at them when they say the N-word because it's kind of funny at this point because you're broke. You have nothing. All you have is the N-word. And that's all you say is the same word. It's like, bro, go get your money up. You know what I'm saying? Like you're broke. You ain't got nothing going on. You failed. You failed the country. You're just a big failure. So I'm not really tripping on people like that who have had everything handed to them and you still failed. No. Hell no. But do not give them no energy. Don't. Block them off your page. If you got to sit there and block 50 accounts, block all 50. Only have people on your page that's going to support the mission. If it's certain keywords that they're using, you can go in that platform, type in those keywords, and those comments won't even be seen. They need to be seen. They want to aggravate you. They want to vex you because this is the thing. They can't stop you. But if they can vex you enough, if they can get you off your square to not focus on those children, they're going to do it. It's a form of digital harassment. Let me tell you something. I've been digitally harassed for years. But you know why I have, at least on my live streams, why I have that members only up? Those kind of people don't want to pay to troll. And I'm like this, if you're going to troll me, that's fine, but you're going to pay to troll. So at least if you're trolling, I can get a benefit off of it. Because the way I feel about them, you owe reparations. And so if I could tax you any way I can, I'm going to. And I want black people to do what I'm saying. You ask me for anything, I got a Venmo, Apple Pay. Well, I got something. You paying? Oh, because you owe something. You owe, and you got to pay. So don't sit there and put up with that from them. Yeah, that block button worked. That block button worked. And once they realize that they can't even talk to you no more, then they're gonna have to move on. It's just that simple. They need our attention. They don't want the attention of Hispanics. They don't want the attention of Asians. They don't want the attention of Arabs and Indians and everybody. They don't want the attention of those people. They don't even want the attention of Africans or Caribbeans. They want the attention of FBA. Oh, well, everybody want to be on our pages though. Everybody talking about us in the middle of the freaking night, streaming. Everybody talking about us.
Yeah.
Whatever. But they don't want to be on nobody's pages and trolling and harassing nobody but us.
Yep.
But we need to focus on our kids, focus on getting things right in our community, and we're gonna do that. In spite of them, we're going to do it, brothers and sisters. We're gonna do it. Because who else going to do it? Clearly, they can't educate our kids because too many of our kids are illiterate right now. Clearly, they can't do it. And they never was going to do it. They've been miseducating us for years. And y'all, you're right, what Malcolm X talked about, right? Malcolm X talked about us sitting up here willingly letting them educate our kids. We've been foolish to do that. We should have been creating our own schools. But unfortunately, some of us, and that's called what it is, some of us our fault. Oh, well, let them do it. It's public school system. Let them do it. I mean, shoot, no. We need to do our own thing. Black boys and girls are sent to the office more.
Yep.
They're suspended more.
Yep.
And they get you these little records in school. Then when the cops harass you and they pull all that mess up, then they get this paper trail. So then when they finally get you in that courtroom, now they got a paper trail on you. It started way back when you were in school.
Mm-hmm.
So they can keep something on your record. And then now you cross into that adulthood and they can still bring all that stuff up on you. They'll say, well, you can't bring stuff from your kids. I'm like, please, they got all kind of loopholes around everything. Every so-called law they created a loophole where you can get around it. And they know this. This is why they want to keep stacking up paperwork on your children so they can stop the opportunities, like they want to stack up charges. And just like you speak about charges, and there's one sister that's a judge here in Texas, and she was talking about that the THC thing and talking about the gummy. She was showing like this one little gummy say get you a jail felony up to 2 years, and she was explaining that, right? And I'm sitting up here just listening to this, and I'm saying all that was meant to mass incarcerate people, but surely black people.
Yeah.
These people trying to do everything they can to try to mass incarcerate black people.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I'm sounding the alarm that we need to, if you live in Texas, if you're not living in Texas, I'm not talking to you. But if you live in Texas, you got to come out and vote this time to get Dan Patrick out and get out Greg Abbott. Them two got to go for sure. They literally ruining everything now. I have a thing about you trying to mass incarcerate because I know where that's going to go. Well, they're going to do that to everybody. No, they're not. They're going to sit up here and go to the black neighborhoods, the black areas, harassing black people so they can try to funnel black people into those prisons.
Yeah.
And check this out. Let me tell you how wicked it is. This is the Texas Health Commission that did this. It wasn't even a law. It was the commission that decided this and type of enforcement. People in Texas actually voted for hemp-derived products to be legal here, not marijuana, but hemp-derived products. That's what the voters wanted, and yet the Republicans got right around it in this state to put people. Like I said, I just have an issue with that. Like I said, if some people don't think that's important, I don't know what to tell you. Nobody should be sitting in no jail, 2 years in jail behind a gummy.
Right.
That you legally bought a few days before. What if you bought something and you forgot it was in the car and the cop searched your car and he found it? So you shouldn't go to jail. They were saying you can go to jail 10 years and you've never been in trouble a day in your life, and you don't think that's not motivation enough for you to say, you know what? Yeah, I need to get them two out. Because I'm sorry, that's just no. You're right. You're right. Marcella Beretta, it is and Lisa Parker too. It's pure evil because you want to funnel black people. And the thing is, if you want to know about, I have people I know personally, one family member and other brothers I know personally who's dealt with Texas prisons. They don't give you no AC. You know how hot it's been down here? It's been over 100, and this is the thing. 100 degrees down here, it's like 100 degrees in LA. See, in LA, you have dry heat. Over here, you have 100 degrees plus humidity.
Yeah.
Where you feel like you can't breathe. They don't give you AC and all that in Texas prisons. Now, white people say, oh, well, shoot, they need to suffer. They in jail, Yeah, it's easy for you to say because you're not mass incarcerated. And a lot of my brothers that's locked up, not locked up for doing the crap that y'all do. A lot of them not locked up for no stuff that they do. So yeah, I think us as black people, we need to look more into that. Especially live here in Texas.
And they hit most with football numbers.
Yeah, Chad, yeah, he's right. The alcohol industry, yeah. People, well, you know why a lot of people not doing that? I remember one night, me and my wife was on a date night, right? And my wife likes drinking certain things, and I just started looking at the prices of that stuff. I'm like, why is this so expensive? When you having $17 for shots, you know, $20 for mixed drinks, like what are you doing? You know, people drinking that's like a bill. Yeah, versus a person go do, you know, what they were doing or whatever. That's why people, and then also they were saying more people are health conscious now. So they know what that can cause. Think about it. When people are doing the hemp-derived products, they're not causing no, you know, DUI issues. You don't see them getting into fights, acting a plumb fool. Versus that other bottle, right? Especially them Browns.
Yeah.
That bottle have made people turn into the Incredible Hulk out here.
Yep.
Had people do things they don't remember what they did, and then they could end up unaliving people. All kind of things has happened under that, and they want, and that industry wants to keep pushing that on people. That's why a lot of people say, "I'm good. I don't need that.
Yep.
I'm cool."
Good.
Okay, so yeah, you say, I mean, you say you experienced Houston heat. Yeah, it's been hot. It's been over, and that's why our light bills are so freaking high. It's hot. And then speaking about that, the power grid, they Texas is separated off the power grid, right? They got their own power grid.
Yep.
And they don't even take care of it as they should. When we had that winter storm, the reason why that was so much of a big deal here is because of the power grid. Now, my dad, he used to work for Entergy, and he was saying that you would never have power problems if we were like other states and we could connect to each other. Like he was saying, like, for instance, if we would connect to Oklahoma, we would connect to Louisiana or whatever with our grid. So like if our grid go down, boom, power from Louisiana, boom, power from Oklahoma, you know, support us. And he said vice versa. Like if they go down, we support them. He said we wouldn't have no problems with any power at times. But when it's extreme heat or extreme cold, they're always telling you, well, we got to do this and do that. And this the thing is, the Republicans been in control of the state for 30 years. So they can't say that, oh, well, no, like you screwed up. You screwed up. And I think, well, definitely them two got to go. They got to go. So that's why I say get registered to vote. Do it. Make sure you do it ASAP before that gets cut off. And here in Texas, we got to get them out. Oh, yeah. Oh, Eric, you didn't know that about Texas prisons? You didn't know that? That they have no AC in there?
Yeah, I knew that. Man,
my cousin, I need to sit down and do an interview with my cousin. My cousin did some time in the prison. Yeah, because I remember the first time, I didn't even know that till he told me. I didn't even know. And then I asked my other partner, say, yeah, they don't got no AC, bro. He said, they'll be happy out there. He said, when they had the Ferguson unit, he talked about that. They have them out there like some slavery. Mm-hmm. He said, like out there, like you say, all these brothers out there cutting the crops and all that. And he was telling me about this one white guy that have like a belt and got a notch on his belt, and like each notch on his belt is one of the black people he didn't unalived in there, or whatever. He be hoping you do something. Well, it's all kind of different things they do over there, to black people. So that's why we got to try to keep our people out of the clutches of these people as much as possible. So if we could do something on the outside, like, hey, get certain politicians out when it's time, then we need to do that. Because there's multiple ways, like, if you're going to live in this system, and I know a lot of y'all like to talk about the system, we got to have our businesses. We definitely got to have our education. We definitely got to have our politics. Yeah. And like Julius Malema said, I'll never forget that. And I will support what Julius Malema said. Mm-hmm. He said that you can't be in the EFF if you're not registered to vote. Yeah. He said, how are you going to help the EFF if you're not registered? You in the party, but you're not registered? He said, no. He said, I'll kick you out of the EFF if I find that out. And I agree with him. Like, how are you going to help out FBA? It's not a group or nothing like that. It's a lineage. But how are you going to help out our lineage if you're not going to be registered, at least registered? So when it's time for us to move, you don't got to scramble to go try to get registered. Just be registered. Right. Then when we have these Dan Patrick and Greg Abbott problems, like in Texas, and the thing about Texas, we have the most black people in one state. We're the largest black population in Texas. Yeah. There's a lot of us FBAs here in Texas. You say, how the heck is that legal, Eric? It's Texas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's all I can tell you. It's Texas.
Don't mess with Texas.
Now, Sheila says, and FBAs need to learn their state laws, and churches need black lawyers come in and teach classes. And say we need to know about the system. Yep. Well, Sheila, let me say something. I agree, but also disagree with what you just said. The reason why I said that, Sheila, is because we have to take some responsibility personally. We need to learn on our own. Mm-hmm. Okay. We live in the information age. Yep. We all got these phones, and we all got literally access to AI all day long. They put it all on these phones. Gemini, Claude, ChatGPT, Perplexity. I mean, Kimi, all the different ones. You choose one, get your subscription, and start learning things. Of course, double check with what it's telling you, of course, but start learning things that way. I've learned a lot through research with the AI about the state laws, the Carmelo Anthony case, certain things I didn't even realize. It's a lot of things that go on. I'm gonna say, hey, what's up with this? And it points me in a certain direction. It tells me certain things. I say, now I go look into it. I'm like, oh, okay. All right. Because you need to double check your answers with AI. But we can research our own state laws or whatever. Just get with AI. And then after that, take what it says and then make sure to go verify it. I mean, we can't just depend on everybody to teach us something. We got to go do it on our own. Like me, for instance, everything that I do, I didn't say, oh, well, can they teach me how to do this? No, I sit down, I research, I learn, And then I just try to go figure it out. Everything I've ever did. Now, hey, could I have hired people and did this to teach me? Maybe I could have. But you know what? I like to know things on my own to a point, because if somebody leaves, which they can, then that knowledge goes with them, and then you don't know anything. So that's why I like to try to learn a lot on my own. I know I can't know everything, but we need to learn on our own much as possible. You say you use ChatGPT, but Lisa, I suggest to use minimum 2 different AIs. So I use ChatGPT and Claude a lot. Sometimes Claude a little bit more, but I use ChatGPT for certain things, right? For a whole lot of things, and then I use Claude too. And then I may pop in on Gemini. Gemini is real good for Google products. So if you got questions about, so I'm gonna give y'all some game. I'm gonna give you some free game. If you got questions
about it, the clip is over. So what are your thoughts on the sisters that's getting the threats on your way out?
Yeah, okay, she shouldn't be getting those threats, and she need to be protecting herself by any means necessary. You see what I'm saying? I mean, this shit is crazy, man. There's always a double standard. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, even Amaru has the means of self-defense. It's called claws.
Right.
Yeah, you see? And self-defense, man, is a biological right. You know what I'm saying? You know, even ants defend themselves. The earth defends itself. You pollute the water, you pollute the air, it kicks off cancer.
Yep,
Hurricanes.
it's a sentient being.
Yeah, earthquakes. You know what I mean? And I've been through my share of earthquakes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But to quote you, Brother Che, in a perfect world, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but unfortunately, this is not it, Shabaka. I appreciate you coming on tonight.
Yeah.
Look forward to the next.
Yes, sir. Okay, so I'm going to bid everybody a good night from Sin City right here. We had a pleasant 94 degrees here at 12:30 a.m. You know what I'm saying? So we'll probably hit about 120 tomorrow. Maybe 115, you know what I mean? Okay, all right, Brother Jay, so keep in touch, and bidding everybody a good night from Sin City out there, and please share all our episodes, okay? Man, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is in a process of being rebuilt, okay, and we'll keep our folks posted. All right, Brother Che, I'm out. Okay.
Okay, good night, Shabaka. Thank you for joining me.
Have a nice night. Okay.
You too.
All right.
Questions about your YouTube channel, you got questions about your videos, if you got questions about your thumbnails, like enforcement areas of YouTube, ask Gemini. Gemini's plugged right into Google. It's plugged into YouTube. It can analyze your channel. It could tell you, hey, this on your channel don't look good. It can get you dinged. Gemini is real good for that. Yeah, so use Gemini to just to audit your own channel, so keep yourself out of trouble. There was a thumbnail one day that was made I made, and I said, I don't know about this one. And I said, let me run this in Gemini. So I ran it in Gemini, and Gemini said, yeah, you need to kind of maybe you crop that by 15%. It won't show, because it was a sister in a swimsuit, but I was wondering if it was too much. And then it told me exactly how to go crop it where it passed YouTube's community guidelines. So what I'm saying is Gemini is great for that. But you say DeepSeek. I don't use DeepSeek. I tried it. I didn't like it. I just didn't like DeepSeek. Now, maybe they've changed it, but my main ones is ChatGPT and Claude. That's my main two right there. We say secure the Angie Nixon interview. Who is Angie Nixon. Oh, before I wrap up, yes, I knew about Deshaun Grayson, the police officer that took the life of Sonia Massey. Yes, he did pass away. I was wondering, what happened. How did he pass away? Well, the man had they said he had got diagnosed with stage 3 colon cancer a while back. And he wanted to get out of prison, you know, because he said, oh, well, you know, he wanted to get out because of his condition and stuff like that. And they're like, nah, buddy, you're not getting out. So he basically died of colon cancer or whatever. Now, you know, I'm not one to, because I just don't do that. I just know better not to, you know, because some people get celebratory. It's not a celebratory thing for me. But only thing I will say is, you know, he didn't last long in jail. The only thing I'm going to say. It wasn't an inmate that did that to him. So that was uncalled for him to do that. Uncalled for. Take that sister's life. Uncalled for. Yeah, it was colon cancer. Yep. Because I thought when I first heard that he died, I thought an inmate got to him. But no, it wasn't an inmate. It was colon cancer. Yep, that's what it was. All right, y'all. Well, thank y'all for listening, and make sure you go check out LaSherica on AfroWire. It'll be right after this video. And
thank you, Uncle Phil. All right, moving right along. We got exercise on the chopping block. So Lisa gonna give us an update on that.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all. Hope you're doing well. Well, we're going to talk about Donald Trump and his push to try to get people off of disability. And many of these folks are not only children, but grown adults. Now, I don't know if any of you might remember this, but his nephew, Fred Trump, did an interview. And he was talking about how Donald Trump, because his son is handicapped, Donald Trump was telling him to let his son go and just go down to Florida to live. And he said this about his own nephew. So you know darn well he don't care about the rest of us that are not even related to him. So anyway, y'all, he's trying to push this measure to put handicapped people in asylums. So they shouldn't live with anybody. Just pack them up in some institution somewhere and let them finish out their lives there. First of all, I don't know how he can legally get this through. And number two, many of us don't throw our people away. See, nursing homes come from people like Donald Trump. It's people like him that came up with Donald Trump. Because when their parents or grandparents reach a certain age, they throw them away. To me, the nursing home, you're throwing them away. And you don't feel like dealing with them. You just don't have time. Well, there are a lot of us that come from an ancestry line where we take care of our elders. We take care of them. We take them in when they can no longer take care of themselves or be alone. And we take care of them until they're gone. I did that with both my parents. I took care of my father because he passed on first. And I took care of my mother. We didn't throw them away and toss them in nursing homes because in our culture, we don't do that. But in theirs, they don't see nothing wrong with throwing a person away because something's wrong with them, or they're elderly, or it's some child with a handicap, or it's a parent that have developed dementia. They will throw their folks away. We don't come from that kind of culture. That's why you can stop by our houses anywhere up and down this nation, and sometimes there's 2 and 3 generations under one roof, because that's how we roll. That's how we do it. And plus, we grew up in a time where we couldn't do nursing homes, okay? Our people, during Jim Crow, you couldn't put our people in some nursing home along with white folk. You couldn't do that. So, our people really got used to doing it because we couldn't do that to our parents during Jim Crow. So we did what we had to do. We made do and made room for them and lived life as usual. So Donald Trump wants you to go along with him snatching your handicapped relatives out of the home and throwing them in some institution, more than likely overcrowded, where they won't get any attention. That's what he wants you to do with your loved ones. And if you decide that you are going to keep them at home, then there's no need in the government paying them disability. They're with the family. The family can take. I said, what kind of retarded? Sorry, I didn't mean to say that word. Yes, I did. What kind of crap is that? A disabled person needs money too. They need money for transportation, some of them. They need money for their medical care. They need money for things they need in the household because of their handicap. Where the hell does he get off saying that they don't need their money? No, look, I am not disabled right now in my life. I am not disabled. But I don't want no rich white man telling me what I need to do if I do become disabled. I don't want nobody like Donald Trump telling me what to do, telling me where I need to stay and what money I don't need. Oh, hell no. No, he don't have no say in that. When do we let these people decide how we're going to live and whether or not we can be in our homes or not? No, nobody like Donald Trump is making that decision for me. If that were to happen to me, no, he's not making that decision for me. But that's what he's attempting to do to people in this country. Take your money away and throw you in an institution. That's his goal. And I say BS to all of it. For real. Okay. So before we get started, today is the final day. You can get the goat milk shampoo and leave-in conditioner for 40% off. The goat milk shampoo is 16 ounce. The goat milk leave-in conditioner is 8 ounces. So it will end at 11:59 p.m. Eastern time at lisacraft.etsy.com. All right. So grab it up while you can. And I still have plenty left. So grab it up while you can. But let's get to this video. So, it's bad enough they're taking Social Security, and people like me are going to have to work into the day I go to the graveyard, because they're saying there's going to be no Social Security within the next 3 years. So what are the people that don't have Social Security supposed to do? We're going to be working into the day we go to the grave now. This is why I don't want rich people in charge. This is why. See, they don't have to worry about that. If Social Security go away, they got the money to get through life and nothing will change for them. But for average people out here that don't have a lot, as a rich person does, yeah, you losing your Social Security is life-changing. You losing your disability is life-changing. It's not life-changing for a rich person. That's why they don't care. And they should never be the deciding factor when it comes down to what we do with our lives or what we do with our money. A lot of these people that are handicapped, they worked and paid taxes too. There's plenty of people on jobs with handicaps and they work and pay taxes. So why should anything be snatched away from them? Thank you for the ones, everybody.
Trumpers, what the fuck have y'all done? Do y'all know what y'all have done? Then wait till y'all find this shit out. So Alison Burkhoff finna come on here. I'm about to play a video of her. And she used to be the head of disabilities for the DOJ. Okay, obviously not no more with Trump in office, but Stephen Miller has been pushing for because Bloomberg law ratted his ass out. So he's been pushing forward, trying to get rid of, you know, how people are able to live inside of their homes and receive disability. He's trying to get rid of 2/3 of everybody that's on any kind of disability and put people in institutions like nursing homes and mental institutions. Fam, these motherfuckers is sick. They are going after everybody who's on any kind of disability. They coming for you and trying to put you inside of a fucking institution. This is what y'all voted for.
Controversial memo. It authorizes states to send Americans with disabilities to institutions, nursing homes, psych wards, segregated schools, rather than funding the community-based services that allow them to remain at home. This would undo decades of community integration reforms, including longtime Supreme Court precedent that was designed to allow those with disabilities to live independent, productive lives. This week, we learned that White House Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller was behind that memo, according to Bloomberg Law, who spoke to people who were briefed. And while spokespeople for both the White House and the DOJ denied that Miller played a role in the memo, this attempt to remove folks with disabilities from their communities tracks with his exclusionary vision for this country. Miller is infamously obsessed with demographics, crowing just today about deporting Haitian migrants and refugees. Under his watch, DHS has produced a trove of state propaganda, which experts say promotes white nationalist slogans and iconography. He is also, of course, the architect of Trump's draconian immigration policies. And as the New York Times reports, during a private meeting during the last presidential campaign, Trump reportedly told staff that Miller wants to deport more than 2/3 of this country's population, leaving behind only those who look like him. For its part, the White House denies that reporting, but it certainly seems consistent with an ethos that says, if you can't deport your undesirables, at least hide them away. Alison Barkoff led disability enforcement work at the Department of Justice. She is currently the director of the Hirsch Health Law and Policy Program at George Washington University, and she joins me now. Alison, walk us through what this memo would mean in practice.
So this memo is shocking in its reversal of 50 years of policy by the United States government that states should provide services to people with disabilities in their own homes and in their own communities instead of locking them away in institutions, hiding them away from society. And what this means in this reversal is that the main enforcer of disability rights laws has now said, we are not going to continue with that work. That's going to mean settlement agreements being undone, new positions in court, and the memo talks about undoing decades-long regulations that have been in place.
The Trump administration is moving to cut disability benefits for 400,000 Americans with Down syndrome, autism, dementia, severe mental illness, and other disabilities to save $2 billion a year. We found out this week the Iran war has cost $25 billion in 8 weeks. They're asking for $1.5 trillion in defense spending next year. And when you factor in gas prices and grocery inflation from a war that's blockading oil through the Strait of Hormuz, the real cost to every American family is far higher. But yeah, the people with Down syndrome living at home with their families, those are the ones who need to tighten their belts. ProPublica broke this story and it's being buried. The Trump administration wants to change how SSI benefits are calculated. SSI being the program for people who can't work because of severe disabilities. Fewer than 1/3 of applicants are approved. Recipients average $994 a month. To qualify, you can't have more than $2,000 in assets. These aren't people gaining anything. These are people who have spent years fighting just to get approved. The average process takes 2 years. The proposed rule targets disabled adults who live at home with their families instead of in institutions. If your family also receives food stamps, the administration wants to count your bedroom as income and cut your monthly benefit by $300 to $330 or eliminate it entirely. The justification? Russell Vaughn and Doge want to undo anything Biden touched. Conservative think tanks claim this saves $2 billion a year. The Center on Budget and Policy Priorities points out that the entire annual savings from these cuts wouldn't cover a single day of the cost of the tax cuts for the wealthy Republicans just passed. One day. But sure, the problem's the bedroom. ProPublica talked to real families. Opal Foster's 18-year-old son, Jeremiah, has Down syndrome. He lives at home and is trying to become a chef. Under this rule, his benefits could be cut because his family needs food stamps. Cutting his SSI saves taxpayers $11 a day. If that forces his family to place him in a residential facility, the cost to taxpayers jumps to hundreds of dollars a day. Disability advocates, faith leaders, and budget experts all agree this makes it more expensive. It doesn't matter. They're doing it anyway. Trump promised not to cut Social Security. SSI is administered by the Social Security Administration. When you point that out, the White House says, the disability programs are technically separate from retirement benefits. Meaning when Trump said he wouldn't cut Social Security, he apparently only meant the retirement checks, not the checks going to people with disabilities. That's the kind of distinction only Ebenezer Scrooge would make, or in this case, Russell Vought. $25 billion on a war nobody authorized in 8 weeks, $1.5 trillion in defense spending for next year, and $2 billion a year from people with disabilities living in their families' spare bedrooms. That's the math. That's who they think should sacrifice.
For the current administration, cruelty is the point, especially to the disabled community. The Department of Education just shifted special education oversight to HHS, led by RFK Jr., who said kids with autism will never write a poem or hold a job. What a great role model. Meanwhile, the DOJ released a memo that effectively weakens the Supreme Court's Olmstead decision, making it easier for states to institutionalize people with disabilities instead of supporting them in their communities. This shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, considering that in 2023, Donald Trump told his nephew Fred Trump, who has a disabled son named William, that he doesn't recognize you. Let him die and move down to Florida. Of course, Donald Trump's the type of person that tells his own family member to just let their disabled son die. And if Trump doesn't care about his own grandnephew with disabilities, why would he care about what happens to anyone else with disabilities?
I don't know about y'all, man, but y'all better start paying attention to what the fuck Donald Trump got going on, bro. Because I just found out that this man is literally trying to get rid of 2/3 of everybody who is on disability, right? You know, the type of people that's receiving SSI and the people that gets to sit home and they don't have to worry. They can sit there and live off of their disability check, right? This man is actively trying to get rid of all of that, bro. Whether you a veteran that's receiving disability, whether you're a regular civilian that's receiving disability, any type of disability that you have, he is coming for that shit, man. This man literally said that he's trying to put people into psych wards, trying to put people into nursing homes, and trying to put these different type of children with disabilities into alternative schools, right? And basically just take away veteran benefits and SSI. Now, me personally, I don't think this is going to go through the Senate or Congress. I don't think it's going to pass. So, you know, that might be good news on the end. That's going to be very hard to do. But y'all have to be aware of what these people are doing in this country, man, and what he's trying to do, bro, as a president, bro. Because at this point, bro, this is the person that y'all voted in. And if you think that you're not going to be affected by this, you sadly mistaken. Because I'm pretty sure everybody's family got somebody that has some type of disability, whether you're a veteran, whether you have mental disorder or whatever. But he's literally trying to get rid of 2/3 of everybody, man. So I'm telling y'all, bro, this is the person who y'all vote for, bro, and this is what they're trying to do. And this just goes to show you, brother, these people don't give a damn about us as people and as a society, man. I'm just telling y'all, but y'all stay tuned.
I have alarming updates to share with you about Trump's attacks on children and adults with disabilities like Down syndrome, autism, cerebral palsy, and more. The Trump administration is signaling a move towards forcing people with disabilities into overcrowded facilities. They are jeopardizing disabled children's right to grow up with their families, attend school in their own neighborhoods, and contribute to their communities. To understand why this is so dangerous, we have to look back at history. For decades, Americans with disabilities were shipped off to facilities and homes, isolated from their families and locked away from the world. It was a catastrophic failure that stripped Americans of their dignity and health. But thankfully, after decades of advocacy, we passed the Americans with Disabilities Act, and the Supreme Court ruled that isolation of people with disabilities is discrimination. Now, every American has a legal right to grow, learn.
So Trump is now wanting to cut benefits and support for 400,000 SSI recipients with Down syndrome, autism, dementia, and other disabilities. The Trump administration is working behind the scenes on a rule change that would deduct the value of a disabled adult's bedroom from their SSI allotment, even if the family members that they're living with are so poor that they qualify for food stamps, which is often the case because
Okay, I've seen a couple of you were asking about benefits from disabled veterans, and I hate to tell you this, but the answer is yes. And maybe I'll do a separate live on that. Yes, he's trying to take benefits also away from disabled veterans. So unfortunately, they're not exempt. He's targeting them as well.
Damn.
As families who are caregivers for disabled family members are often forced into poverty due to the lack of assistance that's already even available by our government. So it's kind of a self-feeding system. But what this change really means is that Trump wants to slash benefits for the most low income and financially unstable disabled Americans in our country. Quote, the likely SSI cut will affect not just younger adults with disabilities such as Down syndrome and severe autism who are still living at home with their low-income parents, but also older people with dementia or other health or financial problems who have had to move in with their adult children on tight budgets. All told, as many as 400,000 poor and disabled people and indigent older people across the United States could have their support cut or eliminated, according to a ProPublica analysis of actuarial figures from the Social Security Administration. End quote. So to receive SSI as a disabled individual, you're already forced to be poor. So you cannot have more than $2,000 in countable assets. That's not even like liquid money in your bank account. $2,000 in assets, and you can't earn more than $994 a month in income, which is less than $1,000. I don't even know where you can live for that price, not anywhere where I live. If you want to get married, they don't even bother to double that number. You can't have more than $3,000 in assets if you're a married couple. That's for the whole couple. It's disgraceful that this is where the Trump administration thinks that they need to cut further to save money. A ballroom, bombs, those are all necessary. The poorest of the poor, disabled Americans in our country is where they think they need to cut. Be so for real.
Y'all, this could very well affect you and your family. If you have a loved one that lives with you that has disability or gets SNAP or anything like that, they may be cutting it off. Trump has proposed a bill that is going to cut off your loved one's disability because they are basing their disability on your household. So if your household is not in poverty, or you make a certain amount and the person that live with you don't need disability to live with you, then they are proposing that they cut the disability and also the SNAP benefits. So y'all, they said over 400,000 families will be affected by this because a lot of people are getting disability and living with loved ones. So Trump is saying, why are we paying them disability when they live with someone else? That means that they don't have to pay, or in his head, he feel like they don't have to pay all that much to live with someone. But you never know what people have to pay to live with someone. But this man is so weird, y'all. That orange man wants everything that's good for us out of here. So y'all, when it's time to vote, we need to vote. We need to stand on business because this really can affect a lot of families, y'all. If you don't believe me, look it up. It was on US Today. And it just blew my mind because I know people that have family members that live with them that has disability, but they need it. The rent is just out of this world crazy. And these bills, gas, water, lights, just out of the ordinary. The bills are just billing, and the food prices. So who don't need SNAP benefits to assist with, feeding the family, even if the person that you living with don't qualify? That's another thing. If they don't qualify for SNAP, then Trump said the disabled person that live with you don't qualify neither. So yes, y'all, if you have a family member that is getting disability right now, but living with someone that's well off, they might be getting their benefits cut if this bill passes. And him and his bills. Y'all like, repost, comment, tell me how you feel about it, and thank me later. Tell a friend that's not on social media that may be affected by this. So that way you ain't got to get ready if you are already ready. Toodles.
That's fucked up.
Well, first of all, I'm having a hard time following Donald Trump's logic on this. So if a person that is disabled is living with family, According to him, they shouldn't need that much money because they're being taken care of by family. That's a load of BS. And it depends on what type of disability they have. Some disabilities cost a lot. All right. And you're not even factoring in that some of these family members they live with, they don't live in rich neighborhoods. Many of them are broke themselves, but they are there for their loved ones to help them each and every day. And those families don't necessarily have a lot of money. So his logic makes no sense. So if you live with family and you're disabled, according to him, you really don't need the money. I mean, look, man, I can tell Donald Trump, it sounds like you didn't get beyond elementary school. It sounds like you didn't get beyond elementary school for real. Who the hell thinks like that? There's a lot of people that are low income taking care of people in their families. There's a lot of parents with disabled children. But because they're they shouldn't need as much. Wow. We really got a dumbass MFer in the White House for real. We really, truly do. Yeah, it's greed. Just like no Social Security. We pay taxes in this country every day. So where did that money go? They never did explain where all the money went and what caused this country to go insolvent. Who are the culprits involved in stealing this money? And why are they not jailed? Why didn't they go to jail? But you know what, y'all? We should have known when these people floated over here from Europe, they weren't going to do nothing but what they always do: steal, kill, and destroy. And that's exactly what they've done. They've robbed this U.S. government. That's why there's no money. That's why it's $40 trillion in debt. So now Donald Trump is trying to come up with ways to get money back into the U.S. government. So I guess one of the ways is to take away from disabled people because he sees them as worthless. That's what it really comes down to. You wouldn't do this if you valued that disabled person. He don't. He think that they're throwaways. That's what he think. But Donald Trump, you know, I wouldn't get on that high horse if I were you, because your ass is starting to look disabled these days with those swollen cankles that don't seem to go down. I have never seen that in my life, where you got a person with big, giant cankles and the shit stays that way year in and year out. They don't go down. You know you're in bad shape. You're not even in the best of shape. And look at what you're doing. This is unbelievable. My heart goes out to disabled people because some of them have lost some of their benefits. If you go over on TikTok and listen to a couple of our disabled citizens, they're over there talking about it, how they got cut, their benefits got cut, or they are getting less money per month. They would get a certain amount, and Donald Trump took hundreds of dollars away from them, and they're now getting less money every single month. And yeah, I mean, it's already happening, y'all. It's already happening. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. I do have one more live. I just got to get it posted. But thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. Don't forget, today is the final day for the goat milk shampoo and leave-in conditioner. So grab up while while I got it in stock. So y'all have a wonderful afternoon. I'll see you on my next live. Shalom.
Well, this I think the update. This is crazy as hell. Yeah, what the hell, Dump? It's gonna hurt a lot of people.
Let me say this because we were just talking about it. The Sean Grayson guy that unalived our sister Sonia Macy, he ended up passing away in a prison cell. This goes to show y'all that them ancestors ain't playing.
All right, so now we go into the blackout. To Black Alpha Network. He's gonna give us an update on the karma that is catching up with these anti-Black racists.
And this goes to show y'all that ABK is real. I've been telling everybody about ABK. I've been showing everybody when you got these plantations that is catching flames and they going down to the ground and can't nobody point to any match being struck, but it just happened. Family, that's them ancestors talking. When you start talking about Lake Lanier and folks is going out there for a swim taunting us, because everybody know about Lake Lanier. They trying to taunt us. Let me tell you something. You can taunt on TikTok. You better not taunt that damn lake. And then next thing you know, voila, their asses is going under. That's ABK again. Political campaigns, tethers. You got floods, you got hurricanes, you got all types of things that are going on all across the world. And this strife keeps coming back to people that disrespect and insult and target foundational Black Americans when we were just being our exceptional selves. Ain't worrying about nobody, ain't hurting nobody, just doing our thing. And to our sister Sonia Macy was just in her house taking care of her family. And then you have this supremacist show up and practice this completely despicable supremacist targeting. And then it flip-flops and it goes back around. This is what it is, y'all. These people gonna know that we ain't nothing to play with. When I say we, I'm not just talking about us here today.
Yeah, he was only 32 years old, bum.
Crazy work. Crazy work. That go for us. That go for yesterday. That go for tomorrow, the day after, 100 years from now, 50 years from now, for eternity. When you disrespect the people who built this land and you step on the soil that we cultivated, the soil gonna get you. See, family, this is spiritual. The people who created this landmass, the people who have the deep-seated spiritual connection to this landmass, that means everything that lives and breathes on this landmass has to flow and circulate through us. Trees, grass, soil, oxygen, water. All of these things are the things that these people keep succumbing to. And these happen to be the same places where our frequency rotates through. Last time I checked, you can't run from oxygen. It's everywhere. You can't run from water. It's everywhere. You can't run from the grass and the soil. It's everywhere. So quite frankly, these people are trying to disrespect foundational Black Americans, and foundational Black American frequencies are lighting that ass up while the foundational Black American community is continuing with business as usual. Back to you, sister.
Go ahead, twin.
Peace.
Peace, man.
How you doing? Certified salute, Black Alpha.
Certified salute, brother. Before you get to cooking, because I know you about to cook them up, I got to hear your opinion on the news that broke, anti-Black karma, about this Sean Grayson guy that unalived our sister Sonia Macy. Well, he passed away today in prison. So before you get to roasting, brother, I want to have the family hear you tell everybody how you feel about that anti-Black karma displayed.
I got 3 letters, and all I'm going to say is, like you always say, Black Alpha, ABK, nothing more, nothing less. And that's all I'm going to say about that, bruh.
What about Blackberry? Did you mean to be up here?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Naturally. Hey, Black Alpha. Thanks for inviting me up on the panel this evening. First thing I would like to say is this. You know what? An ice storm has hit the Pacific Northwest, and they're cleaning up Seattle. They're cleaning up Tacoma. They're cleaning out Kent and Renton. Let me tell you something. When I'm driving, whether it's to work or back home, I see the federal agents doing their duty. And you know what? It's a beautiful thing to see your government tax dollars at work. Another thing is we're recalling our mayor. You want to know why? 2 years ago, Seattle residents raised taxes to put in cameras, security cameras, in and around downtown. Well, that was only for the World Cup. So they turned it off, right? Yeah, they turned off the cameras so they couldn't use that evidence when they were rounding up and taking track of illegal aliens. All right. They had these advocacy groups. Well, unfortunately, there was an event, and it was a national event that happened at a Taste of Seattle, where an alleged pew-pewing happened and people are no longer here. And the alleged pew-pewer happened to be one of those anchor baby situations. And the people who were unalived happened to be from a certain immigrant background. And when they did the investigation charging the alleged pew-pewer, they found out that he was in one of those south of the border groups, them T-cells, if you know what I mean. And now everybody all of a sudden got real quiet real quick. So now the people are mad at the mayor for not doing something, doing her job. And so guess what? Out she goes. You know what? This is a good thing.
Hey, wait a minute. I heard that they're getting Chinatown out there too. Is that correct?
Oh man, I just got home, okay? And I have to come through Chinatown, all right? Every other weekend, the entire Chinatown is hotter than July. They've got 3 levels out there.
Hey, you mean hotter than chicken chow mein? What you mean? Hotter than egg rolls?
Hotter than General Tso's chicken.
Hotter than a spring roll with cat fried rice.
Fresh off the stove.
Hotter than what they call that stuff that's fried in that fish grease. Dog food yuck. Let me stop. No, seriously. Part of Chinatown blocked off near the train station because they were agencies were out there and they were in full battle rattle. They weren't just doing the plain clothes or regular stuff like they normally do on the highways. They were in full battle rattle. You know what? Clean it all up. Clean it all up. Seeing is believing. The proof is in the pudding. And thank you for letting me up. And have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Did y'all see the Christy dude interviewing that YT woman about them being missing cats and dogs in Philadelphia? He was referencing it to he having a whole serious conversation with her on the stoop, and he was like, you're basically asking her about the missing cats and dogs in Philly.
They damn MIA. How the hell is Felix the cat MIA and Clifford the big red dog?
So right now they're saying that the clearest front rank possibilities right now is looking like J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, both of them are Republican, and then Gavin Newsom. Trump got me calling him Newsom. Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris. So she's definitely trying to get her back in there, and Josh Shapiro. And they saying that the lowest ranking right now, Tim Scott trying to return, Chris Murphy, Cory Booker, and Andy Bashir, they at the lowest ranking. So right now, they're basically saying it looks like the card is going to be Vance, Rubio versus Buttigieg and Newsom. Yep, all the way trash. So this is about to be a whole circus out here. Let them have at it. Let them have at it. So did you have anything to say about that, Alpha?
Oh, just horrible. Family, I'm going to say this, and I was saying this the other day to my brother. This is the worst political era of all time. I mean, all the candidates are trash, family, on both sides. Both sides. They're all dirt. It's dirt, and then it's dirt further in the ground. That's just what it is. They're all trash politicians. None of them are at all even decent at best. Even if I didn't agree with a politician's policies back in the day, I could still say, okay, they're a good politician, because being a politician is an actual skill set. These people get trained how to talk, how to evade questions, political science. Family, these people look like they all got F's in political science. They don't know what to do. And I'm going to tell you why it's so bad. Delineation. It's delineation, family. Delineation and Black Americans removing ourselves from the front and center of politics has created such a gap in the political structure of the United States of America. They don't know what to do other than give us these 2 big, disastrous politician candidates. And it's all because of Black Americans. We exercise our power. Delineation's got everybody down bad right now, y'all. They don't know what to do. I'm going to tell you, Gavin Newsom, good luck. because the brothers and sisters in California have been exposed. You're not going to get anything from the brothers and sisters in California. And then the W's in California aren't going to vote for you because of that disastrous, as we speak of natural disasters, plan that him and Karen Bass had after those wildfires. He won't recover from the wildfires. Soon as they get on the stage and they start bringing up those wildfires, it's a wrap for him. It's over with. So he's done, not to mention the homeless crisis, no Black American support out there. It's a wrap. And also, dude, you a fake ripoff John F. Kennedy. It looks like you got about 3 ounces of damn hair gel. You ain't getting no votes from any W Southerner. It's just not going to happen. AOC, not at all. Now you're seeing a lot of Democrats that are actually out here promoting communism, of socialism, which is a bad term in America. There are socialistic aspects that actually function that are good. But these folks are sounding like hardline socialists, which just aesthetically is not going to please people in the United States of America. Family, the Democrats have nothing. Politics in the United States of America right now is trash, family. There aren't any halfway decent politicians, and it's all an after effect of foundational Black Americans. None of these people have a plan for us. We're not accepting them. And what you're starting to see now is the Black American non-affiliation movement. Let me say that one more time, family. What you're seeing now is the Black American non-political party affiliation movement. There's a massive movement now for Black Americans to be independent. See, that's what voting couch really means. Voting couch really means just being an independent, okay, and not being tied into neither political party, and also exercising your opportunity to sit out elections. This is what's really going on. It's a true to life grassroots movement. And don't be surprised, family, if more and more people from other lineages and other races start to do what they do best, copy us as we proceed with this. And this is what's starting to occur now, fam. You're starting to see more and more people who are getting on that kind of time. And more people are saying, we're going to go ahead and sit out this political process because, quite frankly, these politicians are horrible and they're not serving us. And that's what you're going to start to see more. You have civil wars that are active in both political parties. There's a massive civil war right now, family, where in the Democratic Party, Black Democrats are being excluded. What you're seeing now is a divorce from the W Democrat and the Black Democrat. W Democrats and W liberals don't have a seat at the table for Black Democratic shills anymore. They're now becoming hindrance to the Democratic Party. Back in the old days when these folks would go around here and they would scam Black Americans to vote blue no matter who, vote blindly, vote for no reason at all. That's when the Black Democratic shill was getting paid good. Everything was working, everything was functioning, and they had actually provided an asset to the Democratic establishment. Now they're a liability to the Democratic establishment. And we called this out a long time ago. The Black Democratic shill is actually pushing Black Americans further away from the Democratic Party than anything else. Coming around here cussing us out, telling us our ancestors died for you to have the right to vote, talking about illegal immigrants more than you talk about Black Americans. That sham is over. That sham is over, and nobody's rocking with that no more. And then they're seeing how these political Democrats like Kamala Harris, the melanated ones, these melanated Democrats, Hakeem Jeffries, Cory Booker, these people are actually now costing them money. See, when you invest in a melanated Democrat and your political party goes broke and you're $2 million in the hole, and the same community that those melanated Democrats are supposed to turn out to vote don't turn out, that's a loss. Family, the Democrats, they audited their books. And when they audited their books, they seen a lot of DEAD money that was going to a lot of Democratic politicians and influencers. By us sitting on that couch and having the lowest turnout for them in modern history, those numbers did not compute. And any accountant will tell you exactly this. When you go look at the money, and the money is being spent on people who are not yielding results or assets, somebody getting their ass fired. Somebody is getting chopped off. Somebody is getting divorced from the party. They just don't see that the melanated Democrat is worth it anymore. You could thank us for that. See, foundational Black Americans sitting on the couch and foundational Black Americans saying this election, next election, the election that comes after that, we're going to exercise our options of not voting. That scares them. Because, family, they don't have any guarantee that we're going to actually ever come back. See, not just the last election. See, the last election was just a warning. It was a prelude to what happens next. What's really got them afraid is these coming up elections. And they've tried everything. The North needs to pull up to the South. They marched on Selma. Family, they're looking at just the numbers on social media whenever they make videos about this stuff, and they're in the trash can. I'm talking bottom barrel. I mean, Roland Martins did 100,000 videos trying to scare Black folks about Project 2025, trying to tell Black folks that our rights are being stripped away. Y'all remember we was going to get deported, Selma. Family, these videos are getting 2.5 thousand views. I'm getting 2.5 thousand views, family, in my first 2 minutes when I go live. The grassroots numbers are just dominating right now because we're dominating right now because the wave and the energy is on our side because we're reflective of Black American thoughts, sentiments, and practices, and they're not. So when you look at people that are auditing the Democratic Party, because trust me, fam, when you go bankrupt, there's going to be an audit. And all of my foundational Black Americans who know what I'm talking about, you see exactly where this is headed. When you start to audit them, because remember, the Democrats are in debt. So they have audited. And they seen that these individuals aren't yielding any social media waves, no social media support. They're not doing any big numbers in social media. Then they seen that Kamala Harris campaign ended up being one of the worst ran campaigns ever. And not only did she go in debt, she drove the party into debt. Then you're looking at these think tanks that were cutting massive checks for people like Conscious Flearoy. Conscious Flearoy? Family, even your worst rotten Mayo is looking at Conscious Flearoy getting money and saying, who the hell is this guy? What the hell are we paying him for? You mean to tell me we've been giving money to this damn Zest freak? Hell no. And they pull in the plug. And then what happens is you have folks like Angela Rye. She comes out, she starts to get lippy. Tiffany Cross comes out, she gets lippy. You talking to your Mayo master? You done got spoiled. You thought you had a seat at the table. And now, family, they're all going to get that sting of that latch. And they're going to get that damn whooping, that BTA. And they're going to say, who the hell you think you talking to? Y'all remember when Denzel went off on Training Day? He said, I run this here. You just live here. See, they started thinking that how they talk to us is how they going to talk to their Mayo master. And now their Mayo master said, you better watch your damn mouth, Holland. Put out these damn photos of Holland getting them 3 pokes of doom in his backside. What about Andrew Gillum? Fam, the press is bad. They get bad press. You got scandals. You don't see scandals like Andrew Gillum going on with Elizabeth Warren. Chuck Schumer, I'm sure he is, but we don't have any evidence of Chuck Schumer getting poked. But we do a rolling. What about Andrew Gillum, family, who had one scandal? They tried to rebrand him. His ass got another scandal, got out of jail, got another scandal. That he's on meth, fam.
He can't stay away from that meth. He love it.
We know the Mayos is on meth, fam. But the damn melanated Democrats is on meth too. The Mayos are saying that's our goddamn meth. That's our meth. Fam, they gonna fight them over meth.
They said we can't have nothing. They done took golf. We done took golf from now they done took meth. Said drop back off because now they done took meth from us.
They said they ain't doing the damn no more. They don't want no goddamn golf, tennis is all theirs. Now they want to take the damn meth from us. What the hell's wrong with you, Black folks? They said fire all that. So now you're starting to literally see Black Democrats starting to get fired. What about Jasmine Crockett? What about her? You seen what happened? And I'm going to tell y'all right now, that Tellerico guy, a lot of people are seeing that Tellerico dude and people are pulling up on him. Those don't be grassroots people, fam. I'm going to tell you right now, there was one guy, he was a brother, and he said, Tellerico, what you going to do about reparations or an anti-Black American hate crime protection? That was somebody I believe who's a grassroots person. Matter of fact, I believe he listens to me because I'm the main one always stomping for an anti-Black American hate crime protection. However, the other times that you see Tellerico getting ran up on, like I just seen some sister was saying, I ain't voting for you. And I ain't come here for you. Family, that's an upset, disgruntled Jasmine Crockett supporter. That woman wasn't talking from the grassroots. She's a Jasmine Crockett supporter. And remember, those Jasmine Crockett supporters said they weren't going to vote for Tellerico. So what's happening is the W Democrat is saying they tried to have Jasmine Crockett win and she lost. And now they want to boycott the W dude. That is a violation in the liberal Democratic plantation. So the plantation Democrats want to get plantation attitudes with their plantation Mayo master. And that's why they all getting fired. You're not going to see the same melanated Democrat no more. They've lost money. They went into debt. They're stealing the meth away from the Mayos. And y'all know that's their number one problem. You taking all the meth away. And then foundational Black Americans have delineated, regulated, separated, and we voted for couch. So that means you doing all of that fussing but you ain't getting nothing. How you feel about that, sister?
I feel like Denzel said he about to drop charges on all these fools. They taking the meth. Listen, don't mess around with their mayo and their meth.
Eminem
and their avocado wraps.
Don't forget the raisins in the casserole.
You must have the raisins in the casserole and the potato salad.
Yeah, shout out to like Alpha Network for that. All right.
So what's on your mind, brother? How are you?
So now we're on to this Dominican woman who gets exposed for cosplaying as FBA and then crashes out.
Yeah.
I'm doing good, man. It's amazing how you put things together, because I definitely didn't even see it from that angle with the whole how the lawyers painted and pretty much got them all to say everything on record and everything.
Yeah.
So
that was a good thing. That was a good thing. They got them to admit a lot of that little shady stuff. They got it all on record. So if they're smart enough, they can go into the appeals court and just get flip everything, get this whole thing tossed all the way out. So it would be great if they can do that. But go ahead, brother. Oh, Shamirica, what happened to you, brother? I don't know what happened, Shamirica. All right. Let's get Fit by Focus. Fit by Focus.
We was kings and shit. Bye, Shay.
Oh, Fit. What's going on with you, Fit?
Yeah, okay? Ticklish tether.
Okay. Now, Fit, you over there giggling. Are you over there? Is your thong chilling on your pubic hair, nigga? You all right?
Oh, hell no.
This is a tickle. This ain't even this is a punk. This is a full punk. Okay. This nigga, he's going trick-or-treating as Kamala Harris. This nigga is gonna take pictures in a tub full of greens. This is an old punk right here, boy. That's an old
dirty tub.
Oh yeah, dirty tub. Yes, it is. That's one of them old punks. All right. Let me get him out of here. He's tickled because he's getting off on talking to men's. All right. So what's going on with you, Connor? You good, brother?
Yeah, brother. Hey, cousin Tariq. Now I hit you up on Ancestry about a year ago. I was looking at it and you was like 4 or 5 cousins down. I hit you up and you gave. Say what?
I said, whoa. So we were related on Ancestry?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Word. Okay.
Yeah, and I hit you up. I said, is this Tariq Nasheed from YouTube? And you gave the most Tariq answer you possibly could. You're like, yes, it is.
Love that. So are you a relative on my dad's side or my mother's side? Or do you know?
It was my paternal.
Okay.
It was my paternal, so I don't know what side it was. But it was down the list. I was just scrolling down and it was like 4 or 5 down.
Oh, cool.
But it's yeah.
That's
but
right,
man, I really appreciate how you came at the people about reaching their highest level of consciousness with letting, the Most High speak to them about their dreams and visions and all the ideas that they, need to put forth. Everybody's bringing these ideas to you, but it's in them. The Most High gave it to them, and they need to implement those, execute in the midst of chaos. I was like, you was on it that night, and people need to listen to that and quit bringing all of these funny, crazy ideas to Tariq. The Most High gave it to you. All you got to do is stretch out and do it.
Right.
Learn and execute and learn stuff and put it together, and doors will open as you do things. I'm like 61. I've been self-employed ever since the early 2000s. So, and I've been following Claude Anderson. I had a bookstore. I had all his books in my store and loved him when he was on Fred Price doing a lecture circuit. He used to kill it.
Oh, yes, he did.
And
now how far have you traced your lineage back on your mother and father's side? How far
just it's right at the beginning of slavery. Because my grandfather was born the same year yours was, in 1910.
Okay.
In Marietta, Georgia.
Okay.
So that's my grandfather.
Yes.
My grandfather.
Okay.
So then his father, 1887, then his father before him was like 1870 or 60 something.
Okay.
That's where I'll lose it. So,
Okay. Yeah,
yeah,
but we'll chop it up. We'll chop it up, man. Good looking out, man. We'll chop it up, Rep. All right. That's one of my distant relatives. All right. Shout out to him. But yeah, the brother made a very good point. If y'all got some of these ideas, if y'all want the barbecue mall, y'all go ahead and knock it out. Y'all ain't got to bring it to me because I can't really invest in the barbecue mall. Y'all do that. Y'all knock yourself out. Knock yourself out. Isadore. Let's get Isadore. She's Haitian. Isadore.
Hi, Tariq. How are you?
I'm good, Miss Isadore, the Haitian. How are you, ma'am?
That's good. That's good. I wanted to come on the panel to say hi to you. I have not spoken to you in a long time. You remember me?
I remember you. Absolutely remember you.
Yes,
so how's everything with your family? How's everything? Anybody got deported? Everything okay?
No, we are citizens. You remember I told you my husband is Black American?
Okay. Got it.
Yes. So no. We are not. That does not happen over here.
Oh, cool. Okay. There it is. So what's on your mind?
So yes, I wanted to come to say hi to you. That's all. And I saw that you were. I wanted to ask you how was your vacances? How do you say that? Your
vacation.
Vacation. Yes, vacation.
Yep. In Japan, I had a great time in Japan. Absolutely great time.
Yes, I saw the video, and I was like, "Oh my goodness, he's in the Japan." That's good. You travel a lot.
I do.
That is so good. That is amazing.
Now, some of the people said that you've been in some of these rooms talking greasy. Have you been talking greasy, Isadore?
No, I have been speaking up for the Black American people. I've been saying that I love their culture. They have a phenomenal culture, and that the Black immigrants are supposed to respect the Black American. What are they talking about?
Okay, yeah, they're saying you talking greasy in these rooms, so I don't know.
No. Only I got into it with a lady. Her name is Chocolat. Chocolat called me a monkey, and I told Chocolat she looked more like a monkey than me.
Oh, okay. Now, speaking of animals, are those dogs in the back? Are those pets?
Yes, that is my little doggy. Yes.
Okay. Are y'all preparing dinner right now? Is it dinner time? Do we need to call you back?
We do not eat the dog and we do not eat the cat. That was a Black American woman who ate the cat.
I don't know. I don't sound like I heard some grease on the stove and the dog is barking for help. So do we need to call somebody?
No, the dog is doing fantastic.
Okay, but be careful. Okay, all right, don't get okay. I'm gonna call PETA on y'all ass if y'all mess with that dog. Don't do that now. All right, thank you, Isadore. All right. Sound like that dog said help, but Ralph. They put some seasoning on the dog, and I heard some shit boiling on the stove. Poor doggy. Okay, that dog sounded like he was in distress. Okay, I'm a little worried. Okay, they about to make some catatouille, some dog and cat soup. They gonna make some catatouille. Okay, poor dog. Lord, okay. Let me see. About to make some dog loaf. Raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Raise your hands. Raise your hands. Let me get you in here. Because we do have a lot of people in here, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we do. We got a lot of people in here. Let me look at the request queue. Let's get Boss. Let's get Boss in here, brother Boss. Boss in the building. Let's get Boss. And then we get Big Game James. I'm just getting random people. Boss, what's up, Mr. Boss? Hop on in. Boss, then we get Teflon. What's up, Boss?
Hey, what's up, Tariq? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How are you, bro?
I'm good. I'm FBA all the way. I'm out here in Bakersfield.
Oh, shout out to Bakersfield.
Yep. Just want to say I salute you. Appreciate everything you're doing.
Yes, sir.
All right, that's it.
Well, yeah, respect to that. Thank you so much. Let's get Teflon. Teflon, you in here?
Hey, what's up, man?
I'm good, Teflon. How are you, sir?
I'm good. FBA from South Carolina. Just wanted to say, I don't know why everybody's so scared to, stand on FBA business. The dude said the Haitians pressed him at work. He was scared to claim it, even though he one of us, which was crazy.
Yeah, if he said it, but we don't know because he could have been full of shit. Because again, he lied about it. He lied about a few other things. So Yeah, so yeah, you out here, thank you, brother. If you're out here getting pressed by Haitians and they punking you out, yeah, you don't sound like you're of the lineage anyway. Yo, James.
I'm here.
What's up, James? How are you, sir?
All is well in my world.
Yes, indeed. What's on your mind, James?
I just want to put this out here. Nobody need to, to respond back to it, but I just want to put this out here. 2028 presidential election. Right now, it's all about reparations as far as I'm concerned.
Yep.
And right now, that governor in California, he can give California FBA's reparations, Black American reparations, if he wanted to. Mm-hmm. It's a blue state. If everybody following him, he can do that now. On the other hand, Donald Trump can do the same thing with executive order, reparations for Black Americans, FBAs. Mm-hmm. So I'm thinking those are the only two candidates we should be looking at right now. It depends on what they do. It depends on what other people do. But to me, those are the only two people that can make a difference in 2028. So I'll land there. Thanks for putting me on, Guy. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Mr. James. All right, let's get Baklava. Baklava, you in here?
Yes. Hello.
Hey, Baklava, how are you?
Yeah. Quick question. Two things.
Yes.
You ever notice where with the Carmelo Anthony case, people are going all out to find him guilty?
Yeah.
But there's a case where, I'm just going to be gentle here. I don't want to blow up your channel here. A woman who self-deleted her kids, and she's getting $1 million support. And it's just obvious that what she did it. It's just a whole, one is black, one is white, and it's just the imbalance.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you can talk about that discrepancy. Because it's just blatant. I mean, it's just unbelievable. $1 million support. And the excuses they make to say that she didn't do it, that's just sheer nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah. And on a side note, just on a comical part, sometimes when people call in for you, somebody's tickling their busticles. So just tell them not to tickle their busticles. All right.
So that one is. Thank you. Oh, that's funny. Not the busticles. You know I'm using that one, nigga. That's funny. What's up, Sonia?
Hey, Mr. Tyree, how you doing?
I'm good, Sonia. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm so glad you named my name the way it is. It's Sonia. But
yeah, I know people be saying Sonia. They be saying Sonia.
Yeah, it's Sonia.
Yeah. I dated a girl. Her mama name was Sonia. So she had a thick ass mama. I'm like, hey, Miss Sonia. Glad you're home. Her mama was thick as hell. So I know a Sonia now. I know what them Sonias do.
Right.
How you doing?
A lot of people get that wrong, but yeah, you got it right.
Yes, man. How you doing, dear?
I'm doing good, thanks. I'm calling from Chicago. No relation to that other call you got.
Yes.
Father is from Mount Bayou, Mississippi. Mother is from Cuthbert, Georgia. So you already know.
Oh, deep FBAs, big time.
Oh, yeah. And I just wanted to tell you that you make learning so fun. I mean, I have made a whole playlist of your YouTube videos, and I listen to them every single day. I even got my parents asking, "Who is that?" And I showed my mom your video with the guy that was in jail, the babbler.
Oh yeah, not the claws, the claws. Oh,
the claws.
Oh, I know she
was cracking up. She was cracking up. But I just wanted to say, keep doing what you're doing. My cousin is the president of Tuskegee University.
Oh, cool.
And he's got a lot of people on his back about that dress code. But I have to tell people that, he was raised by my grandma, and she ain't play that.
Right. Oh, yeah.
If you go to the garbage can, and my mom always raised us like that too. You go to the garbage can, you go out there and you dress decent.
Mm-hmm.
You never know who trying to look at you or trying to get you a job or see you, but that's just how he was raised. So I have to tell people, look, he was raised by my grandmama, so that's what he's trying to,
Indeed. Thank you so much. Them old school FBAs didn't play like that. You had to be dressed right. What's up, Native?
What's up, Tariq?
Hey, Native, how are you?
So just to let you know, I was on your panel. What was that, like a couple of months ago, right?
Yeah. Now, were you on the Twitter space as well?
No, I don't have Twitter. Mm-mm.
Oh, okay, because you sound like because you're Dominican, right?
No, I'm not Dominican. I told you that on your panel. You still clipped it, right? Clip for me. Put it on your put it on YouTube. And then now I can't even hold a space about Black Americans without people coming into the space and calling me Dominican. I can't show sources. I can't show information. You reclassified me and my family members like a colonizer, and you should apologize. Go ahead, apologize, Tariq.
Now, what are you, dear? I don't know what you are, ma'am.
I'm from Jersey. I told you that. Lakehurst, New Jersey. My father was in the Navy. I told you that already.
I don't remember none of that.
Yeah. And so you asked me to cam up. You wanted to see my hair and my skin. Remember? You don't remember that?
I don't remember. I talked to thousands of people. So it's
right. So you can go ahead and apologize because you reclassified me and my people.
Everybody's saying you're Dominican, though. Why are they saying you're
That's
Dominican?
because you know who said that first? You know who said it first? Africans. Africans were calling me Dominican because I start showing sources of information about.
Don't you? Why do you have a Dominican
Go ahead.
flag? Don't you have a Dominican flag in your thing?
Don't you see where it says native reclassified? You see that, right?
Oh,
so since people have reclassified me and people like you, now I turned it into a joke, but really at the end of the day, it's not funny.
Okay, but you have an accent. We can kind of hear the accent.
Yeah, from Jersey. From Jersey.
That's
Just
not
like
a Jersey
you
accent.
said that last time. You said that last time.
That's
My
not a
father's
Jersey
in the
accent.
Navy. My
That's not
father's
a
in the
Jersey-
Navy.
that's
I
not
grew
a
up in
Jersey
Lakehurst, New Jersey. Right?
That's not a
And so what you did was reclassify me and my ancestors so you can go ahead and apologize because you were very disrespectful, right? Me as a Black American person, right, who's never done anything against my community, you decided to troll me when I came into your space and I brought a source and you were very disrespectful.
Yeah, we
So
don't
now
have
you have
accent.
random people calling me a Dominican.
Yeah, we don't have accents like that, dear. That's not a Black American accent, beloved. That's okay. That's okay. I know
So
a lot of people.
how would I benefit? What do I benefit by saying I'm Black American if I'm not? What do I benefit from?
Yeah, I don't know. Liars lie, just like Cat Williams said. Liars lie. I don't know why y'all lie, but yeah, it's okay to be a Dominican. That's all right.
You're super weird. You're a weird bitch. You're a weird bitch. You're gonna get every fucking thing that's coming to you.
Can you watch your little
Weird
mouth?
bitch. You should have apologized.
Ma'am, can you watch your little
It is
potty
not
mouth?
okay.
Ma'am, can you watch your
Fuck
mouth?
you.
Ma'am, watch your mouth.
Fuck
Dear.
you.
Ma'am, watch your mouth. Ma'am, you sound
clip
very
that.
big, ma'am, you're very big
Clip
back and
that.
angry. Ma'am, can you clip your
Fuck
back?
outta here. Clip
Can you
that.
clip your edges? All right, because you sound like you got very, very split ends, ma'am. You need to clip your edges. You got Dominican peppercorn. Okay, it's okay. Don't call up angry and using profane language, ma'am. All right, you didn't use that mouth on the immigration officers, did you? All right, bobbing down on some poles for your green card. Did you do that? Okay, just mad and profane. You're Hispanic. All right, you're an Afro-Latina. It's okay. All right, press them edges down and get you some Goya powder and just enjoy your life. We're not doing anything to you. Lord, boy, these people are so mad that foundational Black Americans created boundaries. They do not like us creating boundaries. They feel like they can just come among us and just kind of throw their weight around. And it's a new day. It's a new day, ma'am. It's a new day. All right. You clearly have an accent. All right. You know we can hear you, right? Come on now. That's why they're so mad. Well, this delineation is whooping ass. They're just not used to us putting them boundaries on them. All right, man. No, that's a tether. Now with that accent, no, that ain't no damn Jersey accent. That ain't no goddamn Jersey accent at all. Steven, what's up, Steven?
What up, Rick? I wanted to say this, man. I'm gonna tell you, going back with like 4 or 5 years ago, when we stopped taking those tellers criminal class, that's when delineation took off.
Right.
We said, nope, you're not gonna stick them criminals over there with us. They've been having a bug in the ass ever since. And that's why they keep coming back over in our space, man. I want to say that to you. I'm gonna drop down. Have a good night, bro.
My man, real talk. Yeah, now that nobody can they can't dump their trash on us. Oh no. They're really upset about that. Now that they cannot dump trash on us, We ain't accepting nobody's trash. Everybody has to hold your own trash cans. Nope. They want to be all together when it's something negative. Now, when it's something constructive and positive, they go out of their way to delineate from us. They make sure to let people know they ain't us when they're winning. But when they're losing or something happening to them, come on, we all got to accept this together. We all together. They want us to come in and absorb the blows for them. And we're like, hell no. Chosen.
How you doing? How you doing, Tyreek?
I'm good, Mr. Chosen. How are you, sir?
Man, yeah, it's the Tethernator. This is my other profile.
Hey. What happened to your profile?
No, I'll be looking for Tether. This is my other account. I'll be seeing who's who on here.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, but that girl that just came up, her native, she's really Dominican. Her mom's Dominican and dad's Dominican on both sides.
I can hear it. Yeah.
Yeah, because the whole little panel is just full of Guyanese tethers and Dominican, and they cosplay as foundational Black Americans or American Indians in North America. I just wanted to say that.
Oh yeah, my man. Thank you so much. Yeah, I can. Yeah, again, these people, boy, they're trying to really tether. They're trying to literally tether on majorly. Yeah, they got flags in their bios, the whole shebang, and we can hear you. We know what you sound like. We know what you sound like, and just all that weird shit. Yeah, we know. All right, yeah, and I told y'all, watch out for these people. I don't like FBA. I like we native, we indigenous. A lot of those people are Caribbean who's talking that indigenous talk. That's why they want to do that indigenous thing. That indigenous thing, that's a backdoor thing. They can kind of cling on to the Taino Indians and all that. See, they can't cling on to foundational. Foundational is very, very specific. See, foundational means non-immigrant. See, you can claim indigenous and still have immigrant ancestry. You can say, okay, I was indigenous in the Caribbean. I was part Taino, and the Tainos was going back and forth. You can play that bullshit game. But when you say foundational and immigrant don't go together, all right? You can't get around that foundational word. That foundational word has them in a chokehold. Oh, that put a big wall up. Yeah, that's why they got a problem with it. Yeah. They cannot latch on to it. And you shouldn't want to. Be you. Be yourself. See, the thing is with us, they've become so entitled to benefiting of every single thing we do. We are just community property to them. Anything we do, they're supposed to nudge us out the way and be first in line to get it. We've said no. No, that's not going to work right now. So now they want to kick and scream and cry and curse and have a little hissy fit. Okay, have a hissy fit. Knock yourself out. You still ain't foundational. It's okay. You can't redefine who we are. That's another thing. Because they can't get in the front door or the back door or the side window, they now try to redefine what foundational means. Well, foundation, that's a group. That's some shit that y'all be doing on the internet. Yeah. Listen, let me tell y'all people, definitions are only legitimized by the people who honor it. I want y'all to feel me. A term, it don't mean anything by people who don't like the identity trying to reimagine and reconstruct what the term is. A term is defined by the community that consistently uses it, lives under it, and recognizes its boundaries, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I want y'all to follow me on this. Definitions gain power through collective recognition, not hostile tether reinterpretation. Millions of people now use the term foundational Black American. It's used in institutions. It's used in schools. It's used in universities. Medical journals even use it. It's used in international media. It's used everywhere. And they're using it to describe a specific American ethnic lineage. All right, when you Google it, the proper definition comes up. It's an ethnic lineage for Black people whose lineage goes back to the beginning of the country. Millions of people recognize that definition. Then that outweighs a couple of musty tethers sitting around mad, talking about that's just a group. Y'all just be fighting Tyreek. Okay, nobody honors that bullshit ass definition. All right? An outsider's definition is more so just a political argument. It's not a definition. You just sitting on the sidelines mad because you can't get in. Yeah? Yeah, a mad tether is just a mad tether. You were mad in your village. All right. You mad now. You just can't get in. You can't get in the lineage. It's not something that you can join or quit anyway. You mad because you were not born in the lineage. That's okay. That's a you problem. Don't come over here trying to reimagine us as some damn organization that don't exist because you mad because you can't get in the lineage. Yeah, mad tether babble don't change lineage. All right, people know the difference between an ethnicity and an organization. Organizations have membership roles, official officers, applications, headquarters dues, some kind of formal process determining who belongs. Ethnic groups don't work like that. You don't fill out an application. You don't have to get approval from me. Yeah, you don't sign up for FBA. It don't work like that. That's just tether babble. That's not honored by nobody. Lineage is inherited. You are born into FBA lineage, or you're not. Yeah. And this principle, this applies everywhere. All right. You never allow somebody completely outside of an ethnic group to announce, actually, your ethnicity means something completely different than what your community say it means. You know, what kind of dumb shit is that? That's that colonizer mindset where everybody thinks that they can come around us trying to colonize us, that you can tell us who the hell we are. Because the real battle, ladies and gentlemen, is really over boundaries. See, once Foundation of Black American is understood as a lineage, certain distinctions become unavoidable. So a recent arrived Nigerian or Jamaican or Ghanaian or whatever, you can be racially Black and be American while having a different ancestral history from somebody whose lineage is rooted on this land going back centuries. You see? And the thing is, hell, what definition explains reality better? Talking some online group shit. No, nobody honors that. That's just tethers trying to make up shit. So does it explain people whose families and roots go back in states like Georgia, Mississippi, Virginia, Alabama, South Carolina, Tennessee? Does the term Foundational Black American describe the lineage of those people? It does or it doesn't? It does. It's just real simple. So trying to add some other dumb definitions to it, that's just throwing crap at the wall to see what sticks. And understand, recognition doesn't require unanimous agreement. No ethnic term on earth needs every outsider or even every person who technically fits into the ancestry. You don't have to personally embrace the label before it becomes legitimate. That's the great thing about delineation and being a foundational Black American. Yeah, everybody don't even have to embrace the word, but the term is out there and the definition is out there. And it is what it is. We are a unique ethnic group. So the definition is out there already. It can't be taken back. You see? So people, they have disagreements about terminology all the time, but the relevant question is there substantial identifiable population using the term consistently to communicate a recognizable lineage? So disagreeing doesn't erase the definition of what a foundational Black American is. That's the great thing about it. Yeah. Man. So yeah, people, you don't deliberately, you don't get to misdefine somebody else's lineage and then demand that your hostile definition outranks the definition that's recognized by the people carrying the damn lineage. You see? Yeah, your mad hostile babbling doesn't supersede us recognizing our foundational Black American lineage. You're not going to change that just being a hostile outsider. You see? And that's the great thing about it. And you got some people who are of the lineage. They're like, I don't like that term. I is African American. I love the motherland. Okay, love the motherland. Do we have any I loves the motherland? And nobody's telling you to not love the motherland. Because I don't dislike the Africa. I won't say motherland. I don't dislike Africa. I don't dislike none of that shit. Now, some of you, I'm a Moabite. Okay, whatever. Knock yourself out. Nobody's trying to recruit you for anything. You can identify whatever you want to identify with. You think? You can identify with whatever the hell you want to identify with. This is not an organization, ladies and gentlemen. But I tell you what, though, I'm really a Moabite. I don't like foundation. I don't like it. I've been Pan-African all my life. We is from Wakanda originally. Okay? I is from the motherland. America is a harbor place. And I'm just trying to save me some money so I can move to Ghana and get me some citizenship and then go back and then create a shea butter business. That's what I'm trying to do. Y'all can keep America. Because I is not American. I never be American. I's never be it. We is all one peoples. We is all one peoples. Everybody is the same peoples. Okay. All right, Cletus. So let me ask, we all the same people something. Let me ask y'all this. We all the same people. Let me ask y'all this. If somebody, let's say you lived in New York and they were having a Nigerian festival that day. All right, let's say there's just Nigerians all over the place. Or West Africans, they're just having a West African festival. And somebody says, hey, Cletus, there's a guy looking for you. And he has a check for you for $1 million. He just left, Cletus. He did? Where he at? He's up in the crowd. What do he look like? He's African American. Okay, can you be more descriptive? He's black. Can you tell me more? Well, he's a minority. I don't know. I mean, I need some more descriptions. Did he look Caribbean? Did he look African? Well, I think he's a foundational Black American. Okay, there you go. That helps me out a lot. So now that's going to help you. You want to know. You want to get a descriptive term about what he looked like. So now you were told he's a foundational Black American. So when you go in the crowd, you're going to look for somebody who's not wearing flip-flops. You're going to look for an intact hairline. You're going to narrow down your choices a little bit. A description is going to help you out a little bit. You understand? A description will help you out a little bit. Oh, I found him. There he is. Where's that little piece of money you have for me? Yeah, you're going to want some specificity when it's going to be something that benefits you. Yeah? You're going to want some specificity. Yeah? Because when you take your ass to Africa, they know you're different. They know you a lick when you get your ass over there. They know you're different. They're like, oh, hey, brother. Hello, my brother. I have a t-shirt I want to sell you. Oh, they're going to start hustling your ass. You know, they know you're different. You better understand the difference. They sure know an FBA. They know what one looks like. You understand? Yeah, you better be specific. It's okay. It is okay. It's okay to have differences. It's okay. That doesn't mean I dislike anybody. That doesn't mean you're going to hurt anybody, but it's okay to know differences. It is okay to know differences and respect boundaries and all that stuff. I will make it, what's your name? I will make it something. Hop on, sir. You wanted to get up? All right, hop on in. Your name is I would make it something. All right. Let me see. I will make it. Mr. I will make it. What happened to you, sir? What happened? You got on and you got off. All right. I don't know what happened. Let me see. Let me see. Y'all raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. You guys raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. All right, raise your hands, raise your hands, raise your hands. We got a lot of folks in here. Shout out to everybody in here, ladies and gentlemen. All right. The Cool Keezy. Let's get Cool Keezy in the building. Cool Keezy. Let's get Cool Keezy in the building. All right, Cool Keezy. Then we'll get Luther. Cool Keezy, what's up, brother?
Peace, peace, peace. Hey, I was talking to one of my Pan-African friends earlier, man, and he was asking me about this. At first, what they do now, they tell you that, oh, I like what FBA doing and delineation is good and all of this and that. But then he goes right into this. But I just want to know, what's your end game and what's your definition of freedom and this and that? And I'm like, man, bro, come on with this. What? And he's Jamaican. He's half Jamaican.
There we go. There we go. That's why. There it is, right there.
Yeah. And I asked him, so what's the end game for Jamaicans, man? Don't that sound foolish and dumb? Right. And I mean, he don't have no reply for that. But you know what he said? He said that, you know, because I was asking him about this Akata and all these different names and stuff that the Pan-Africans have. That, well, not the Pan-Africans have, but the stuff that they just ignore. Yeah. And he said, well, yeah, well, a year ago, I was at a barbershop and I organized I organized a bunch of Africans together and we all talked about it. And I went in on a bunch of Africans. So I'm moving on. So what's the end game to all this delineation? I'm like, man, come on, man. Did that stop all the tethering? Mm-hmm. Is tethering over now because you went to the barbershop with a bunch of musty dudes and come on.
Yeah, and I doubt that he's half. He's probably all Jamaican because that's the new thing they do now. They all claim to be half FBA now. You know?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't verify his lineage and all that. I ain't even interested in it. No doubt. Anyway, we don't use the half. I don't know nobody do the half stuff anyway. We don't say half nothing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. But yeah, a lot of these, thank you, brother. A lot of these people are faking the funk. A lot of them are sitting up here. Well, I'm half FBA and I don't like it. No, shut up. Everybody's damn half FBA all of a sudden. Yeah, so yeah, I don't believe that.
Try a little root work. Feels good with every touch. Try a little root work. A little dab is just enough. Try a little root work. Feel that natural magic rush. Try a little root work. A little dab is just enough. Come a little closer, baby. Let me take my time. That soft and natural fragrance keeps you on my mind. won't be no complications. Nothing artificial there. Just a little love and feeling underneath the things you wear. Feels good with every time. Try a little root work. Oh, a little dab is just enough. Oh, baby, try a little root work. Try a little root work. Ooh, feel that natural magic rush. Try a little root work.
That's right. Try a little root work, y'all. All right.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Anjali Kamath. We turn now to Florida, where the progressive state representative Angie Nixon pulled up.
All right, so now we're going to switch gears and get on this candidates. So I got some DSA candidate just running Florida, Miss Nixon. And she getting interviewed by both Democracy Now! And Savvy Sabs. My question is, what the hell is she gonna do specifically for Black people? And does she support lineage cash payment reparations and the anti-Black FBA hate crime bill? I put that in the comments and never got a response, so let's see what she's talking about.
Off a stunning victory last week in the Democratic Senate primary. Nixon defeated Alexander Vindman, a former Army intelligence officer who testified during Trump's first impeachment trial. Vindman was backed by the Democratic establishment, and his campaign raised more than 16 times as much cash as Nixon's campaign. Nixon has served in the Florida House of Representatives since 2020. In 2022, she made national headlines for leading sit-ins and other protests inside the Florida Capitol to protest a Republican move to redraw congressional maps. In November, Nixon will face incumbent Republican Senator Ashley Moody, who was appointed by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to fill the seat of Marco Rubio, who resigned to serve as Secretary of State. If elected, Angie Nixon would become the only member of the Democratic Socialists of America in the Senate. She joined the group in June. Angie Nixon joins us now from Jacksonville. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Angie Nixon. Tell us how you defeated Alex Vindman.
Good morning. I'm so happy to be with you all today. I was able to defeat Alex Vindman because it was good old-fashioned grassroots organizing. I am a former union organizer. I'm a community organizer. And I've had the opportunity to travel all across the state of Florida over the past nearly 2 decades to build a diverse coalition of supporters and, just folks who I've been working with over the past few years, nearly 2 decades, I'm sorry. We actually were able to help increase the minimum wage. I was a statewide organizer with that ballot initiative, also helping with automatic rights restoration. And so it was just hustle. And so I'm super excited to be the Democratic nominee. And I'm glad to be here with you all today.
And Angie, you're facing off Republican Ashley Moody in November. Florida has gone to Trump twice. This is a deep red state. What is your strategy going to be to win in November?
My strategy is going to expand on the strategy we had during the primary, just really going to meet people where they are. Unfortunately, my opponent likes to call me names, but that's because she doesn't have anything to show for it. You know, folks are trying to label me right now and put me in a box, but Ashley Moody is someone who actually stole $10 million from the most medically needy kids here in the state of Florida, and they allowed her to divert that funding so that they could defeat 2 ballot initiatives that would have helped improve the health of Floridians across the state. And her reward for that theft was her appointment to this United States Senate seat. Not only that, but Ashley Moody is just someone who does not speak with folks. She runs away from folks. I've had to answer many calls and respond to many emails that she just did not return to constituents that were in need of assistance. She also voted against the ACA subsidies, which caused nearly 300,000 people here in the state of Florida to drop off the rolls, the ACA marketplace, and it caused our private insurance premiums to go up as well. Ashley Moody is someone who cannot be trusted. She's simply a rubber stamp for Donald Trump. She does any and everything that he says to do, and it's just ridiculous. We need to send people to Washington, D.C. who are going to stand up and push back against Donald Trump, people who are actually going to work hard to ensure they are lowering the cost and ending the corruption and the chaos that's in D.C.
And Angie Nixon, you ran on an affordability platform. Talk about your policy priorities if you do win the election in November. What is the message you'll be taking to the Senate?
So when I win, because I like to speak things into existence, on day one, I'm going to file legislation to re-extend the ACA subsidies. Folks are going bankrupt simply because they are trying to stay alive. Medical debt is the leading cause of bankruptcy, and that's absolutely absurd. And then we're going to also push hardcore for universal health care. A recent Yale study came out that showed that the government would save $1 trillion if we pass universal health care. Also, it's going to be really important for us to address this housing issue. Right now here in the state of Florida, people who rent, they're paying over 18% the national average. People who have property insurance and they are homeowners, they are paying 300 times more than folks in other states. And that just totally has to change. The reason they're paying all this money is because Ashley Moody took a lot of money from insurance companies. She didn't rein them in when she was the attorney general. And so they just, they help her out by contributing to her campaign coffers. And so I'm happy to let folks know that the only people that I'm beholden to are hardworking, everyday folks. I am someone who prides myself on being unbought and unbossed. Also, I am a mother of 5. Me and my husband have a blended family. I was a single mom for 12 years, and I understand how tough it is as it relates to childcare, right? I have a 5-year-old right now, and some parents are paying $800 to $2,400 a month simply to try to send their children to a childcare facility. And so I support universal childcare. I know that for every dollar we put into childcare, we get $3 back in the economy because that allows parents to be able to work. That also allows our children to be diverted from the school to prison pipeline, which, these for-profit prisons, these elected officials, these billionaires, they want our children to have an ill education, a ridiculous, a horrible education, right? Which is why they're defunding public schools, because they want to usher them into the school to prison pipeline. Why make sure that our children have a good quality education when they know they'll make more money off of them going to prison and exploiting their labor? And so these are some of the things that I'm really pushing for and want to see accomplished when I become the next United States Senator. I know there's a rumor going around saying that I want to abolish prisons. I don't. I want to abolish for-profit prisons. There's also a rumor going around saying that I want to defund the police. I don't want to defund the police. I want to defund flock cameras so that bad cops don't have the ability to stalk their ex-girlfriends or their ex-boyfriends. I want to make sure that we have a justice system that works for everyone, not just for the billionaires and co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein, who actually are treated more fairly than a single mom who got caught stealing formula to make sure that her child had food. And so these are things that need to really be worked on. We need to make sure that hardworking everyday people get to shape what their communities look like and what their economies look like. And that's my mantra, that's my motto, and that's what I'm fighting for each and every day.
Angie Nixon, in May, you took part at a sit-in in Governor Ron DeSantis' office in protest of the redistricting bill, where you were arrested and now face a jury trial on trespassing charges in September. Talk about redistricting and how that affects the elections in November.
I mean, Donald Trump basically went to a lot of Republican governors and asked them to rig elections for him in the form of redrawing maps. And so we know that this was a partisan gerrymander because Ron DeSantis decided to release the maps to Fox News, and he did it when it was color-coded, and it showed and illustrated where blue seats, Democratic seats, would possibly be converted to Republican seats. And so that goes against our state constitution, and they illegally and unconstitutionally passed this bill. And so I decided to stand up for democracy and actually disrupt the proceedings, because again, what they were doing was illegal and unconstitutional, and it went against what the voters wanted. I know that the people should decide who their representatives are, right? The politicians should not be able to choose who their voters are. And what we're witnessing right now, in conjunction with the gutting of the Voting Rights Act, is Republican lawmakers in DC and all over these state legislatures, they are trying to return us back to the worst chapters of our history. And that is simply because they don't want us to have a say. They want the status quo. And I'm telling and making an appeal to everyone, right? Like right now, these politicians are working less and less and less. And meanwhile, they're getting richer. We are working harder than ever. And many of us are still struggling to stay afloat. They want us feeling hopeless. They want us to feel as though nothing can change, as though voting won't matter. But they're spending billions and billions of dollars, right, to suppress our right to vote. They're changing laws, making it harder for marginalized communities, for working families to go out and vote. And this is because they want to stay in power. They are so fearful of losing power, and they are fearful that many people are going to come into power, and they think that we're going to do to them what they've done to many of us for hundreds of years, but that's not the case. What happens when working families come into power, when everyday hardworking people become our state lawmakers, our federal lawmakers, we lead with love and humanity and dignity and compassion and respect. We want to make sure that no one experiences what we experienced as marginalized people. Again, I was a single mom, and I keep going back to this. I was a single mom for 12 years. I know what it's like to struggle. I don't want anyone to have to struggle the way in which I did, right? I know what happens. I am also proof positive of what happens when government does it right. I was a recipient of a workshop, a program in which I was able to gain down payment assistance because money trickled down from the feds, that trickled down to the state, that trickled down to the local government, that allowed me, a woman who had graduated from the University of Florida, that was working for the state, but only making $28,000. They helped me pay my down payment. They helped me with down payment assistance as well as closing costs, right? And when I refinanced my home, I paid that back. But these are programs that Donald Trump cut under the big BS bill, programs that Ashley Moody does not want. And that's because they just want their campaign donors and their billionaire friends and family and themselves to get richer. I am ready for hardworking, everyday people to get bailed out. I'm ready for small business owners to get bailed out. We have to focus our efforts on lowering their costs and not these costs of these big corporations. Over 88 companies last year made over $105 billion. They paid absolutely nothing in federal taxes. Meanwhile, I had a woman tell me she made $55,000 last year and she's on a payment plan with the IRS. Our system is broken, and I want to go to Washington, D.C. to help fix it.
Angie Nixon, final question. You joined the DSA recently in June. What is your relationship to the organization? If you win in November, you'd be the first DSA member in the Senate.
So you are exactly right. I just recently joined the DSA. I also just recently joined the Working Families Party. And my relationship is one that I just joined them because I saw that they were one of the organizations that was working the hardest to help ensure that people have universal health care. I'm talking to too many people who have loved ones that have died because they were underinsured or they didn't have any insurance. And so I am not an active member of DSA. I just paid a little bit of dues because as I paid dues with the Working Families Party, because I appreciate certain parts of their platform. Do I agree with all of it? No, I don't. And I don't agree with everything in the Democratic Party as well. And so I want folks to know they don't have to worry about me pushing some type of authoritarianism or any type of dictatorship. As a matter of fact, I have made it my life's mission to push back on any type of authoritarian and dictatorship, which is why I am so adamant about fighting back against Donald Trump and heading to DC. I want folks to know I am someone accessible, ethical, someone that they can trust. I'm willing to have conversations about any questions folks may have of me and my ideology. But if they look at my track record, they know that I always put people first, hardworking, everyday people first. And that is what I'm going to do when I become their next United States Senator.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
Rashida Tlaib is going to be there. Basically, again, to what Angie was saying, because she's trying to say, you know, it's a Muslim thing, so she shouldn't be there.
Yeah,
Ridiculous.
and it wasn't just her. Like, I want to say, like, it was my colleague who in the state legislature, Michael Gottlieb, but, you know, he is someone who has called me anti-Semitic and ignorant simply because I called for a ceasefire back in 2023, because I cared about the lives of innocent Palestinian babies as well as innocent Israeli babies. And it's very frustrating that they are allowing this narrative to just continue to spiral out of control when all we care about is just the safety and well-being and humanity of all people.
Now, Angie, if I remember correctly, you were in one of the districts that was redrawn. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so back in 2022, I was in one of the districts that Ron DeSantis unconstitutionally removed Black congressional districts out of, right? And so then recently, again, he decided to hold Trump's water and carry his water for him and go after 4 Democratic districts to split them up. And mine isn't one of them, but there's 2 that basically are going to potentially lose Black representation. And so what this was about was, and why I decided to peacefully protest on the House floor with the pink bullhorn and disrupt, because they wanted to unconstitutionally and illegally draw maps that allowed for partisan gerrymandering. And that is something that we voted against back in 2010, which we put on the ballot as citizens. It was a citizen-led ballot initiative, and we put it on the ballot to ensure that that never happened. And we voted positively on it, right, in the affirmative. And so they decided to break the law, and I disrupted. And the disruption caused me to get a formal reprimand by Republican lawmakers. Now, mind you, I am the only reprimand they've handed out in 20 years, even though there were Republican lawmakers fighting on the floor before, even though one of my colleagues was just found guilty of sexually assaulting one of his legislative aides, but they decided to formally reprimand the Black lawmaker that stood up for voting rights after they decided to gut the Voting Rights Act in the Supreme Court. And so this is just what Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis are about, right? And so Ron DeSantis even had me arrested for doing a sit-in in his office because we wanted to have a conversation with him about why he did this. And so I was trying to stand up for democracy. I was standing up for democracy. And if I had the opportunity to do it over again, I would do it with a bigger megaphone and it would have been brighter pink.
Yeah, it's we talked before on the show about Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who also has been taking advantage of these districts being redrawn and decided to run in a predominantly Black district. I talked about that before too. It's causing a lot of issues, obviously. But Angie, I want to show people, because one of the things I noticed with you under like Meet Angie, you are an organizer.
Yes. Yes,
So
I am an
wanna hear-
organizer.
Yeah, I want to hear a little bit more about your organizing efforts, because that's something that I'm an organizer as well. That's something I'm really passionate about.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm a community organizer and a former union organizer. I've worked with SEIU Florida and Florida Public Services Union, but right now I'm still organizing a community. Ron DeSantis banned books, and I opened up a banned bookstore, and it serves as not only a banned bookstore, but a coffee shop and a third space where people come and they gather, and we have a bunch of different community groups that work on power building and teaching people how to organize. We also offer things like free mental health workshops and free tutoring and free Plan B. As well as when the governmental shutdown happened during last year, we offered free food. We always had a free pantry outside that people would come in and drop stuff in and take it out if they needed it. And the idea behind that is that, you know, we can use mutual aid as a way to help educate people about why they're in their certain circumstance in the first place. And we like organize them and agitate them around that to make sure that they are registered to vote or to get them registered. And I'm also like directly located across the street from a polling location as well as an early voting location. And so I really model my work after like the Black Panther Party, right? They saw children going to school hungry, so they started the free breakfast program. And they saw that people needed mental health resources, and they started those free pop-up healthcare clinics. And from there, they were able to agitate people about like the reason they need these things in the first place, and because their needs aren't being met, and their needs aren't being met because the wrong people are in office. And so that's how I work to agitate and organize, and it's been really successful so far.
Yeah, that's a big, when your campaign reached out, I saw that you did mutual aid, and that was a big one for me because I've been doing that and preaching about that for quite some time. It really does help and makes a difference in the community. Now, you are running for, this is a special election for Marco Rubio's seat.
Correct. It's a special election. And Ron DeSantis decided to appoint Ashley Moody to this seat. She was actually rewarded because she allowed $10 million that was supposed to go towards ensuring that our most medically needy kids, were taken care of. And she rerouted $10 million from Department of Children and Families to go towards defeating two ballot initiatives that Ron DeSantis wanted to fight against. One was to allow recreational marijuana, and the second was to remove any political interference from abortion access. And so they used that money to defeat those citizen-led ballot initiatives. And Ron DeSantis rewarded her with this seat after Marco Rubio had to leave because he was appointed to be Secretary of State. And look, this woman, Ashley Moody, she is very corrupt. She's one of the ones that voted to end the ACA subsidies. And she did that because campaign donors, she receives her donations from healthcare companies, health insurance companies. And she also was one of the ones who filed a lawsuit back in 2020 to help Donald Trump say that there was a rigged election that he lost, right? And so she just continues to carry the water of these Republicans, especially Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis, and she's getting rewarded as such. She doesn't care about anyone when she could have held all of those insurance companies accountable for, especially the property insurance companies, for not paying out claims, for taking our money and leaving the state. She chose to look the other way. And there are people who have actually lost their homes because they could no longer afford it due to the property insurance.
Yeah. This is a big one. I'm curious, Angie, if you could explain to everyone in your district, because this is looking at this again, a Marco Rubio seat. What are you hearing from people on the ground? Because you're running a grassroots campaign. You're not taking corporate PAC money. You're not obviously not taking money from AIPAC. But what are you hearing from the voters on the ground?
What I'm hearing from the voters on the ground is that they can't keep waiting. They can't afford to keep waiting for things to change someday. And so they are ready and they are hungry for new leadership that is actually bold and unapologetic and fighting for everyday people. They're tired of their leaders only looking out for their billionaire family and friends and their corporate donors. They are ready for people who actually care about people and are going to put people first. And a lot of people are excited about my candidacy. You know, you're an organizer, and so y'all know organized people beats organized money each and every day of the week. And that's evident because the most recent independent poll came out and it stated that I have the strongest shot. I'm the strongest candidate to take on Ashley Moody in the general election. And I know that we're going to win on Tuesday, and I know we're going to win in November as well. And we're going to do that because I go out and meet people where they are. I'm not afraid to have conversations with people who don't even agree with me ideologically. How can I profess to want to be someone's U.S. senator if I don't want to meet with them? And so I meet with everyone. One of the first places I went before I even announced running, because I went on a statewide listening tour first to kind of gauge what people were feeling and what they wanted me to do. This wasn't a decision that I made. And one of the first places I went was Putnam County, which is a very red county. And I had this listening tour, and throughout traveling across the state and talking to thousands of Floridians, throughout this entire state, I have been able to talk to folks and really use their ideas to build out my platform. Like, this is a people's first, people-powered campaign and a people's first, people-powered platform. And so I always center people. I always have an advisory committee to advise me on policy, to advise me on the direction I should vote. And so I'm going to take that same playbook from what I've been doing as a state lawmaker. I'm going to take it up to Washington, D.C. as well.
Okay. Quick questions for you on policy. The big question that has been coming about right now is Israel and Congress and voting to send money to Israel. So if you won and a bill came up to send more aid to Israel, how would you vote on that legislation?
I would not vote in support of that bill. And the reason why is because we have people over here that are starving. We have veterans and educators that are living unhoused, and we have to put America first. I am not supportive of dropping bombs on babies. I support Medicare for all and universal child care and free college. And Israel has all of those things and we don't. And we need to make sure that we are preserving the life of folks. And Israel is committing, the state of Israel under Netanyahu is committing war crimes, and they've wiped out entire bloodlines. And don't get me wrong, like, I have stated that Hamas is responsible and should be held responsible for what took place on October 7th. That doesn't make me anti-Palestinian or anti-Muslim, just like me feeling that Netanyahu should be held accountable and locked under the jail. And that doesn't make me anti-Semitic either.
I disagree with what you were saying there about Hamas. For me, the way that I see it is I'm looking at international law, and under international law, they actually have a right to resist with the use of arms. That's my take on that. I know people have different opinions about it, but that's my take on that. If you occupy people, they have a right to resist.
No, I totally understand. I just always want to try to exhaust diplomacy at all efforts. And I believe that just based on us as a country, we are continual and perpetual colonizers, and we got to do things differently and stay out of folks' business because we tend to perpetuate things that don't need to be perpetuated.
Okay, one more for you as well, Angie. Another one, this is another one that comes from my viewers a lot. If with reparations, if legislation, I think they've tried to do this before last year, if legislation came forward for reparations for descendants of slavery in the United States, how would you vote on that legislation?
I would vote in support of it as someone who is a direct descendant of slaves and who unfortunately does not necessarily know my entire bloodline and from which they've come. I am fully supportive of reparations for Black people.
Okay, and one more. Many are wondering, why not run as an independent? I'm not familiar with that district where you are in Florida, but why not run as an independent? Why run through the Democratic Party?
Yeah, so I've been a lifelong Democrat, and I'm not gonna lie, the past few years I have been really assessing what's happening, but I became a state rep as a Democrat, and honestly, I don't care about party. I'm someone who prides myself on being people over party, people over politics, and people over profit. It doesn't matter about labels to me. I'm also a member of the Working Families Party as well. What I care about is common sense legislation and solutions, and that's how I'm going to legislate as the next United States Senator from the state of Florida.
Okay. All right, Angie. Well, I know you're busy and you're out there on the ground. I will be covering what happens on Tuesday night in Florida, just like I did for Wisconsin and for Michigan. So I'll be watching.
Thank you, Sabby. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
All righty.
Bye.
Bye. All right, ladies and gents, that was Angie Nixon. I think Angie has also been on Revolutionary Change. And I think I saw her on another show as well. But if you want to know more about her, again, she has an interesting history, you can check out her website here. Just added that to the chat. And check that out. Yeah, there's some screwy that's going on in Florida. Like I told you guys, Laura Loomer and all of them contacted representatives down there, and they already started telling people you need to cancel this event because Rashida Tlaib was going to be there, and they're trying to say that the event itself is anti-Semitic. It's crazy. It's all over the damn place. But again, like I told you guys before, I think Laura Loomer's a Fed, because I don't know anybody else that's independent media that has that type of power. It's just crazy. Anyway, ladies and gents, we are going on with the other stories of the day. Again, if you're just joining, the theme is just my imagination. And you tell me if it's just my imagination. Let me know. Let me know. All right, let's go to some of the comments here, and then we'll get to the next story. Shout out to L. Wally for becoming a Savvy member. Welcome. Thank you. A kid said, Sabby, I saw your clip of giving out food in a recent event. Thanks for helping out. You are welcome. I'm actually going to show that to you guys tonight too, because in that video, I show you how we set things up. So I think it's important for people to know how we actually set up the stuff. So if you're trying to do mutual aid too. Justice by Karma. Sabby has the best chat and member community of any channel on social media. Oh, that's so sweet. Really? That's funny. Some people feel that my chat can be mean. I don't think it's like that. I think for me, it's just that you have different voices that are in the chat, right? So people agree on some things and disagree on others. Shout out to Chili2353 for gifting 10 Sabby memberships, and congrats to all of you who received those. Greetings, Measured Man. I love that. A banned bookstore. Thank you. And Dreadlock, Marco Rubio must be defeated. He's already out because he's Secretary of State with the Trump administration, but that seat is open because of that. But he is a despicable traitor to Cuba. To be completely honest, I'm watching this evil country going down as it deserves. Thank you, Quads. Angie Nixon, Zionist plant. No, I don't think Angie Nixon is a Zionist. I think that I know Jen Perlman has known her for quite some time. She is a really good organizer. I think that when it comes to the Hamas stuff, I think that some of these candidates may have been told that if they say what I said, they're not going to win. I think that's what it really is. Thank you, Tony says, thank you. All right. And Eric says, we're mean to the right people. We're mean to the right people. All right. Okay, ladies and gents, again, the theme is just my imagination. If you haven't had a chance to do so, do me a solid and smash that like button. And if you're new, don't forget to like, sub, and share, just like a Care Bear. Let's keep it moving and grooving, folks. We're going to the next story here. All hell is broken loose. Bam, bam, bam. Donald Trump recently gave a speech in New York, ladies and gents. And he had quite a bit to say to the officers there. And there's a lot of lies that Donald Trump said during that speech, and we have the data to debunk it. But it is very clear. I think he's just running out of strategy at this point in time. That also applies to the Iran war, because he talks a little bit about that, but also how he wants to go after some of these other cities. And I'm gonna prove something to you. The first one being this. Guess who was there? Asen says it looks like Kelsey Grammer will be attending Trump's speech in New York. As you can see there, here's a picture. Kelsey Grammer. See how it's one big club? Yeah, Kelsey Grammer from Frasier. Kelsey Grammer, who created the show Girlfriends. Yeah, one big club, honey. One big club. I don't know if I ever told you guys this, but my dad loved that show, Frasier. And I tried to watch it with him a couple of times, and I think I just didn't understand the humor of that show. But my dad loved that show. And I was like, I don't know. Maybe the show was meant for like our parents or something. I just couldn't really get into it. But it's just one big club, one big club. I want to start out with this clip of Donald Trump here. The first lie that I caught about funding the police. Check this out.
So the numbers you just heard, the preliminary numbers for just now, are even lower than the record numbers that you just heard. So it's a great tribute to all of the people in this room. Together, we're showing what is possible when you finally have a president in the White House who supports our police, who lets you do your jobs, and who always backs the blue. We back the blue. And you know, and I have been from the beginning, long before I ran for office. Who would have thought 10 years ago? I've been doing this for now a long time, but not that long if you think I'm president, if you think it's a pretty quick trip. But I'm with you and always was 100%. 100%. And my administration is proving billions, and we're giving you 100%.
So I think it's really interesting here. Yeah, Donald Trump apparently does not drink, from what I understand, but he did kind of sound as though he had a couple of, I don't know, margaritas on the way, you know. So let's go ahead and debunk this first statement here. You finally have a president that cares about backing the blue. Let's see what the data says about that, because it's really interesting to me. He's trying to make it seem as though Biden didn't fund the police even more than Donald Trump did his first term. In fact, I seem to remember Joe Biden making this statement about how we need to give the police more money. See, some of us remember because we were coming after Joe Biden during this time.
That also means building more affordable housing so people can have safe places closer to their jobs. Funding proven programs to help fight violent crime. We shouldn't be cutting funding for police departments. I propose increasing funding. Look, you know, we ask cops to do everything, including be psychologists and social workers. Guess what? They need psychologists and social workers. That also means.
So increase funding to the police. I believe that was what Joe Biden said, and the data is going to show you that's what he did. Many of us remember because we criticized Biden when he said this and when he decided to do it. We can look at a little bit more of the data here. Just to refresh your memory, Biden, warning of crime wave, diverts COVID funds to police and snub to progressives. That was June 24th of 2021. Some of us remember. Remember? Yeah, we remember. But according to Trump, you didn't have a president who cares about the police until now. I also remember this one. Check this out. Looking at the numbers here, recent year-to-year funding progression. 2020 to 2021, you can see police funding dropped about roughly 309.7 million. 21 to 22. Okay, so this is now the Biden presidency. Rebounded to over 443 million. 2023 increased to 476.5 million. 2026 reached 527.9 million. So now we're back in the Trump era. And then, of course, 2027 pushed towards nearly 550 million. So Trump is increasing it, yes, but Biden also increased it as well. And if you look at the graphs over time, you will see, yes, Joe Biden increased funding also to the police, just like the Democratic Party also increased funding for ICE. They all do it. So this whole idea that you didn't have a president that cared about funding and giving more money to the police is bullshit, because Biden did. Many of us on the left were criticizing Biden when he did that. So you tell me, is it just my imagination, or is Trump lying as usual? A little bit more from that New York speech.
And you know, for other cities like New York, Chicago, LA, all they have to do is call us and we will stop that crime. We'll stop that horrible crime. We come in with the right people. We come in with the power to move people out of the country if they're here illegally. And a lot of them are criminals that were let in through that open border, that horrible. Remember the scene? Remember the scene? Well, you saw it the other day in Spain, right? Okay, now envision that. They allowed 65,000 people in. Now you remember 25 million people. We were worse. That was like that every single day in our country. And that went on for months and months. And then we had a border czar, as you remember, Kamala. She was a border czar. She never went to the border. And she never once called Border Patrol. Other than that, she did an excellent job.
But Kamala Harris ran to the right on immigration when she ran for president. Now, he said right before this that he could help out those other cities, New York, LA. Let's focus on New York for just a second. Crime has actually decreased in New York City. Donald Trump had Mamdani right in his office, right in front of his face, when he went there to ask for some of that federal funding to accomplish some of these goals that he wanted to accomplish in New York City. See, people forget this as well. Some of that money that Zoran was able to use to create some of these programs, like the universal child care that they just accomplished there in New York City for certain age groups, some of that money came from the federal government. Donald Trump signed off on that when he sat down and met with him. This is really important when you hear Donald Trump say they're all communists, they're not socialists, they're just radical commies, because he approved the funding to go to New York. But he's not going to tell you that out loud, because that wouldn't work well against his base or with his base. So these are all the things that we got to do. We got to connect all the dots so that you guys can see that the world is a stage.
She was a great candidate. I think they should run her again. She was a great candidate. But since I took office, federal law enforcement has arrested incredibly 1.2 million criminals nationwide, and bad ones. We want to make sure we get the bad ones.
Do the bad ones include the Epstein class, any of the Epstein friends? Do the bad ones include the people who are, I don't know, participating in insider trading? No, because see, this is the thing. The rich people that are committing these crimes, he's not having these police officers go after them. Hell, they start with him first. So he's not having them do any of that.
We've increased federal criminal prosecutions by over 50%. And under the Trump administration, the FBI has nearly doubled its arrests for violent crime. The violent criminals are being arrested, and that's why you see the good crime numbers. I mean, you're seeing crime numbers even in places that do not do let's say they don't have good leadership, like Chicago has very bad leadership, but we have the numbers down because of what the federal government's doing. We get no credit for it because they say, well, we get no credit for it. They like to take all the credit, but everyone knows we've done an amazing job. The U.S. attorneys and the FBI, all the people, Cash and Todd has been unbelievable.
Kash Patel, the same person who told everybody like who that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. That's the same Kash Patel. That's a terrible example to mention. It's Kash Patel.
We get all the credit. And as of this week, we've captured 9 out of 10 fugitives on the FBI's most wanted list, and that's a virtual record. We have a list. We have a list of 10 not nice people.
They didn't catch the ones that are right in the Trump administration, like Howard Lutnick, right, who's all throughout the Epstein files. They didn't catch those, though. They're standing right there next to them.
Are not nice people, David Mack. You know, David, stand up, David. One of the wealthiest guys. He's got so much cash. He's got so much cash, he doesn't know what to do with it. And he wants to be safe. They save your ass, David. I'll tell you. You have no idea, David. Anyway, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time. He's a real estate man, a very good real estate man. And he used to be my enemy, but now he's very nice to me. Now he's very nice. He used to be my competitor, but he's a good man. He's a great, brilliant real estate person, too. It's good to have you, David. Shortly after taking office, I signed a historic executive order directing that anyone convicted of killing a police officer should face the death penalty.
But apparently not those that kill underage girls. So you see how this works? Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Let's go to the next part. It's something, I tell you.
We've never had anywhere, not even close. Think of that stuff, right? Think of that stuff. And one other thing I have to say, you know, they keep talking about affordability. Affordability, you know, I walk in, I'm in office one day, and those fakers, look at all that press back there. Wow, fake news. But they keep talking about affordability. When I got in, you remember the first news conference, it was one day, they started screaming, what about eggs? What about eggs? Eggs. I said, tell me about eggs. What's the problem? They're up 5 times higher than they were just a year ago. I said, I've just been here one day. And then they started screaming affordability. And, you know, I made the statement, but they always misread it and everything else
So let me just clarify here. People were complaining about affordability under the Biden administration. It didn't start under the Trump administration. So those complaints that Donald Trump is referring to, that was complaints that rolled over from the Biden administration because we were complaining then. And then Trump became president and people were still voicing those complaints. Remember, he said, well, we'll get things back on track. And so the prices actually did start to come down, but then he started the war with Iran. And that's when things started to increase again. So the affordability screaming didn't start under his presidency. It started during Biden's presidency, which is one of the reasons why Trump, who seems to forget this, he actually said when he was running that he was going to fix it. He said that Biden screwed up the economy and he was going to fix it. So, you know, for me, it's just how do you say it? It's just ridiculous, the information that is omitted from the speech.
Said the Democrats saying that is a hoax because they're the ones that caused the affordability. We're bringing the prices way down. Look at what's happening, coming way down. And
yes, the tariffs too. I forgot, Megan. Thank you for mentioning. And he just said it again, that the prices are coming way down. They're not. They're not. I was just at the grocery store. Like, it's just, oh my God.
After we finish defeating Iran, which is being very badly defeated, Pretty soon I'll be declaring the Hormuz Strait a territory of the United States.
It's the Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz, not Hormuz. And then also, here he goes again. All these people clapping. These people are fools. No, he is not going to declare the Strait of Hormuz a territory of the United States. You have no control. You have no authority. You're defeating Iran. How's that looking to the rest of the world? Does Iran look defeated to you? No. No, not at all. Now he's just blowing smoke up their ass, you know? Like, I really do feel like if Donald Trump played that game, you guys ever played the card game bullshit? Okay. If Donald Trump played that game with like a lot of his fans or the people in this crowd that are clapping for everything, I really think he'd probably run away with that game a big time winner because they just believe anything. Anything. The data shows you these things are not true. It shows you this information is false. And they're just like, yeah. Idolism, hell of a drug.
Essentially, that's what it is. We have the blockade. No ships get through unless we want them to. But, and how about Venezuela? Venezuela was a one-day war. And now we work great with them. We've taken in millions and millions of barrels of oil. But we're doing really good. We're doing good in every way. You know, I built the...
It wasn't even a war. He kidnapped Nicolas Maduro and his wife. And I just want to remind everybody, Nicolas Maduro and his wife are still kidnapped. They're still held hostage by the United States government. This is absolutely insane. Oof.
Military, and now I used it a little bit more than I wanted to, frankly, but that's okay because we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Do we agree? Can't let it.
Do you guys see? The reason why I wanted to show you guys this is because many of us who are watching this, we understand the game. We know that he's lying, right? I wanted you to see this because I wanted you to see how many people still believe the bullshit. All of these officers here who are clapping and applauding and all of this stuff, we cannot let them have a nuclear weapon. He always does this thing with the hands and all this kind of stuff. This is what Donald Trump feeds off of, that type of energy. You see, I look at Donald Trump and I see him as a narcissist, also quite possibly a sociopath as well. These type of people with those types of personality traits, they feed off of this type of energy. He loves hearing the applause. He loves the claps, the people like kind of bowing to him and you know, more like a literal sense. And he loves that. He loves that. The more he craps on people and the more people still kiss his ass, he loves that. Without the applause, what does he have? Without the idol worship, what does he have? If everybody that was MAGA tomorrow turned on Donald Trump and started constantly booing him, of course he'd say it was fake news, but if they constantly did this to his face, that's how you make someone like Trump fall. Donald Trump doesn't fall, number one, because he's a billionaire and he has the money and the resources to get around a lot of things. But the other thing is like the public has to shut the door in his face. And that hasn't fully happened yet. So he feeds off of this type of energy.
So most things are down. And I had, you know, before I started that, I had to make a journey. I said to my guys, I said to Howard, Scott, Marco, they're all fantastic. What a great group we have. But I said, fellas, we just had the best month anyone's ever had as president. The numbers had just come out. I just got back. I was in Iowa helping some people. And I was in office. And we're looking at the pump. And it's $1.95 a gallon. And another one was $1.85. I said $1.85 a gallon. And I meet them the following day. I said, I have bad news for you guys. We have to make a little journey to the Middle East because we have to put out a potential disaster, potential very big fire like you've never seen. we can't let Iran keep going. They would have had a nuclear. If we didn't hit the B-2 bombers, if we didn't hit them, you would have had a nuclear weapon, and it would have been a very sad day for this country and for the entire world. So I said, we're going to have to put out the fire in the Middle East, and we've done that. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. We have loaded up. So
I'm waiting for someone to actually verify that price of gas, because where I live, gas is still over $4 a gallon.
Say this. So for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember, you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have a country. Really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's I'll never apologize. I did the right thing. But you could,
See?
you know, if you did.
See that right there? I will never apologize. I did the right thing. And that's that type of mentality that I was talking about. This type of personality that Donald Trump has, he never feels as though he's wrong, even if he is wrong. He will never apologize. Again, a lot of that comes from Roy Cohen. We talked about him before on the show, who was a mentor of Donald Trump's. This guy, Roy Cohen, was a lawyer. He worked with some of the, like, getting some of the mob guys off and stuff like that. That's that same type of energy that Roy Cohen had. Never apologize for anything. So if you never apologize for anything, you never feel like you're wrong ever, you know, like, and you become president of the United States, this is dangerous. There's no self-reflection at all. So he's telling you guys he is not going to apologize for making the working class suffer.
Didn't have. You'd be at, I mean, I had it down to below $2 in many states, but in California, you can't include because they keep taxing. You lower the oil price and they end up taxing you more than what you lower it. But you just have to remember that what we're doing is a great service for the world, not only for ourselves, for the world. And we're really doing a great job. Our military is unbelievable. The blockade is unstoppable.
So the blockade is all over the damn place, which I'll get into for the Iran story. But then also, this is not about doing the world a service. This is about doing a service for Israel. That's why he went after Iran, so that Israel can expand their Greater Israel project. This has nothing to do with you, me. It has nothing to do with, well, they can't have it. No, it's because Iran is the big axis of the resistance, and he wants them gone because Israel wants them gone. The reality is, with Iran still there operating the way that they do, Israel cannot continue this Greater Israel project.
Wall of steel. The blockade is a wall of steel. But the policies of Hochul and the Democrat colleagues, like crooked, oh, she's the worst. Is she the worst? Crooked Attorney General Letitia James. She is the most dishonest, a real slob.
Now, I have my own criticism of Letitia James, especially when it comes to deed theft in New York City. That's something that she needs to be doing as part of her job as the top cop in New York. But I mean, Trump can't really talk. I mean, because he's corrupt too. You know, it's like, you know, you're calling someone else corrupt when you're also corrupt. Now, I want to show you something, because one of the things that he mentioned was also, we're going to fact check this one because he doesn't tell the full story. One of the things he said is that Trump said Americans are working than any. Let me rephrase this. Excuse me. Trump says more Americans are working than at any time in history. So let me show you what he leaves out, because he has a way of spitting in like a kernel of truth without telling you the full story. So the part that he leaves out is the population. I don't know why I'm going to say operation. So listen to this. Trump said more Americans are working today than at any time in history of our country. The employment peak came in January 2026, though it dropped the following month. However, population growth primarily shapes this metric. So economists do not consider it a meaningful statistic. So this is the part that he leaves out, right? That the population growth is what shapes that metric. So the population has increased, and that's a part of that. Two other statistics, the labor force participation rate and the employment population ratio are relatively high, but not at their all-time highs. So see how he can exaggerate things and say, this is the first time ever in history? No, it's not. A more relevant yardstick shows Trump's second term underperforming his predecessors, Obama, Biden, and also himself from his first term. After 14 years of almost uninterrupted monthly job gains, almost half of the Trump's months in office have seen job losses. So the statement is partially accurate, but leaves out important details or takes things out of context. So they rate it half true. And I wanted to show you this because this is something that Trump tends to do. He'll throw in like a kernel of truth, but then he may exaggerate it a little bit, embellish a little bit there, but he'll leave out a key detail that explains to you why that is. So that is like half true. It's not a full truth. And it's not the most ever in history. So that's how he exaggerates things. And people don't look it up. To give you an example here, people are already spitting back at what he said about the gasoline prices. So I want to show you something here. Same event.
I mean, if they hit, we would hit back 100 times harder.
What if it's right before the midterms? Do you care?
Well, it could be, but people are looking at gasoline prices. That's all they're looking at. They like the fact that I'm stopping this lunatic nation from having an atomic bomb.
No, the majority of Americans don't like the fact that you went to war with Iran. So do you see just another lie, just constant lie after lie after lie? We can see this here as a comparison from 2024 to 2026, what he said about the gas prices. Check this out.
We will become energy independent shortly after, but start also on day one, drill, baby, drill. We're going to bring your electric prices way down. We're going to bring your energy prices way down. Gasoline will be back to $2 and maybe even less than that. So I just say this. So for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember, you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have a country. Really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's I'll never apologize. I did the right thing, but you.
Wild, huh? I don't know what happened. I tried to use my gong, but it didn't work this time. There we go. It was just my imagination running away with me. Was it just my imagination? Am I imagining these things? Bring back the Temptations. I gotta tell you, like, this is just, it's wild. But shout out to all of those, especially on social media, who have these comparison clips. So you can look back at 2024 and you can look back at 2026 just to make sure that we are not losing our freaking minds. Because honestly, sometimes it gets to the point where I ask myself, like, am I the one that's losing it? Like, I don't know. I'm starting to wonder. But yeah, obviously it's unfortunate. But what's crazy is you see all those people there applauding. People still buy it. People still buy it. Let's go to some of the comments here, ladies and gents. Thank you for the super chat, Roger. She made a case for why she should be I not them. I don't know what that means, but thank you, Roger. Eric, we can go to part 2 of Tight VNC. Shout out to Chili, who gifted 10 Savvy memberships again. Boop, 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 boop. Thank you. And congrats to all of you who received one. Thank you, Saucy. Candace has to go through a lot of info. She admits to mistakes. Andrew wants proof of everything. Now the proof will come or it won't. Thank you, Roger. Yes, he was here in Nassau County, Long Island, campaigning for my county exec, GOP Blakeman, where polls show he's within 4 points of Governor Hochul. It's interesting. And thank you for this one. If she'd passed New York Healthcare, New York Public Bank Act, Invest in Our New York Act, waiting till Zoran gets into office to decommodify housing, this wouldn't have been a problem. Well, and thank you for this one. I was wondering what the military choppers were. Robert says, Mom Donnie won't say shit either. LOL, just give up the money. Thank you, Roger. Colonel, criminals don't break laws. They author them. Thank you, Quads. Regarding Angie Nixon condemning I think it's PS. I don't know what this is. It's StreamYard, and they put a PS there, but I think that's something else. Might be a it might be an image, but I don't know. StreamYard does this weird thing. Anyway, condemning resistance to imperialism is disqualifying because they're accepting and normalizing white supremacist Zionism and the myth that U.S. was founded on values of equality, liberty, and justice for all. Thank you for this one as well. Any of these politicians that are out there acting like AIPAC is the problem are either agents of the empire or disqualifying inept. Workers will never be served by a political class that condemns resistance to the 3,428 transnational billionaires. Well, I agree, but she does have the billionaire thing on her website too. I do agree with that, but I hear what you're saying. Oh, okay, it's the flag. Yeah, because on StreamYard, it doesn't show up like that for me. That's the only thing about StreamYard. Like when people put those things on YouTube, like it doesn't show all the images. I don't know why. Maybe that's something they'll fix one day. Fellow says the egg issue was price gouging plus inflation. Thank you, Ronnie. Unfortunately, some male members in my family believe Trump's BS. I'm sorry. Lady, what's up? Those high IQ cops watch Donald J. Trump egg on January 6ers attacking police, pardon them, and yet they still clap like seals when he talks about protecting them. Ugh. It's crazy how that happens, right? Idolism is a hell of a drug. And thank you, Ira. 4.2 million workers have left the workforce since January 25. I believe that. I believe it. I think a big part of this was also forcing people to go back into the office. Some people have been working from home for a long time since the pandemic started. And then when they were told, well, you got to come back in now, some people just was like, no, I'm not doing that. They were like, my life is different now. My life has changed. Very different. Okay, let's go ahead and get to the next story, ladies and gents. Again, tonight's theme is just my imagination. This one is interesting. I didn't know this. This is coming through. Apparently, the IRGC is claiming that Qatar has captured some of Iran's pilots. This just came through from Professor Morandi, and we'll get to other information about this as well. Qatar aided Trump and Netanyahu in murdering Iranian leaders and children. Now it holds 3 of Iran's Air Force pilots hostage, heroes who struck enemy targets. If Qatar does not release them soon, the Iranian people would demand their armed forces severely punish the regime. And so Professor Morandi here is showing the letter, the actual statement, which I'm sorry, guys, I can't read it because it is not in English. My apologies. But this is the statement apparently here from Iran. And I want to get into this video here. Qatar publishes a video of them shooting down 2 Iranian aircrafts. They also captured 3 Iranian pilots. This is crazy. So let's take a look at the video, guys. By the way, Qatar is saying this is not the case. Qatar is saying that they don't have these pilots. But I mean, come on. Do we believe Qatar? I don't know. But here's the video.
هذه الخارطة. هذه الشاشة هي عبارة عن تسجيل خاص بمسار الطائرتين. لو نلاحظ هنا مسار الطائرتين كانوا من الشمال الشرقي للمياه الاقتصادية مرورا في الجنوب الشرقي للمياه القطرية وعبروا إقليم الدولة البحري وتم إسقاطهم قبل دخولهم إلى الأراضي.
This is where I wish I had a translator. This is where I wish I had a translator.
القطرية. ولو نلاحظ هنا في شاشة الرادار يوجد انشطار بين الطائرة الأولى وانتقالها إلى انتقال الطائرة الثانية إلى موقعها في البحر. وماذا عن عملية البحث؟
So what they're showing you here, they're showing you a video of them apparently shooting that down.
عملية البحث الذي تم تقسيم منطقة البحث إلى 3 مواقع. الموقع الأول هو الوايد اريا اوف سيرش اند ريسكيو، الموقع الثاني اللي يعتبر سيمي وايد اريا اوف سيرش اند ريسكيو، والموقع الثالث اللي هو يعتبر الكونفيرمد اريا.
I'll just mute it, guys. I'm so sorry, but here we go. But what I wanted to show you was what they were showing you here. Let me come back up here. See this video? It does look like a video game, but they're showing you there's 1 in the red and there's 2 right there. So let's see what this is about, because this has also been reported. The New York Times did cover this, and this was published August 15th. So on Saturday. So check it out. Iran says Qatar captured its pilots months ago, a claim Qatar rejects. So let's go ahead and get into this, because like I said, this was breaking news over the weekend. Iran is accusing Qatar, they did on Saturday, of capturing 3 of its bomber pilots in the early days of the U.S.-Israeli war with Iran. Now, this is a claim that Qatari official publicly denied. General Syed Mohammed, commander of the Iranian Armed Forces Missing Persons Search Committee, he made the accusation in a letter to the International Committee of the Red Cross, which was published by Iranian media. He said the men were flying Su-24 fighter jets in an operation on March 2nd, days after the outbreak of the war, when their planes had been hit by enemy defenses and the pilots ejected. They survived, but were captured by Qatari authorities. This is according to General Bagharzadeh, who named the men as, so here are the names. Let me put this here. Javad Saleh, Abdalmad Dashtian, and Omran Besrashian. A 4th pilot, Majid Kazemi, died. So they're saying Kazemi, who was the 4th pilot, died, but they are saying that the other 3 pilots lived. But Majid al-Ansari, who is the spokesman for Qatari's foreign ministry, denied that the country had detained Iranians. We categorically deny the claims circulating regarding the detention of Iranian pilots and are surprised by these misleading statements at this particular time. So it goes on to say here, Qatar, a close ally with the U.S. that hosts a major American military base, said in early March that its Air Force had shot down 2 Iranian Su-24 bomber jets. Mr. al-Ansari said on Saturday that contact was established with the pilots concerned following their violation of Qatari airspace. He then added, after following the rules of engagement and attempting to communicate with them without receiving a response, the necessary measures were taken to defend our territory in accordance with international law. He said the Qatari search and rescue team's search for the pilots remains. Qatari communicated with Iran to turn over the remains of 1 pilot who was found, presumably a reference to Mr. Kazemi, Mr. al-Ansari said. So I think the question still remains, what happened to those other pilots, though, the ones that did not die? And I think that's the question that Iran is asking at this point in time. 3 of them apparently did not die. So where are they? Apparently they did not return home. Also not 100% convinced to believe Qatar either. Remember, Qatar again is backed by the U.S. So just keep that in mind. Qatar also invited an Iranian team to visit and be briefed on the details of the search and rescue operations in April, but the Iranian side has yet to respond to the invitation. probably because they saw that as a trap. Yeah, we'll show up and then they'll try to assassinate us. The general's letter was the most precise indication so far of what Iran believes happened to those 3 pilots. Before Saturday's letter, Iranian authorities had said the fate of the men was unknown. Qatar has not allowed the prisoners to meet or speak with their families or with officials handling their cases. He called on the Red Cross to meet with the pilots, investigate their condition, and facilitate their release as soon as possible. The Red Cross did not respond to a request for a comment. So if we go back up here, I want to get back to that point where they show that letter there. Just to show you guys. Yeah, so again, this is the letter here. Let's see if it'll let me translate. Sometimes it lets me do this and sometimes it doesn't. Okay, so here's that letter here. Important letter of Sardar to Miss Mariana about the status of Iranian captured pilots. So as you can see here, and this comes from the general. And yeah, the text of this letter is as follows. In the wake, okay, so again, here it is addressed to the Red Cross. In the wake of the start of the cowardly attacks of the U.S. terrorist army and the illegitimate and usurping Zionist regime, I'm sorry, guys, I can't read today. The Zionist regime in the country of Iran on the 9th of March last year, and the arrival of air bases based in southern Arab countries of the Persian Gulf, the heroic Air Force of the Islamic Republic of Iran Army, based on the principle of February, one of the 4 pilots of the fighter jets was achieved as a high degree of martyrdom. And his body of this dear martyr has been buried. Okay, that's the one that they said died. However, again, they go on to say in this letter to the Red Cross that the other 3 pilots have been captured alive by the Qatari forces. So this was the letter that they're referring to. They say they have been captured by the Qatari forces. So I also don't trust Qatar to be truthful. We've seen them lie before. But we're just now hearing about that. And then that also brings up this situation that just happened with these 2 ships of the UAE in Hormuz, which were also just attacked. Now, at the time, it seemed like no one was taking responsibility for this, but I want you to hear about this one as well. There's a lot of things that are happening, folks.
The United Arab Emirates says 2 of its vessels were attacked while transiting the Strait of Hormuz Thursday. A state-owned oil company, ADNOC, says no one was injured and the situation is under control. It's not clear who was behind the attack. What more do you know about the attacks of these 2 UAE vessels that, were transiting the Strait of Hormuz? So we've heard from ADNOC, which is the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company. They say that it was 2 vessels which were impacted. They have said there are no injuries. The situation is under control, and they say that they came under attack as they were trying to transit the Strait of Hormuz. So yet another example and of just how difficult trying to cross that strait is. The latest figures we have show that some 13 vessels tried or managed to cross just yesterday. That's a fraction of the 130, 140 that we were seeing every single day pre-war. We've also heard from Marisks, this is the Maritime Intelligence Group. They've put out a report saying effectively there is no genuinely safe side of the Arabian Peninsula for maritime traffic at this point, pointing out that the Strait of Hormuz to the northern part is dangerous, and then also pointing out that in the southern part, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait is also being threatened by Houthi rebels, saying that these 2 issues cannot any longer be discussed separately. They have to be taken into to consideration together. But all of this really does put a huge amount of pressure on the situation, given the fact that with the Strait of Hormuz coming under attack and ships not being willing to take that risk to try and transfer goods or energy, oil, that particular way, that it put more importance on the Red Sea, the Saudi Arabian Red Sea ports. And of course, now those are under threat from Houthi rebels. It is just making a bad situation even worse.
But you guys knew that this was going to happen. Like, this is the thing, again, that we tried to warn people about, right? That if you continue this escalation, then you could have a disaster there as far as oil is concerned. But yeah, I mean, like, if you have the blockade at the Bab el-Mandab from Ansar Allah towards Saudi Arabia, and then you also have the restrictions in the Strait of Hormuz, obviously, yeah, this is going to equal a problem. Now, if those two vessels were attacked, it's probably because they didn't follow the rules. It's for the same reasons that the U.S. vessel was attacked, for not following the designated path that they were supposed to go to. So you have this happening. You still have the issue with the Strait of Hormuz. And then on top of that, Iran is saying that they have, that Qatar has these pilots. And like I said, I don't believe Qatar. I just don't. So these pilots didn't return home. So somebody has them, and they were last seen apparently by Qatar. So let's just put two and two together. Something to think about there. This is far from over. Far from over. So is it just my imagination? Because the US government wants you to believe that everything's going just fine. And now to add to that, what you will see now is that it's not just the USS Abraham Lincoln, where we are seeing these sailors complain about the conditions and they don't have enough. Now the USS Boxer is also having complaints come forward. So Aaron Parnas has been taking down a lot of this information from the sailors, from the families. And he said, our reporting has been fully accurate, despite the Pentagon's denials. The reporting is based on accounts from aboard the USS Boxer. We stand by it, full stop. Midas Touch is sharing this here because CENTCOM, they are trying to debunk this. They are saying there is nothing going on there and the sailors are fine. So this is what has now been reported about the USS Boxer, the other ship. They are saying that there is now a shortage of feminine hygiene products aboard the USS Boxer. We've seen these same blanket denials for months about the dire conditions aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln. Our reporting was right then, and it is right now. Here is what CENTCOM said. Reports emerging of the USS Boxer experiencing a shortage in hygiene products for women in uniform are false. The ship has had 4 port visits since departing San Diego in March. The crew has been at sea for less than 2 months since the last port call, and they are stocked with feminine products, including at the ship store and in medical offices on board. Additionally, the ship has had 2 major mail deliveries so far during the month of August. The Boxer Ready Group remains fully equipped and prepared to execute all assigned missions. But we have seen lies come back and forth from CENTCOM before, just like they told you that those bases weren't struck by Iran. Those were also clear lies. But now we're talking about something different. We were talking about body wash, shampoo, toothpaste, all this type of stuff. We were also talking about a shortage of food on the USS Abraham Lincoln. We talked about the wife who came forward, who was the wife of the sailor who jumped off the ship. And so all of this they're trying to cover is obviously it's being uncovered. It's out in the open. And now there are reports that came through that the feminine hygiene products, there's a shortage there on the USS Boxer. Now people are running out of Tampies. 5,000 people on USS Abraham Lincoln, 5,000 people on the ship. Now imagine that and no Tampies. So no, I don't believe CENTCOM is telling the truth. I don't believe it at all. I believe the reporting that is coming from these reporters here, because they were right the first time around. Another one coming through. This is coming from Jim Acosta, who left corporate media about 2 years ago. It's not just happening on the USS Abraham Lincoln. The mother of a sailor who served aboard the USS Tripoli, here's another ship, sent me text messages about poor living conditions her son experienced. She is fearful. She is fearful of her son being retaliated against. So she is asking to remain anonymous. And this is why I think we're not hearing even more about it, because people are afraid that their kids that are on board those ships may receive some type of retaliation. Now, this is the message that was sent. He lost over 30 pounds in 4 months. He is afraid to reveal the exact number he lost. He doesn't want to worry us, but I will confirm with you, they were 100% silenced. They were not allowed to speak negatively about these ships or the leadership command. That included low food and hygiene supplies. My son did have to talk to someone on his ship and talk them out of ending their life. So, Tripoli, Boxer, and of course, the Lincoln. More people are coming forward on TikTok and social media, and they are posting some of these videos. Join the Navy, they said. Let's show you the reality. I have to keep this muted because it plays music. Check this out. Join the Navy, they said. So these are the showers. That's right. This is the reality, folks. When people say they want to join, this is it. This is the reality. There's the showers. Wait till we get to the toilet seat. I hope no one's eating at this point in time. Look at the toilets. Look at this. Yeah, man. Look at that. There you go. So if you're on TikTok, I removed TikTok from my phone after Larry Ellison took over. But if you're on TikTok, they're starting to post more of these videos so that people can see what the conditions actually are. So yeah, this is what people are going through. This whole thing is a mess. This whole thing is an absolute mess. And so when Donald Trump is out here telling people, and Pete Hegseth, they're all trying to cover this up. Guys, you have to understand, people can be silenced. And then you're stuck on a ship. So what are you going to do? What are you going to say? Oh, don't retaliate against me. I'm going to run away. Run where? You're just an ocean. There's no ground. Where are you going to go? That's why I said ship or prison. They want you to believe that it's just your imagination. It's not just your imagination. They're lying about the conditions on the ship. They're lying about, Qatar is lying about these damn pilots, I believe. They're lying about all of this. It's much, much worse. So no matter what you see on corporate media, the way that they describe what is happening in the Middle East right now with this Iran war, it's much worse than what they're telling you. They're only telling you the information that they want you to know, that you're allowed to know. And we were not supposed to know about what was happening on these ships. That kind of leaked out. Oops. That kind of leaked out. But this is it. What I tell you, this is part of the military. So when you sign up, this is part of it. And we don't even have to be, if you're in the Navy, we don't have to be at war for you to have like a 3-month or a 6-month deployment. We don't have to be at war for that to happen. So this is the reality. I mean, I saw the feminine hygiene products and I was like, oh, no, 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 no. Somebody called 911. Crazy stuff. Crazy. Let's go to some of the comments, ladies and gents. AA, thank you for the super chat, Libertarian Social Democrat. I stopped supporting James Fishback after finding out he is a psyop, an actor that pretends who isn't and doesn't don't forget his anti-Black and anti-Muslim bigot. Yeah, I thought that was pretty clear from day one. Thank you, Roger. Angie answer made more a case to be Indy than Dem. Again, I don't know the district. So like I said, can Indies actually get through there? Thank you, Chili, for gifting 10 more Savvy memberships. So I don't know if you mean to do this, Chili, 3 times, but thank you. And thank you, Matt, for the super sticker. Thank you, Salt and Pepper. Didn't Qatar already expose the receipts that they are in bed with Israel? Netanyahu was moving money through them. Oh, yes, they 100% support the Zionist project. Ali said, yep, this administration gets high on cruelty and inhumane treatment. They do. Cloudness said this never happened under leadership when they had Black leadership, only these dumb MFs. And thank you, Roger, for the super chat. Hey, guys, I served in the Navy on the poop ship. It happens. This is the not glamorous side of it. Now you know. The more you know. All right, all right. Okay, ladies and gents, let's go to the next story. If you haven't had a chance to do so, smash that like. And if you're new, don't forget to like, sub, and share, just like a Care Bear. We got a big one coming through. We got a big, big bombshell coming through. All right. This, again, may be just my imagination. Just making sure I'm logging into this other thing here. Make sure I log into this chat. I hate this. I hate when Substack makes people do this. Give me a second. It's like I have an article queued up and Substack will go, oh, you got to sign in. And we just sent you this code. Can you enter this code? And I'm like, why do I need to enter this code? I already put my email there. So why do I need to do this? All right, there we go. And I hate how, there we go. Okay. All right. Let's get to the next story here. Okay, get this. Now, there is a former playmate that is coming forward, and she is saying that obviously she has some things to say about what may have happened with her and Jeffrey Epstein and how Hugh Hefner reported this and it was ignored. What's especially important about this story is the timeline of when this report happened and the fact that this was ignored. This adds a new dot on the timeline for the Jeffrey Epstein story. Really interesting. Let's get into the clip and then we're going to get into the article here from Julie on Substack, who has been speaking to many of the Epstein victims who also took a deep dive into this. Check this out.
A former Playboy playmate coming forward after she was abused and trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein, but allegedly ignored by investigators. Audra Christensen is her name, and she tells News Nation that she went to Hugh Hefner about her experience. And despite Hefner himself repeatedly calling the FBI to alert them, the Bureau never reached out to her or looked into her claims. That was all the way back in 2005.
Stop. 2005. We need to write down notes here, or you don't, but I am. That date's important. So a former playmate came forward. Let's go back here one more time.
15 years later, by Jeffrey Epstein, but allegedly ignored by investigators. Audra Christensen is her name, and she tells News Nation that she went to Hugh Hefner about her experience. And despite Hefner himself repeatedly calling the FBI to alert them, the Bureau never reached out to her or looked into her claims.
This is a big one. Hugh Hefner, and we heard some speculations about the Playboy Mansion too. So Hugh, you ain't getting off that easy. But Hugh Hefner, according to this former playmate, contacted the FBI about Jeffrey Epstein and nothing happened. If someone like Hugh Hefner, who again, rich, wealthy guy, lots of resources and connections, if he wasn't able to move the needle on Epstein, nobody would. 2005. Stick with that date for just a second.
I was all the way back in 2005. 15 years later, she says she reached out to the FBI again because of threats to her family, but she was never able to reach the Bureau. She alleges that she even hired an attorney to get them to help, but still nothing. Christensen also claims she was not the only Playboy playmate to be allegedly preyed upon by Epstein in that time. Her allegations are included in a lawsuit filed by 34 Epstein survivors. The FBI now actually trying to dismiss that case, arguing they were too late to file. For more, we are joined by News Nation law and justice contributor Jennifer Coffindaffer, a former FBI special agent. Jennifer, always good to see you. This is a bit mind-boggling. If these allegations are true, Hugh Hefner is calling the FBI about Epstein back in 2005. How does the FBI explain not following up with a woman who was allegedly being identified as a victim?
The key there is the date, 2005. Okay. And then the other part here is that it sounds like she followed the right steps. She got a lawyer, got representation, tried to do everything that she could to, get some type of legal ramifications applied towards Jeffrey Epstein here. And nothing. I'm just thinking about all the people that could have been saved if this guy would have been held accountable back in 2005. That's all.
Well, Hannah, as an FBI agent at this time, I can tell you that there are priorities that are listed for all supervisors and staff. And essentially at this time, this is on the heels of 9/11, counterterrorism, counterintelligence, transactional corporations, things like this, public corruption. That was the priority. And unfortunately, human trafficking wasn't. And I'm not trying to provide some sort of excuse, because there is no excuse, but merely an explanation.
So if you do the crime, if you did this, then obviously the rhyme is you're supposed to do the time. In my opinion, it doesn't matter if human trafficking wasn't on the radar or wasn't a priority at that point in time. Okay, and first of all, it should have been. But also that if he violated someone, then there should have been some type of accountability. Here's the reality, though. The FBI didn't touch it because they didn't want to touch it, because they were protecting Jeffrey Epstein, because they were protecting other people in the Epstein class. That's really what this is about. It's not just because it wasn't a priority at that point in time. They were protecting a lot of people. And the fact that Hugh Hefner reached out, and even him with all of his wealth, could not get the FBI to move the needle. What does that tell you? Even today, they don't tell you everybody. They redacted so many names throughout those files. You'll never find out all the people, but we all kind of can use our imagination. Because this goes deep, it goes further. To me, I do not believe this is just about, some of these leaders of different countries, the billionaires and all type of stuff. It's more than just that. I believe this traces all the way back to the Rothschilds. There's mention of them throughout the Epstein files. And I don't see nobody trying to drag them into court either. So there's a lot of protection that's happening here, folks. And Elon Musk, even with all his ridiculousness also throughout the Epstein files and asking to go via email, begging to go, this guy is now a fucking trillionaire. How was that allowed? You think someone just becomes a trillionaire? No. You have to be allowed to become one. Same with the billionaire class. They don't let just anybody get up there. You have to be allowed. Everybody get it? I don't care how hard you work in your life. You don't just become a billionaire. They allow you to become a billionaire. And what kind of secrets are all of them keeping exactly? I wonder.
We keep hearing that authorities did not know the full extent of what Epstein was doing. And what you said makes complete sense. 9/11 just happened. There were other priorities. At what point does that explanation become impossible to believe, though? Again, this was in 2005.
Well, that's the problem. To wait 15 years to conduct this interview and to actually get down to the nitty-gritty of what Epstein alleged, that is just too long to wait. And I would say somehow this got backburnered, and it should have never happened, that it would take so long for this investigation to follow through.
9/11 happened in 2001. The report was 2005. I was alive. I remember what was going on at that time. The report was 2005. So you mean to tell me no other crimes was looked into because of not? No, of course not. This is ridiculous. This is such a poor excuse for journalism here. They didn't look into it because they were protecting certain people.
Yeah, Christensen said 15 years later, there were threats to her family, and she still couldn't get the FBI to meet with her. What does that tell you about how alleged Epstein victims were being treated?
Well, it's terrible. And following this case so closely, the Epstein victims, I can tell you there's just no excuse that explains why these victims were not prioritized, why they weren't interviewed. And unfortunately, it just really had to do with priorities. I'm not saying it was right. I'm just providing that was truly the explanation.
It is your job as a journalist to push back on the bullshit, I believe, right? Regardless of what they told you was the excuse that they gave. Because the reality was this. When I hear this woman say that 9/11 had just happened, that was false. 9/11 happened in 2001. This was 4 years later. 4 years later. The FBI, and there are multiple FBI, different facilities and things like that. That was not the only thing they were looking into at that point in time. That's bogus and it's ridiculous. I think they thought, let's just brush it aside. Nothing else is going to come from this. They didn't imagine that later on other people would come forward and they would go to the media. But to me, it sounds like this woman took the right steps, that she did what she was supposed to do. And see, this is why sometimes survivors don't come forward. This is exactly why, because they're just like, well, let's see who's being accused, and then be like, yeah, we're not going to say anything about that guy.
Let's bring it to present time. Now there are 34 Epstein survivors. They're suing. The government is trying to get that case dismissed because it says the claims were filed too late. Legally, that may be an argument. It makes sense even. Politically, though, how does that even look?
Oh, I think it's a horrible argument. Look, they need a platform. They need to tell their stories. And quite frankly, anyone who is responsible for the trafficking, for the Johns, if you will, the people who use these individuals, they need to be brought to justice. And I think that's what the American society is asking for.
President Trump has repeatedly promised transparency surrounding Epstein. Does this put additional pressure on the DOJ to put more answers out there, more information out there to the public?
I think it does, at least ostensibly, right? At least he's saying that, and we're hopeful that the DOJ will follow through. They need to follow through. This is nothing that is going away until we get the answers.
What would transparency look like at this point, Jennifer?
To me, I want to see every document that the FBI has that shows that these individuals were trafficked, that they were sexually harmed in this way. I want to see everything. I want to see who the people were out on Epstein Island, and I want to see who was responsible for essentially trafficking them.
But you already know who some of the people are that were on the island because the pictures have been revealed. And you haven't gone after those people. Let me tell you guys something here, what I think is going on, okay? Even this woman here and in all her foolishness. Let me let her finish first, and I'm going to tell you what I think.
It's 20 years later, we're still talking about Epstein because of what he did, or is it because Americans still don't believe they've been told the full story about who knew what and when?
I think it's both. It's a combination. Look, no one is buying what the government is selling in this situation, and we have to have more transparency. All these FBI documents need to be revealed, and the FBI, quite frankly, needs to just stand up and say, look, mea culpa, we made a mistake. We're going to try to make it right now.
Thank you for watching. So let me say something here about this, okay? Here's the thing. The idea that they're trying to paint for you is that they want you to believe that something is happening when it's actually not. The number of pictures that have been released with these guys at Epstein's Island, the number of emails that were public information that we went over on this show, that names, the number of, some of these world leaders that had to resign and all this kind of stuff, that names. The information is there. Now, it's not all of the information, of course not, but they got enough to go off of to hold the people accountable that, the information is public to see. Have they done that? They're not going after Howard Lutnick. He's right, part of the Trump administration. Multiple pictures of him. I don't see him in handcuffs. I don't see any of those people. Yeah, some of the people abroad have been, arrested, or they've been brought in some way, shape, or form, but not here in the United States. And that tells you everything you need to know. So I believe this woman's idea is like they're trying to convince you, to give you the impression that there is something happening and moving when there really isn't. But they know this isn't going away. It's not going to be swept under the rug. So they got to give you the impression that they're trying to hold these people accountable when they do have enough information. They can go off the info that they have to make some type of arrest, and they're not doing it. Why isn't Lex Wexner in handcuffs? And David Copperfield, if that's even his real damn name, which I don't think it is. David Copperfield apparently is supposed to not be named. What the hell is that all about? So there's a lot of corruption that is happening here. But as you'll see here from Julie K. Brown, she's one of the earlier journalists that covered some of the Epstein survivors, like way back in the day. She dove into this and she said the time Hugh Hefner told the FBI about Jeffrey Epstein. So again, like the fact that we're finding out about all of this now is what drives me crazy. So it goes on to say here, right here, now we learned that another woman, a former playmate, Audra Christensen, also alleges she was sexually assaulted by Epstein and other men associated with him. And here's the kicker. This is what I was saying. Who are the other men? And this is the reason why I think the FBI didn't move. I don't think it had anything to do with 9/11. I think it has to do with who these other men were that were associated with him. It was reported, according to a federal lawsuit, by none other than Hugh Hefner, the late founder and editor of the Playboy magazine. Ms. Christensen alleged that she was trafficked and abused by Epstein and told Hefner about the abuse in 2005. At the time, she was living at Hefner's Playboy mansion in California. She went to him for advice. She was traumatized. It's not clear when the abuse occurred or how old she was, but she claimed it was Epstein. Mr. Hefner recommended that she report Epstein to the FBI. Ms. Christensen was asking Hef to call on her behalf because she believed that Hefner had law enforcement connections and the clout to ensure her allegations were taken seriously. Makes sense.
Hefner called the FBI multiple times to report Epstein to the FBI. And according to the suit filed last year against the FBI on behalf of dozens of Epstein victims who claimed the FBI ignored tips about Epstein's crime. So what's important is that he called him multiple times. Not once, multiple. They did nothing. They did nothing. Okay? For 15 years, the FBI failed to investigate those tips. 15 years. Let's look at the timeline. When we look at the Epstein timeline, let's go back. Let's go biggity back. 2005. Look at this. Police opened a criminal investigation into Epstein in Palm Beach, Florida, after a 14-year-old girl's parents say he paid her for a massage. So this 2005, right? Federal prosecutors later say the abuse began as early as 2002. When did the former playmate come forward about her alleged abuse from Epstein and his other associates? 2005. Goes on here. 2006, Palm Beach County grand jury indicts Epstein on one state felony charge of solicitation of prostitution. They didn't even want to get him with trafficking. It was prostitution. 2007, by the way, the girl was underage and they wanted to charge him with prostitution. 2007, this where it comes in that they were trying to find more victims. Epstein's attorneys met with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida. Let's go into the part where he took the plea. In 2008, Epstein pleads guilty to state charges of solicitation of prostitution and a solicitation of prostitution with a minor under the age of 18 and is sentenced to 18 months in a minimum security facility. Again, underage, but they just charged him with prostitution. So because of that, let's see what happened next, because this is the important part. In 2009, he was released after serving less than 13 months. From that timeline, who knows how many other people were hurt? They let him out. But Donald Trump said he'd be in tough on crime, right? Now, they weren't tough on this. They ain't going after them Epstein bros. And Trump's name all throughout the Epstein files. That was his friend. I didn't really know the guy. We didn't know each other that much. No. So look at all of these things that happened. And then, of course, talks about Virginia Giuffre came forward. Epstein accuser Virginia Giuffre sues Epstein confidant Ghislaine Maxwell. That's in 2015. The point that I'm trying to make is look how long this took. She came forward in 2005. That was during the same time that this 14-year-old girl's parents contacted police and they got him with prostitution. Ladies and gentlemen, the point that I'm trying to make is this. If Hugh Hefner was not able to get the FBI to respond, is it just my imagination, or is it that even he didn't have the power to get some type of accountability here with Epstein? Too many powerful people. As the woman said, the ex-playmate said, it was Epstein and other associates. We don't know who the others were, and that's important. That matters. So it makes you look back at a lot of different things and the timeline that was happening there. So if they weren't willing to listen to him, I mean, Virginia Giuffre, people got to remember, Virginia Giuffre put her life on the line. She came forward to the media. And now she's dead. She had to go to the media. That was the only way to get somebody to listen. So that tells you everything. That tells you everything. And it's really sad and it's unfortunate. But I thought people would find it interesting that Hugh Hefner came forward about this in 2005 and nothing happened. Eric, let's go to the next part for Tight VNC. Just things to think about. Skylar said in the heartbreaking part, she did everything people tell you to do, and in the end, nothing happens, or you're punished in some way. Exactly. So, just very interesting. Very interesting. I feel like more information is going to come out over time too. I really do. I just think that there's just so much corruption in the world. So much corruption in the world. All right, ladies and gents, we have one more story for you. Do me a solid if you haven't done so and smash that like button there. And we're going to keep it moving and grooving this Sunday evening. Ba, 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 ba. Okay. Is it just my imagination? Or is it true that Andrew Wilson got his behind stomped in that debate with Candace Owens the other day? Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. I checked once and I checked again. At one point, if I remember correctly, there were over 200,000 people watching that debate live. It was very long. We're not going to watch the whole debate here, but there is two parts that I do want to focus on from that debate. The first thing that I noticed here, if we can go ahead and bring in this clip here. You know what I noticed? Remember when I was telling you guys about being on neutral ground? So for those who did not see this, Patrick Bet-David, the scammer man from PBD Podcast, he was moderating this debate. The debate took place at Candace's house. It looks like it's Candace's house because it looks like the area where she films her podcast, right? So right from the beginning, before the debate even started, I said, oh, Andrew, you might be in trouble because you're in Candace's territory. You're at her home. So you are already at a disadvantage. There is something about home turf. It does matter. But he was at her house. And that said something to me. And this was very long and lengthy. And the fact that they went on for as long as they did, they had breaks in between here and there. But like I said, there were over 200,000 people that were watching it live. I want to show you two parts. The first part I want to show you is this one right here, where apparently they had their teams with them and they were allowed to show clips if they wanted to show clips. And Patrick Bet-David was moderating as well. One of the things I noticed, Andrew Wilson was trying to show clips that were obviously clipped in such a way that didn't give a full context. Like this one. Listen to this part.
August 5th or 6th that took place. Mm-hmm. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happens. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, positive evidence would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences.
What we've said is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Now, this guy is apparently a conservative commentator. Yes, his name is Andrew, but he's not the Andrew who probably should have been doing this debate, which is Andrew Colvett from Turning Point USA. So we're going to call him Andrew. What are we going to call him? Fake Andrew? We'll call him Fake Andrew.
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is.
Yeah, so teams could do that, guys. They could play videos.
Yes, you
like
said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think they're involvement.
So if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah. Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
I think Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah. I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that.
okay.
Right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim,
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed
saying,
to
do you
think,
have
but you're
positive
making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So
nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said
I
that
did say I think.
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
that's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just
confidence.
Going to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish. Sure. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with evidence.
I actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do.
They're pertinent to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this debate.
It's 100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
See, this is what I don't like is when the constant interrupting and talking over. And Patrick Bet-David, who's sitting back here, who also was milking this for what he could, by the way, which I'll show you after this. Patrick Bet-David is not, as the moderator, you're supposed to stop this back, when people are over talking someone, when they're interrupting constantly, you're supposed to keep that at bay. Now, he did that for some parts, but I feel like when someone's trying to answer a question, as the moderator, if you see that the other person keeps speaking over them, you should come in and moderate. But I think he's just happy to be there chilling. He just chilling, basically.
Actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's content?
Feel free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to
I'm not structuring how you're allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came prepared to do is to present yourself like a professor of fallacies.
I just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't.
You can say whatever you want.
Watch the foot, because the foot was getting serious action. Like his foot was just like, da, 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 da. His foot was dancing away.
Well,
nobody's disputing that. I'm asking.
It seems like you are disputing it. I think that when this is all said and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think, and I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Here's why
I think that? Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
But so there's good reason to doubt this.
It's not a conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. You can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened to me.
I can ask you, well, that's not what I'm probing specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say it. If I'm
not trying to regulate
say
anything. I'm asking very pertinent questions.
You're sounding a bit like a professor.
He sounded like a gatekeeper to me. That's what I noticed during this debate. And it was a long, lengthy one. But to me, it seemed like he sounded like a gatekeeper. He just continued to, harp on this idea of how you're supposed to explain yourself, when you're supposed to explain yourself, and it needed to be done in such the right way. But it was very clear to me, either he was frustrated or he was very nervous because the foot just kept moving. The foot was like, if you watch his foot. So either nervous or frustrated there to some degree, but it's just weird to me. I feel like he did not come prepared for this conversation, and I'm going to show you more evidence of that. I think the most viral moment during this debate is when she simply did ask him to name one of the charges against Tyler Robinson. And to me, if you're someone coming into this debate who believes and is supporting that Tyler Robinson is the killer, nothing else to see here, folks. You should at least be able to name one of the charges that Tyler Robinson is being accused of. And that's the part I want to get into in just a second after she finishes here talking to him, saying he's a professor.
They're trying to regulate and say, Candace,
you sound very defensive and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3 times. I just didn't say it in the way that you wanted me to say it.
You just kind of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to actually focus on it. Let's just go through every
clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty... I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure.
So that was one of the things that he was doing. He was showing, his team was showing clips, but they weren't showing clips that included the full context. And that was something that she did call out here.
They can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
It is that you guys have prepared. So
but I would still... on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think
you have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand it for you.
Did that same higher up tell you that he was going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was in. Already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No, Candace, just out of curiosity, when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes,
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from somebody?
And I have this.
Oh, look who's alive. It's Mr. Patrick Bet-David, the moderator, the whole time. Finally jumps in here.
And I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about like, from maybe they're not the correct office too. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I said.
So the call was, hey, I've been
Emails.
told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody
information. Yeah, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that it was a lot of information, but like
the foot, it's the foot. Okay. Patrick Bet-David, also a Zionist. Don't forget that, guys. Don't forget that. This guy said, just be careful with this. Watch, because when I saw this debate was about to happen, I said, Patrick Bet-David, the Zionist. And I often wonder if he went in as a mole. I really do. This guy interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu and kissed his ass throughout that interview. Now, he benefited from this monetarily as well, because this debate was also streamed on his channel as well. But that's who this guy is. So don't forget that. The guy who wouldn't ask Benjamin Netanyahu any tough or serious questions, a traitor to his own freaking people, is Patrick Bet-David. So let's remember who this guy is. This is probably the most viral moment here, when he couldn't seem to name one of the charges.
When you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it. If I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should, like,
right.
Can you tell me one
Then let's do the counter. You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play clips out of context, put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the question.
This is fair. Name all 7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like
name all 7.
And I
can you name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Why does he get to name 1, but she has to name 7? That doesn't seem fair, does it? But he exposed himself, and listen for it. Listen for this now.
Sure, you don't have to
do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have to put your fingers up.
Okay, hang on. Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder, because that's what carries a death sentence in the state of Utah. No, that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all, is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined, and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
you're just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate someone.
I got it.
Oh, buddy.
Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure.
A moment can live on forever. Guys, he did not come into this debate prepared. You mean to tell me he couldn't name at least one of the charges, but he was so confident in his ability to debate and win this debate, but he couldn't name one of the charges? But she has to name 7, by the way. I don't know. This guy, from what I understand, he bet $300,000 for this debate, that he would win this debate. $300,000. I think she increased that and raised it to $500,000. So I based on what I saw from this debate, it sounds like Andrew might owe Candace some money. If I was her, I wouldn't take that money, right? Like if he has $300,000, this is another thing. If he has $300,000, why not put that money to good use? Why not put that money into the community? Why not put that money into, I don't know, feeding people, clothing people, housing or something like that, if you got $300,000 like that to blow? Yeah, that's the bet he made.
Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going
me
to say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final,
the specific charges, though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those?
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged.
No,
with it.
just the charges and then 7.
Yeah. See, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's like you cannot.
Massive.
So again, if TPUSA contributed that money, again, why not put that money into the community and do some good with it? You know, $300,000. And also, this guy is basically, someone said Timu Andrew. Yeah, Timu, he's substitute Andrew. The Andrew who should have been sitting there for that debate was Andrew Colvin. So I guess, some other Andrew dude comes in who's a conservative commentator to have this debate because real Andrew apparently didn't want to be there. So you get Timu Andrew. That's what happens.
Say murder versus aggravated murder.
Distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty.
Oh, we got to drop the beat. Drop the beat. Dance with me. Dance with me. Drop the beat. In the street. All right. Yeah. That's a big one. That's a big one. I think that was the big miss that he had there. Candace, hers wasn't 100% all the way either. Like she had mistakes that she made as well. But I think this is the most viral moment because if he couldn't even name what he said coming into this, that he knew for sure that Tyler Robinson was guilty. He believed that, but he couldn't even name one of the charges that Tyler Robinson is being accused of. So that speaks volumes. That means you were not prepared. And then you went on her turf. It's like, let me destroy you in my home. I mean, it's so brutal.
If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit? For
aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, And
Nope,
count seven,
violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front
minor.
of a child.
Yeah.
That's
So
what I said.
5-6, tampering witness, third degree felony. Now, I did notice something. I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering.
So it almost kind of sounded like he just realized what those were. That's what I was saying. I just don't feel like he was prepared.
When you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just
can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PVD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
I'm
have
looking
full
at the, I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go
names.
through my phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission.
Yes.
I'm just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
Any other text? Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All I
like that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal.
Oh, this is bad.
Telegram I
This
used in
is
Russia.
bad.
And that was a download.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to like, I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to pretend
I get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have.
Oh, that was probably the worst part, at least for Andrew, because the thing is that, dude, you told her to name 7. You couldn't name 1. So maybe he hasn't been following this case as much as he thought he had. Is that just my imagination? Is something else just my imagination? Again, like, because he's saying that he won this debate. The foot. We can't let go of the foot.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
The foot. The foot. This is what the body language, this type of behavior, anxious. When the foot kept coming back, he knew it was problematic. People were saying she actually debated a clown. I won't keep this up for too long. Sabby not too friendly of clowns. Clowns are kind of weird. Professor Zinka said, how did Andrew not even review the charges before doing this debate? What an idiot. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like he just was not prepared. Like, now check this out. Like I said, scammer dude Patrick benefited from this too, because what he did is he also live streamed this on PBD podcast, which I'm sure all parties probably agreed to, but he got 1.5 million views from it. Candace got more views than he did, but he benefited from it, right? So it's just funny to me the way he explains things, because when her and Ben Shapiro were going back and forth against each other after Candace left Daily Wire, he came forward on X and said, hey, how about a debate with both of you and I'll be the moderator? Yeah, this is just a way for him to make money. Like, it's not like he actually gives a shit. It's not like he really cares about the issue. That was just a way for him to make more money. And he knew he could make some money off of that. I mean, compare that to the other video 3 days ago, 243,000 views, still a lot of views, but he knew he was going to get at least 1 million from this one. So that's why he participated. Okay. Get it? Got it. Good. Point is this, I just don't understand how you show up to a 3-hour debate and a big part of this discussion is going to be about Tyler Robinson and why you, Andrew, believe that he is the lone killer, and you believe that narrative from the FBI, and you don't even know one of the charges. That's a problem. That's bad. And that tells me you weren't following it as closely as you claim to have been. So he's saying that he won. Maybe it is just my imagination, because from what I saw, I thought she won that debate. 3 hours, folks. 3 hours. So very interesting times. Ladies and gents, thank you. Thank you to all of you who donated to the back to school event. Many of you have been asking this as well. I know I still have to send that recording to those of you who attended the mutual aid workshop in, what month is this? August, in July. I need to email that to you guys. I'll email it to you on Monday. I got it on my calendar, so I won't forget this time. But many of you have been asking if I could show you what that looks like. So I did get a video of the setup to show you guys what it looks like when we actually do this. All right, guys, so if you try to do an event like this, we're just going to show you how we set it up, right? So we have like the juice boxes, the pancake mix, and the syrup, and we have like little tote bags there to put those in. And then we have over here on this side, the book bags. We separate the book bags by color. It's easier that way. So if someone's pink, blue, you see what I'm saying? Easier. And then we have the lunch here. And for us, we got the Chick-fil-A lunch boxes. So you can just get the boxes here. It's easy to do so people can grab it and take it with them. So that's how we do it. So thank you to everybody who donated. Really appreciate you. Thanks so much. Okay, so this is important, guys. We had 100 book bags. Some of them we had to put under the table. And we actually put the supplies inside the book bags. So all the school supplies are in the book bags. We stuff them before we even get there. They're already filled. That saves you time. So that's important. Just go ahead and put them in the book bags. And this was actually Kate's idea in the past to do different colors because kids don't all want the same color. And so what they do is when they come up, we ask them, what color do you want? And they point to the color, and that's the book bag that they get. So Kate, this was Kate's idea too. That's Terry. She's one of the Boston Mutual Aid organizers with me. Kate's idea was the breakfast tote bags where we had the pancake mix and the syrup and the juice boxes. That goes in a separate tote bag. And then what we do, Charlie was holding the camera so you couldn't see him standing there. But what we do is Charlie did this station with the breakfast bags, and then Terry did the book bag station, and then I did the Chick-fil-A station. So I have them leave when they exit the food, they get the food last. It's just easier. Haven't done a lot of events before, like when I worked at university. If you have something combined with food, it's a lot easier. If they're trying to exit, you have them get the food last so they can scoop that up, and they're not trying to hold food and grab other stuff at the same time. So that's how we do it. So I just wanted to show you guys so you get a sense of that. Now for this one, we did do it outside. The weather was pretty nice. This was where the Dorchester and Roxbury line meet. So we did it there. But usually we do it indoors. For most of our events, we do indoors. So just to give you an idea, it's simple. Like notice there's nothing fancy about it. It's simple. We try to keep it as simple as possible. The more complicated you make it, the longer these things take to happen and people get confused, right? So just 3 stops: breakfast, book bags, lunch to go. That's it, right? So that's how we do it. And again, if you want to do one of those like back to school events, I highly recommend having the school supplies already inside the book bag. Because if you have people come up there and they're like, oh, I need erasers, we need glue, we need da-da-da, ain't nobody got time for all that. And it holds up the line. So if you know how to do an assembly line, that work for you. I'll get into this a little bit more at the next mutual aid workshop, which will be in September, where I explain to you guys virtually like how the setup can go. And if you notice, there's nothing, we don't even have the tables are those tables that you can just fold and carry with you. So it doesn't have to be fancy. Efficiency matters more, right? So the supply and efficiency is what matters. Okay. All right. That is it for me tonight. Eric is going to come on and close out the show, and I will see you guys live Tuesday night, which is also another election night. That is going to be a big one because that's Florida. Yeah, that's a big one. So yeah,
you had a lot of stuff out there.
Yeah, it's 100 book bags. Like it's
I
we
can
always
see why
do
you had to keep
100.
it moving. You've got a lot of stuff moved along there. That's great.
And they go fast. Like when we were out there on Saturday, everything was gone at 12. We started at noon. Everything was gone at 12:30. everything was gone. So next year we were talking about possibly increasing the amount of bags, like maybe from 100 to like 150. And then the other thing is other people have already reached out to me and told me like, guys, this is needed all over the country. This is not just a Boston thing. Like the back to school events, like a lot of families, they may not have the money and stuff to get all the stuff. And then the schools are adding all these extra items. Like they're requiring kids here to have headphones now. I didn't need that when I was in school. So this is needed all over the country, rural America, you know, urban America, all across the country. People need like the back to school stuff. So that's a big one.
Yeah. Super chat. Thanks from Exit, who says, I love that. And Dublin Fitzpatrick saying, thank you for helping the little kids.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. It's a big one. So again, like I said, like when I look at the way that money is spent, like $300,000 towards a debate, why not put that money into the community? That's what I'm saying.
Lots of money out there. You had this one. I'll give you this one before you go from Cannibalists.
Our imagination is being confirmed. Thank you for being there, Sabby. Thank you.
So they're on theme.
I feel like listening to that song now. Okay. All right. I'm out, guys. Have a good night. Keep up the fight.
All right. See you. I'm going to hang on here for a few more minutes while we let Sabrina get on with her Sunday. See, we also had one here from, thanks for the super chat from One Up, who said, I wish we didn't need things to help sustain communities within a capitalist system, but rather action that moves to dismantle the system itself. And I hear you. And I would say, let's make it be of a piece, right? Of a piece together. If you look at what 11 Demands is talking about, it's talking about a convergence of direct action, mutual aid, which backs your direct action, and those electoral efforts as well, but connected and directed by those sets of demands, and have it be of a piece. And I think it's possible for us to do all those things, chewing gums and walking at the same time. I think we can be doing all those things at once if it's backed, if we have numbers, right? And if it's backed by that clear set of demands. And thanks for this one, Sean Williams, who's saying to Savvy, thanks for being a good person. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate all that. All right, I'm just going to see what else we got here in the queue for super chat. Some of these go back to the earlier stories. Let's see. Thanks for the super chat from Adrian Jones. No U.S. got him. Men suffer, women are in trouble. Going back to the Hugh Hefner story, I think. And thanks for the super chat from Marvin Vargas, who says, perfect time, false flag, op USA, Zio did 9/11, rally peeps. All right. Thanks for that one. Thanks also for this one from Marvin. Have Susan Lindauer, ex-Bush family member, CIA liaison, 9/11. And shout out to Chill 2353 for gifting those Sabby memberships. We've been seeing those tonight. And we got this one. Thanks for the super chat from R&R TV, who says, hey, Sabby, did you hear that James McGovern wants to place sanctions on Burkina Faso over fake allegations of human rights abuses? He's from Massachusetts. Yeah, and we tend to come back to, that whole core concept that it's a uniparty, really, when you dig down to it. Yes, the Republicans take it further and make it more obvious what they're doing, but both of these parties, they work for billionaire interests. That's really the key to what we're talking about around here. What 11 Demands is talking about is that we really have to look at things in terms of interest, things in terms of the root causes and how things really happen. So you can check that kind of stuff out at 11demands.org. This is kind of what the page into there looks like. And, I wasn't sure what to talk about with the couple more minutes I have in here. So let's spin the wheel. This is the Demandomizer wheels, which picks a random article from the 11 Demands Substack and we'll see what we get. Could be a good one. Who knows what it's going to get? Let's try it. We'll give it a spin. All right, it's picking an MCDS playbook for candidates. There you go. That's a pretty good one. Let's see what that brings up. All right, MCDS playbook for candidates. Connecting the dots leads us to the core problem, the root cause. Our capitalist system pushes massive wealth and resources into the hands of a small number of billionaires, and they use those resources to corrupt the government to act in their interests, further increasing their wealth and on and on. And it comes down to this. Nothing really gets better until we decorrupt our government. Both major political parties are filled with corrupt corporate warmongers. It's past time to move beyond left-right infighting. It's about up versus down. We need candidates from outside the duopoly, candidates who will not be shy about calling out the powerful with clear demands and solutions. MCDS is a simple framework for understanding how our government really works and how we can fix it. It can also serve as a playbook for candidates who are serious about being part of a mass movement based on clear demands and bringing about real change. MCDS, money, corruption, demand solutions. The M, always follow the money and connect the dots all the way up to the top, to the billionaire class. It's that top 0.1% that will literally kill us all for a more profitable quarter. Know your enemy and make it crystal clear whose side you're on. C, call out the corruption relentlessly. Off. Use that. The word corruption should appear on the lead page of your campaign website. Approximately and repeatedly. Oh, prominently. I should say prominently. I'm going to have to fix that. It's supposed to be approximately. This should say the word corruption should appear on the lead page of your campaign website prominently and repeatedly. Real change, the D is the demands. Real change starts with real demands. Having a set of clear, concise demands is crucial for engaging large numbers of people. Be direct and dial it up. It can start with the core issues. Medicare for all is a compromise. Demand comprehensive health care for all, as in a United States national health care system. Higher minimum wage is good, but not nearly enough. Demand a minimum standard of living for everyone, no exceptions. End the wars. Call out the real driver of the war racket, the money. Demand peace. Flowing from the demands are the solutions, with the core solution at the top of the list. Fix big money in government and politics. See number 1 on the list of 11 demands for what those solutions look like in detail. There's an old saying, may you live in interesting times. These times are certainly challenging, and everyone knows there's something deeply wrong with our society, our world. It comes down to this. We need numbers, a mass movement powered by clear demands. Without those numbers, the demands are moot. But with those numbers, anything is possible. People are ready, and we all have a role to play. 11 demands in the MCDS framework explain how the system operates and how it can be transformed into one that works for the 99%. All the content on the 11 Demands website is free to view, copy, and distribute. Make use of anything there that works for you, and let's collaborate on winning a better world. The other thing I'll note is in the article, there's a lot of links, excuse me, that lead to different articles, different parts of the site. Like here's one for like Know Your Enemy. That's about an article about the billionaires. So do you check out the site itself, the Substack? It gets into a lot of this stuff. There is kind of that core question of what do we do with progressive Democratic Party candidates that look good, that sound pretty good. And, I think we we really have to be kind of hard on them and be saying, how can we believe these good things that you're saying if you're a member and you're part of a genocidal party, which describes either party. I'd say let's, say these things sound good, but, when are you going to exit those parties and form something new, something real? And the other part of it is it does need numbers. It does need a movement. So that's something for all of us to work on together and, see where we can get to. It's going to take a lot of people. It's going to take everyone, and we're working on it. Got a couple more super chats that snuck in here at the end. Let's see. Thanks for this one from Soimani, who says, the Mexican special forces and military did capture those criminals on the FBI most wanted list and then extradited them to the USA. But of course, they like to take the credit, and that is a fact. Thanks for that one. And thanks for the super chat from Cannabis, who says, thank you for being there too, Eric T. Red. Well, thank you very much, Cannabis. And thanks so much for the generous super chats. All right. That's going to do it for us for today. So you can catch Sabby in the show live. Should be our next live show should be Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern. And we'll hope to catch you then. We'll see what we have then. Check that out. Of course, check out the old 11demands.org for stuff on there that we're working on. Until then, I want to thank everyone for watching, and thanks for listening to me for a little while here at the end. And like our Sabby likes to say, have a good night, keep up the fight, and we'll see y'all next time. Thanks all. Peace.
Ever since this situation happened with the TPS, or when Trump got in office and he just started doing immigration enforcement with ICE, a lot of different immigrant groups have started telling us that, we need to come out there and help them and be a part of it and protest and march because we're next. And the first time we heard that actually was the Latino community. They were the very first ones that told us this, that we're next, until they finally discovered, wait a minute, Black Americans can't be deported? And then you start noticing people start getting upset by that, literally getting upset that we can't be deported like that, right? And you thought that would have went away, actually, by now, ever since people kind of found out about the 14th Amendment. But no, it has not went away. It's not went away. So I want you to listen to this particular sister here. She's Haitian. And I want you to hear, what she's saying. And just she want to give us a warning. What may happen to us as Black Americans.
And another thing, what do you think going to happen once they are done with the so-called illegal immigrants? What do you think going to happen? Even in my community, the Haitian community, I see some people celebrating. Celebrating for what? What are you celebrating for? Because they are cutting TPS for your brothers and sisters? How stupid that can be. But even green card holders are not safe at the moment. Have you looked around to see what's going on in this country? They don't give a damn about your green card. And once they are done with that category, what do you think going to happen? They are going to proceed to the U.S. citizens, my category, the ones who wasn't born in this country. They are going to find a way to make you illegal. Do you understand that? Now, once they are done with us, who do you think is next? Black Americans. Y'all next. I can have all type of feelings y'all want to have about Haitians, Africans, or whatever, whatnot. But if you don't help your neighbors today, tomorrow when you need them, nobody will be there to give you a hand. I just don't understand the hatred for the people who so-called illegal.
Okay. All right. So the Trump administration, yes, he's going after different people, taking their TPS away. Yes. They did mention that they was going to go after also people who are naturalized citizens, like the woman in the video. She says she's a naturalized citizen. They were talking about trying to strip people's naturalization. Now, you know, legally, that's not as easy to do. They actually have to commit certain crimes or whatever to get their citizenship stripped from them. So if she did not commit any kind of crimes or anything like that, then she has nothing to worry about with the Trump administration. They're not going to bother her because she's a citizen. Only if she did the offenses that can get you naturalization stripped away. Now, I wanted to make sure to look at it before I continued. And, you know, if she did not lie on her application, if she didn't commit any, you know, kind of like tax fraud or any kind of fraudulent activity, if she wasn't involved in no terror, if she was involved in any kind of, you know, crimes against humanity, I mean, it had to be some things you would have to do to, you know, get denaturalized. So if she's just a good, upstanding citizen in America and didn't do anything wrong, then nobody can denaturalize her according to the law. You know, President Trump can't just do whatever he wants to do. We still actually have a rule of law, even though it don't seem like it these days. So all that fear mongering she's doing, listen, they would have a difficult time denaturalizing her. So let's stop there. Then you want to say, well, after people get denaturalized, they're going to come to Black Americans. Those of you who keep saying that, okay, sis, you say you from Haiti, so they can deport you if they denaturalize you. They can deport you back to Haiti. Okay. Where would they deport Black Americans? Where would they deport us? That's number one. Number two, there's no process to take the citizenship from an American citizen who were born here. There's no process on the books to do that. So how would the Trump administration be able to do that? Let's get out of feelings. Let's just speak factual things here. Okay. Black Americans, FBA, were in this country at the exception of this country. We built this country. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment of the United States Constitution is related to us. So how, and there's no mechanism in the U.S. Constitution to take citizenship away from someone who was born here. Okay. So you would have to cross that hurdle first. If you could cross it, but you can't because there's no law for that, where would you deport Black Americans to? So all this, Black Americans, you next. When have we been first? We've been attacked ever since we've been here. We haven't had no place that we could say, you know what, I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna go to this country. You guys got your homeland you can go to. Ma'am, you can go to Haiti anytime you would like to. We're here. That's why we have to fight the way we fight, because we don't have nobody else to other place to flee to. We don't have that. So we got to stand 10 toes down here. We got to make sure things are right here. The reason why you are here is because of us standing 10 toes down. We didn't have no ability to go leave and go to another country. No, we have to fight in this country. This is our homeland. So I know some of you having a difficult time, and I know the reason why you're having a difficult time because in y'all mind, this is a white country in your mind. So you think only white people is the one that belong. Only white people is the one that can be born here and considered Americans, and everybody else who's non-white is an immigrant. And what y'all have been finding out through the Trump administration, that Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, are not immigrants. We are rooted in the soil of this country. We are grounded here, and you can't take us out of here unless we chose to leave. So all that, Black Americans, you next. There's no law on the books to take away a citizenship from someone that was born here. Not a one. So no, we're never going to be next in the sense of we got to worry about the ICE van pulling up in front of Black American neighborhoods. You imagine, you know what I'm saying? ICE pulling up to Acres Homes and talking about, yeah, we're going to get the Black Americans. Everybody laugh at you, but they're not going to do that. Immigration and customs enforcement. That's what ICE means. We're not immigrants. We've never been immigrants. That's it. All time customs enforcement we may see is we try to bring something back from our vacation that we didn't know that we couldn't bring back, and say, hey, you can't bring that back here, or you meant to pay tax on that, or whatever. That's the only thing we got to deal with ICE is that. We'll deal with ICE in no other way. You know what I'm saying? So no. And here's the thing. There are people in your community like Chef Creole that voted for Trump. And I don't see that part of the conversation. Like throw FBAs out of it. Why is the conversation not, why do we have people in our community, our Haitian community, who are still voting for a party that's against your people? When you had that many people on TPS, nobody should have voted for Trump. People like yourself, who's a naturalized citizen and who can vote, and maybe you didn't vote for Trump. I'm not saying you did. I'm not even accusing you of doing that. I'm just speaking in general, like the people like Chef Creole that's in your community. Then he wants to get on TV complaining that his TPS workers are either getting picked up or they don't want to come to work because they're afraid the ICE van will get them. That's the conversation should be. The Chef Creoles in your community who voted for Trump, who was on day one said he was going to be having mass deportations. The man promised this. Why are y'all so shocked? Immigrants, why are you shocked? This man promised this stuff. Y'all didn't take him seriously. Y'all thought he was hee-hee-ha-haing about everything. Maybe in the future, you'll vote your interest. And your interest is candidates that's gonna stand up for your issue. And your issue is immigration. It's not our issue as FBA, but it's your issue. Because to be real, immigration don't benefit FBA. Don't. But it benefits people like yourself. So I understand why it's an issue for you. But no, that fear mongering, and let me tell you what the fear mongering is. Trying to get us to come out there and fight. That's the same thing Latinos did, the same thing the Asians did. Everybody trying to say, black people, stand with us now because they're going to come get you. No, you stand and fight. You stand and fight. Like we had to. We didn't go look. Listen, when we were fighting Bull Connor, we didn't look to none of y'all. We were fighting the Klan. We didn't look to nobody. We didn't look at where the Latinos at. Why they won't come help us with the Klan? Why they won't come help us with Bull Connor? No, we didn't have any of that help. We had to stand 10 toes down on our own to go against them, to fight for freedom, justice, and some sort of equality. Everybody trying to get us to come fight. No, we're not nobody's slave. We're not fighting for nobody. We fight for what we need to fight for. But we're not fighting ICE. So, I mean, it's what do we get out of that? Think about it. Let's just take emotion out of it. What do we as FBA get out of fighting immigration custom enforcement? What do we get out of that? Seriously, what are we getting out of it? Listen, we're in the area of transactional relationships. What do we get by going fight ICE? No matter what group is asking, what do we get? Because it sounds like it's a one-sided deal. You get us to fight ICE, you get to fall back and not fight them, you get to stay, are protected. What do we get? Because if we go do that, we're getting beat up, we're getting shot at, they're going to try their new electric gloves they got, and they're going to be just holding people like they're causing all kind of heart attacks. Come on, they're going to do that. That's the worst thing you give them is that. What do we get out of it? That's the question. What do we get as FBA? From my side, we don't get a thing out of it. A thing. So these one-sided relationships just not going to work in this era. No, we going to fight with somebody, it's going to be transactional. You get something, we get something. No more one-sided relationships. That's just not going to work. It's not going to work. Sorry. We have to get something out the deal. And y'all know good and well, no immigrant group can offer us anything. You can't. Well, you could, but you choose not to. And even then, we kind of like, we good, because then if you get good and we get the white man off your back, then what you going to do? Go right back to calling us lazy, and saying we criminals and all. Like, so I'm just saying we haven't gotten the deal. So it'd be difficult to deport you, ma'am, because you're naturalized, and that's difficulty. Us, there's no mechanism. So Black Americans, they're coming for you. Y'all, please don't listen to that. I mean, it's kind of funny at this point. Like, I mean, they just really want us so bad to come out there and fight. No, we're done. We'll fight. We're going to fight unless something happens with us as the FBA. That's the only time we're fighting a situation. Whether, so you do see us fighting, it's something related that's going on with us. We're not coming out there fighting for other groups. Them days are done.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here. We're alive. Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, share this video on your social media platforms, and please, 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 please do not forget to do what? Follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. And with the introduction out the way, let's get into today's news. Let's get the stream started. And today we are headed on over to NYC. Why are we going to New York City? Because Trump was right. That's why we're headed to New York, because Trump was right. Now, before we do that, we head on over to New York City. What I want to do first is this. I want to take a quick moment to play this clip here as we allow some more people to come into the stream of Joe Biden. This clip right here is crazy. Biden is literally taking credit for closing the border. I kid you not. I don't know how long ago he said this, but he said this recently. And I just wanted to play this for you guys just because. I mean, you can't make this kind of insanity up. Listen to this clip here, and then we're going to get into the meat of today's story.
The day I left office, border crossing into the United States were lower than the day that I entered that office inherited from Trump. He is, I won't say it. That's just a fact. On the day I left office, I handed Trump the strongest economy in the world. In the world. That's not hyperbole. That's a fact.
I got nothing for you. I got nothing for you guys. I have nothing further to say on this. I just, what else do you say? When people say things that ridiculous, and we've all been there in life, right? You're conversating with somebody. It could be somebody you know. It could be somebody you don't know. They're just talking and they say something completely stupid and ridiculous, and you don't even waste your time correcting them. You just kind of look at them and go, oh, okay. All right. And that's what we're going to do here with this clip here. All right. Okay. Have a good one. Moving on. Okay, moving on. That was crazy. So now that we got that out the way, let's get into what I really want to discuss here concerning New York City, Mamdani, and the fact that Trump was right about Mamdani. But I don't think any of us are surprised about that. I want to play this clip here first of Donald Trump when he was speaking on Zoran Mamdani, you know, his socialist agenda and how ridiculous it all is and where it ultimately leads to. And then after we listen to that, I want to elaborate on it with the new news coming out of NYC concerning Mamdani being sued over the government-owned stores that he's trying to open in New York. But first, let's listen to Trump.
And it leads to death, destruction, and squalor 100% of the time. When I watched New York, and you know, I liked him very much. He stood right here, and he's been in the office a couple of times. The mayor of New York, I think he's a very nice person, and I don't know, he's a smart guy. I don't understand why he thinks it's okay for all these companies that pay hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes a year to leave. Because you're not going to have any tax base, and you're going to end up in hunger and squalor and death and destruction.
Hunger, squalor, death, and destruction. That, ladies and gentlemen, is just common sense, okay? As many of you know already, currently as we speak, millionaires in New York are fleeing like crazy. The majority of them going to Florida, by the way, but they are leaving like crazy The exodus is very real, and it's causing nearly an $11 billion loss in tax revenue. So when you have a mayor that, prided himself and ran on free everything, and that was obviously supposed to come at the cost of the rich, because they love saying tax the rich, eat the rich. When the rich flee, well, then who's left to tax? The very people that you allegedly wanted to help, but they have nothing. So what comes out of that? Hunger, squalor, poverty, and death. You see, I used to, in my early 20s, dabble in socialism and communism and all that stuff, like a lot of us did, years ago when we were a lot younger. These things seemed appealing to you. You look at the world the way it is. You say, this isn't fair, that's not fair, that's not fair, that's not fair. And then somebody introduces socialism and communism to you. And on paper, right, in theory, ideologically, when you're reading it out, it seems to make sense. You know what I mean? It sounds good, and you think to yourself, well, this is kind of the natural progression of things and how society should be ran. But in practice, in the real world, socialism/communism has consistently began and ended in the same way, as government control over everything, to which you are then a slave to the government that owns, runs, and controls everything. You understand? It begins and ends the same way every time. Complete and total government control. And we're seeing the beginnings of that happening in New York City with these state-run grocery stores. What you're looking at right now is, in my opinion, a hostile takeover of that industry by Zoran Mamdani. Why is that? Because he's creating a situation and a condition in which private-owned grocery stores cannot survive. They cannot thrive. It is impossible for them to exist. And ultimately, the New York City government will own and control all of the means of productions, as socialists and communists like to say, as it pertains to the grocery business, right? Look at this here. Let me just read a couple kind of facts surrounding the situation. Hit the like button if you haven't already, and allow me a moment to switch over to just some other information that I have here. Look at this, right? Mayor Zoran Mamdani's administration is moving forward with 5 city-owned grocery stores, one in each borough, backed by $70 million in city capital funding. Now get this. The city says a core basket of groceries, including produce, meat, seafood, milk, bread, and other staples, will be priced 30% below typical New York City retail prices. How in the world are any of these private grocery stores supposed to compete with that? When the city-ran grocery store, government-owned ran grocery store, is selling their products 30% below the retail price, you cannot compete. It's impossible. So there's no one who can sit here and try to convince me that this isn't a hostile takeover. This is what normal grocery stores, mom and pops, have to deal with. A normal mom and pop grocer has to pay rent, taxes, and all of its operating expenses while trying to survive on very thin grocery margins. Most of these businesses, because I get it, if you're a liberal and whatnot, you think that just because, a business is successful on paper, that automatically means that the person that owns the business is rich and everything like that. That's not true. That's not the case. They might be doing good for themselves. They might be middle class, might be upper middle class, or maybe, I guess, lower high class, if that's a thing. But they're not living the life of luxury most times. They're surviving on very thin margins, to which they could lose their store any day now. That's just the reality of owning your own business. So you're already skating on thin ice as a private business owner. Now you put Mamdani's grocery stores that are operating 30% below typical NYC retail prices, you put them in the mix, it's over with. It's over. They're done. And that's the point. That's how all this works. And funny enough, there's a lawsuit that's been levied against the Mamdani administration. And that lawsuit is coming from immigrant business owners. The very people that Mamdani allegedly was trying to protect. Because remember, as it pertains to working people, as they like to say, the liberals, and what do they say? Immigrant families. They don't want Tom Homan and coming and disrupting immigrant families, even though immigrant families that are here legally have nothing to worry about. But that's another conversation. The very people that Mamdani was supposed to be protecting are the very people that he's hurting. These are the very ones whose livelihoods he's getting ready to take away from them. Look at this clip here from Fox News. I want to play this, and then I'm going to get into another article that'll unpack some more details concerning the lawsuit that's coming down on Mamdani in an attempt to stop him and his hostile takeover of the grocery store business in New York City. Check this clip out here.
Morning, a group representing immigrant-owned grocers is suing New York City over Mayor Zohran Mamdani's plan to open 5 city-owned grocery stores. And Fox Business' Madison Allworth has the details from East Harlem, New York. Hi, Madison.
Hey, good morning, Dana. Yes, the Multicultural Business Coalition. They represent 50 chambers of commerce and multiple small businesses like the one behind me. They are officially suing the city over this plan. Essentially, they are arguing that they're taking taxpayer dollars, like dollars from the business owners behind me, and putting that into those city-run stores, which as a result won't have to pay anything in taxes, which will make it unfair in terms of competition. They haven't done any business investigation as to whether or not these will work, and as a result, they're asking the state to stop this. We spoke to Elvis, who is the manager of this store behind us here. His family has owned it for 25 years. He's featured prominently in the lawsuit because I'm going to spin around and show you this empty lot just across the street from his store. That is where the city-run grocery store La Marqueta is going to go in 2029. That grocery store will open just across the street, and it will not have to pay anything in taxes. He says that alone is going to be too difficult for him to compete with and will put him out of business.
Before we let that business owner speak, how diabolical is that? How much of a slap in the face is this by Mamdani? Not only do you have to pay the taxes that are going to be used to undermine your store and put it out of business, but I'm also going to put my city-owned store right in front of yours. And now the people have a choice to make. Do they want to go to your store, or do they want to come to Mamdani's city-run store where the groceries will cost 30% less? That is wickedly diabolical. And he has to pay taxes for this to happen. But Mamdani is for the people, right? That's what he said. That's what they sold you on. No, he's very much so against you. He's very much so about destroying New York and holding the power in his own hands. That's what socialism/communism always brings. In the real world, every single time, once again, on paper, in theory, communism and socialism sound great. It does. But in real life and practice, this is it every time. Every single time. Now let's listen to what the business owner has to say, who was essentially fighting for his life at this point.
The city pay. I'm paying for him. I pay tax. Pay for him. So it's not good. He don't give me the license for the tobacco. I have no license for the tobacco. I ain't gotta pay the rent. I gotta pay insurance. I gotta pay tax. I never require tax. Tax is expensive.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't understand anything he said. I didn't read the subtitles. I was just listening. I don't understand any of that. But all right, but I mean, hey, man, I hope your business survives. It's not going to. Mamdani's going to take it. But, Sammy Sosa, I didn't understand anything that came out of my man Sammy Sosa about just now. But, good luck to you, man. I don't want you to lose your business, Sammy. I don't want that to happen to you. Let's finish out the rest of this clip here. Right, Fat Boo? I was listening too. I was like, okay, all right. Tax. That's all I heard was tax. But I guess that's all we need to hear and understand, because he's getting taxed to death just so Mamdani can take his business from him. Anyways, let's move on. But this is a really good comment here. from Mike Travels. He stated, what if this is a Trojan horse to push all small businesses and leave only Kroger, Walmart, and Whole Foods? Might be onto something there. You might be onto something there, Mike. It could be a Trojan horse to push small businesses out. And then now once they're all gone, that's when, you know, the Walmarts of the world move in, right? It could be. It could be. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Let's play the rest of this clip out, though, and then we're going to move on to an article to get some more information concerning this lawsuit that's being, I believe, they said Sammy Sosa here is kind of leading the charge of that lawsuit, too. So anyways, let's move on. Let me keep playing this clip.
Now, we reached out to the city for comment regarding this lawsuit, but have yet to hear back. But they have recently walked back some comments regarding government-run stores here in New York. The lead official for NYC Groceries told New York One that they were exploring grants for local businesses to help them compete with the government-run stores. So taxpayer dollars going to city-run stores and to the stores that already exist. But the mayor's office has since walked that back, telling Fox Digital they are not considering grant programs for existing grocers. This location across the street, the city has set aside $30 million. As a reminder, we're talking 5 stores. The city says all of them will cost $70 million. This one alone costing $30. But now they do have some pushback from small bodegas and markets like the one behind me.
If they're not able to win that lawsuit, those small bodegas and businesses behind you, ma'am, are cooked. They're finished and they're done. It's over with. You know, the era of bodegas and things of that nature in New York City will be over with, because once again, there's no way that they can compete. And ultimately, that's the goal, is complete government control when you're talking about Mamdani and his socialist agenda, right? What I want to do next is I want to transition over to this article here. So give me just a second. And I want to read a little bit of this just to give you guys some more details into the lawsuit that's coming down on Mamdani. But then after I read this very quickly, it's not going to take long at all. Mamdani was asked about the lawsuit, and I want to play for you afterwards what he had to say in response to it. But first, let's dive into this article here. And as always, if you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button. I'd really appreciate that. Okay, so check this out. Immigrant grocers and bodegas sued Mayor Zoran Mamdani over his plan to open 5 government-owned supermarkets. The Multicultural Business Coalition, which is comprised of 50 chambers of commerce representing ethnically diverse businesses, filed 2 lawsuits in New York City State Court on Monday. One of them, a 7-page class action on behalf of hundreds of store owners who are members of groups historically discriminated against. Once again, isn't it rich that the very core group of people, groups historically discriminated against? I thought these were the people that Mamdani was supposed to be protecting. He was supposed to be protecting them from Trump, right? But now they're suing to protect themselves from Mamdani. Interesting, but not surprising. At least not surprising to me. The article continues to read, the class action alleges that the business owner's civil rights will be violated if the municipal stores are allowed to open according to court papers. The article continues to read, the second suit, a 13-page filing in New York State Supreme Court, claims the government-owned stores would present problems similar to those posed by Walmart, which has attempted several times to enter the Big Apple without success. For years, the Arkansas-based discounter, which is Walmart, has faced fierce opposition from New York politicians, with legislators and labor unions claiming small businesses would be decimated by the realtor giant. So once again, isn't it hilarious that the very people that are tax the rich, Big business is bad. You don't need all that money. Why are you making so much money? Millions of dollars. What are you going to do with all that? Tax them. They got to pay their fair share. The very people that you were fighting to keep out, you essentially become when you get into power. You fought to keep Walmart out, the New York politicians, just so that when you get into power, you can snatch up and put out of business all of those bodegas and small private businesses to replace them with government-ran stores. Interesting, very interesting, but once again, not surprising. Not surprising at all. Now, we're almost finished with this article here. It continues to read, the suit likewise accuses the city and mayor of failing to perform a proper review before revealing its plans in July, including a land use study to determine how the taxpayer-funded stores would affect existing stores nearby. And as we bring the article to a close, the city, and I quote, failed to study the discriminatory effects of the municipal stores on the family-owned bodegas and grocery stores owned by Hispanics, Arabs, and Asians, according to the second filing, which asked the court to force the city to perform an economic analysis. They don't need to perform an economic analysis. They know and understand what they're doing already. The Hispanics, Arabs, and Asians that thought that Mamdani came into power to protect them from evil Trump are now suing Mamdani in order to stop him from hostilely taking over their businesses. And you're still trying to play this game saying, well, you didn't even do a study to see how this would affect everything. Why do a study if you're Mamdani when the goal is to shut you down? That's the goal. That's the purpose. That is the point, is to get you out of here. So no studies will be had and your businesses will be snatched from you. Okay. Now what I want to do next is I want to play Mamdani's response to this lawsuit. But before I do that, thank you so much, Double C's. I appreciate the support. You always support the channel. Thank you so much. Let's see what my man Double C's just said. He said, if I was petty, I would record myself grocery shopping here in Texas, dancing to Sinatra's New York. You should do that. You should do that. You should. That would be hilarious. And that would be extremely petty. That would be extremely petty. And I appreciate you, Double C's, once again, for showing support. Thank you so much, like you always do. So now, as we bring the stream to a close, we've heard what the, bodega owners had to say, right? It was kind of hard to understand what he was saying, but we heard what he had to say. We understand what this lawsuit is and what it's about. Now let's hear Mamdani's response to all this. So let's listen to this now in closing.
A group of about 15 minority groups that represent bodega owners are filing suit to stop your city-run groceries. They say that your city-run groceries, and I quote, are a direct assault on minority businesses by a mayor who claims to be a champion of the disenfranchised, poor, and working-class New Yorkers. How do you feel about that? They feel that they're being disenfranchised. And what's your response to their suit and their attempt to stop your city-run grocery stores?
I continue to be fully confident in both the legality and the importance of our initiative to deliver 5 city-run grocery stores, 1 in each borough, to the people of our city. We are talking about a reflection of a cost of living crisis that has seen grocery prices increase by about 30% over the last few years.
Translation, I don't care. Translation, I could care less, and this was the plan all along. Now give me your bodegas. Give me your mom and pops. All right, they belong to me now. That's essentially what he said. That man completely talked around in circles, didn't answer the question at all. Why? Because he doesn't care. All right. Trump warned you. He tried to tell you. A lot of folks tried to tell you in New York. She didn't listen. No, you went with this socialist dream of everything for free, and we'll tax the rich. You'll get everything you want, with no cost to you at all. But now it's clearly going to cost New Yorkers everything, quite literally. And with all that being said, that does it for today's stream. I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And please, 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 most importantly, do not forget to do what? Follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. That way you'll never miss a notification. YouTube doesn't send notifications out. You're not going to see my video recommended in your feed. Make sure you're following me on Telegram. That way you'll always get those notifications. The link to my Telegram is in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. Until the next stream, peace and have a great afternoon.
All right, let's get into what we need to get into. You know what we got to talk about first. And family, we do want to have some of y'all chime in and, get in the request queue. When I say raise your hands and you're ready to get on, y'all hop on in. Yes, the New York showing, there's going to be 2 showings there. It's going to be a 7 o'clock show and a 10 p.m. show. The New York one is going to be packed, and I think I'm going to be up at the New York one. I'm going to be out. The LA one will be out here in LA Thursday, the 5th in Beverly Hills, and I'll be at that one. And I got to go to the New York one. I got to go to the New York one. So I'll be out there at the New York one. Yeah, the New York one is going to be super duper popping. The one out here is going to be popping too, but the one in New York is going to be on Saturday, and it's going to be 2 big showings. So it's going to be popping. That's going to be popping. My Chicago people, holler at me. Holler at me, my Chicago people. Let me know what theaters we should get out there in Chicago that hold a lot of people. Which big independent movie theater can we get out there in Chicago? Because it's going to be a big-ass crowd. We're working on Atlanta. We're trying to get a Friday show and a Saturday showing in Atlanta, because that's going to be another big one, too. Yes, it's going to be, you coming to the Beverly Hills one? Yes, y'all got to come through. Yes, indeed. You know what we got to talk about? Oh, Target. The Target store is at it again, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all see what Target then got themselves in the hot water again, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all see what Target pulled? Oh, did y'all see what the Target store pulled? Y'all know Halloween is coming up. It's Halloween season. So, people, the dominant society, they like to show their ass around Halloween. Yeah, Target. Yeah, some of y'all don't know. Target, they've already been on the hot seat for little racist stuff. They've already been on the hot seat. So for Halloween, they start promoting this costume. It's called Kids Glow Under Black Light Circus Clown Halloween costume. And it's under the Hide and Eek boutique brand. And the advertisement featured a black child modeling a bright orange outfit and a black top with black gloves and a mask with a wide, exaggerated minstrel show grin. It looked like a minstrel show, which is what it was supposed. It was a minstrel, basically. It was a minstrel character. They tried to make it seem like, oh, it's just a clown. It was a minstrel character. And they know that. And they were trying to be slick. And then they got called out. They got called out for it. They were trying to be slick and they got called out. Mr. Bass. I see Mr. Bass MD. You want to hop on, sir? Because you're saying stuff in the chat room, Mr. Bass MD. You want to hop on and speak on what you're trying to say, sir? While I'm in the middle of my spiel. Mr. Bass, would you like to hop on, sir? If you would, you have something to say, feel free to say it to me directly, sir, instead of just trolling in the chat room. But yeah, what's a minstrel? It's not minstrel like a minstrel cycle. Minstrel like a Jim Crow racist caricature image, like Step and Fetch It, So they were doing a minstrel character. They tried to sell it. Then they had to apologize because there was a lot of backlash on social media. People pointed out that the mask, the gloves, the child's pose, it evoked the racist blackface stereotypes and tropes from the Jim Crow era. That's exactly what they were trying to do. And some people are saying that this oversight is part of Target's decision to scale back its DEI initiatives. And Target, earlier today, they issued an apology. They removed the costume from the shelves and the website. They issued a formal apology. In their statement, the company said, as a company, we know we got this wrong and we're deeply sorry. The costume is offensive and it never should have been a part of our assortment. It's no longer available for sale. We know this was especially hurtful for our Black guests, team members, and partners. And now they're saying they're investigating their approval process to understand how the costume was greenlit and what needs to change to prevent that from happening again. All right. So they're doing all of that. Oh, we didn't know how did it get through? How did it get through? How did we miss this? Listen, something that racially loaded, how did that go through so many hands? You just don't get your shit up in a Target store. You go through a lot of different hands to get your stuff in Target. You understand? You go through a whole process. You go through a whole pipeline of different people. You go through a lot to get your stuff up in Target. Now, Target itself, they admitted that the costume was offensive. They know that. It should have never been a part of our assortment. Okay. But this wasn't something that a random person posted on like an Etsy site or an Amazon or whatever, or eBay. This is Target. So somebody developed the concept, somebody approved the design, somebody approved the mask, somebody pitched it to Target. Somebody had to pitch this shit to you. You had to, a committee had to decide on this. Somebody decided to put a Black child in it. Somebody styled that child. Somebody photographed that child. Somebody selected the photographs. Somebody approved the damn website listing. Somebody put the product into the Halloween inventory at Target. So when you look at all these checkpoints, did everybody just happen to be historically ignorant at the same time? Yeah. Or was everybody on this little code and they knew what that imagery represented and they thought it was just going to slide through? Come on now. That imagery don't come out of nowhere. These white supremacists, they've been manufacturing that visual image for almost 200 years. They're not dumb. That blackface minstrel nonsense, that was the first white American form. That was their first form of entertainment out here in the 1930s. This dude, Thomas Rice, he popularized that Jim Crow character by doing exaggerated dances with exaggerated Black features, grins, and costumes and all that stuff, portraying Black people as stupid, childish, ridiculous, or naturally inferior. And even the Smithsonian, they noted that those characters eventually spread beyond the stage and it went into advertising. It went into toys, movies, television, and other parts of American culture. That's why, family, if you're ever in LA, come down to the Hidden History Museum. We have a display with a lot of those images that they would put in different products. We got a whole section over there at the Hidden History Museum, how they would make toys with these images, kids' puzzles, books, clocks, salt and pepper shakers. I mean, they would put that type of imagery in everything. And we collect that stuff and remind people of the mindset of these folks. So when we see Black people portrayed like this with the big teeth and the Sambo look, and you have a child posed inside that package, we're not pulling a grievance out of thin air. There's a historic archive to this imagery. And, you know, them playing dumb, that's another con game. That's one of the oldest games in the book. they do all this racial imagery and then do this whole plausible deniability, like nobody knew. See, you got to understand something. A lot of this racist imagery, it doesn't always come with the Confederate flag attached to it so everybody can say, okay, that's racist. Sometimes the whole game is about them creating something close enough to the historical stereotype that certain people recognize the references while leaving enough room to say, oh man, it's just a clown now. That's just, white supremacists, they do things in codes. Like when they do that okay hand signal, which is a white supremacist hand signal, they do these little hand signals to each other. And when you call it out, hey man, what's up with this hand signal? I'm just saying okay, I mean God. I'm just giving the okay hand signal, dude. So that's how dog whistle imagery works. That's how inside jokes work with these white supremacists. See, the person who receives the white supremacist signal, they recognize it, while the person being criticized can pretend there was never a signal in the first place. You know what I'm saying? And Halloween has always provided cover for people to kind of play with racial taboos. See, Halloween creates this unusual social permission structure where people can temporarily become caricatures that would be unacceptable for the other 364 days of the year. And then they can say, oh, it's just a costume, or it's just Halloween. It's like a lot of women, they can put on stank outfits. Oh, I'm just stank for Halloween. Or somebody could put on blackface. Oh, this is just a costume. I'm a fan of LeBron James. I got on all this shoe polish with big red lips because I'm a LeBron James fan. It's just a costume. So they love to play that game. And going back to Target, Target, look at Target's relationship with the Black community. Target has already been on the hot seat. Back in 2007, Target had to pay like damn near $1 million for a racial discrimination case involving some Black employees out in Pennsylvania. And there was another case, I think that same year, they had to pay $500,000 to a racial discrimination case involving Black applicants for management positions. In 2015, Target had to pay like $2.8 billion because they were disproportionately screening out racial minority applicants, Black folks. So yeah, Target has already been on the hot seat. And also, this whole boycott that happened with Target. Y'all remember, there was a big boycott against Target last year because Target, rolled back the DEI initiatives, and a lot of people organized boycotts against Target. And some of their sales declined significantly. Like it was some 9% drops in February and like a 6% drop in March of 2025. So the boycott was kind of affecting them to a certain degree. And they didn't like that. So you got to understand, some of these people be on a revenge thing. These folks don't like that Black folks kind of got together and messed up their profit margin a little bit. They don't like that. So was this a form of revenge? Like, hey, okay, we'll show you Negroes. We'll show you. I love TikTok Shop. So, there's always been a long history of racial backlash from Black people successfully exercise economic and political power. See, whenever Black people, we demonstrate collective economic power or political power, the dominant society, they try to find ways to show backlash against that. That goes all the way back to Reconstruction, when we started getting our shit together and we produced so many things within the Black community. There was all types of white resistance to it. You see, and when we start messing with their money, when we start using our collective energy to kind of shut down some of the things they're doing, or they got to get their little revenge in. And again, watch them with their little inside jokes. Again, they thought that they were going to get away with this. They thought this was going to be their little inside joke. And they got caught and they got called out. They tried to be slick. They're not slick. Again, they love pulling this type of stuff for Halloween season. This was a form of revenge, it looks like. Okay, they're like, okay, y'all going to boycott us and mess up our money? Well, look what we're about to sell. Yeah. So we got to watch these stores. They try to be slick, especially when it comes to stuff around us. Was it Walmart? It was Walmart that got the Juneteenth. Was it Walmart or Target, family? I always get them mixed up when it comes to them doing certain things. Did Walmart or Target trademark Juneteenth? It was either one of them. It was Walmart, right? And remember when Walmart had some Juneteenth ice cream with some damn transgender colors? They were mixing up Juneteenth and LGBT stuff. It was some real weird stuff that Walmart was doing with the Juneteenth. Because, yeah, Walmart trademarked Juneteenth. This is why you better trade. We got a trademark. We better learn how to trademark things and protect things within our culture. Yeah, we have to learn how to protect things within our culture. Don't let these tethers sit up here and y'all trademark FBA. You damn right. We weren't going to let you or the white supremacists do it and then bastardize it and do some slick stuff. What they were already trying to do. We had some Fed folks already trying to trademark it so they can sully it and do some real goofy stuff with it. And we didn't let it happen. Oh, that's why they're mad, because we were 10 steps ahead of all of them. Yes, indeed. Oh, yeah, like those Asians. Not only did y'all say, we saw that Asians trademarked Yoruba and Igbo. I told you, we talked about this the other day. Igbo got trademarked by the International Gay Bowling Organization. Did y'all know that? Go to my Igbo. Where are the Africans? Because y'all always talking about, you trademark FBA. Y'all should have trademarked Igbo. Igbo, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a joke. It is trademarked by the International Gay Bowling Organization, IGBO. They trademarked Igbo. Are the Igbos, are gay bowlers your leader? Because they trademarked Igbo people. So is your leader LGBT bowlers? And y'all sitting up here mad at us for trademarking names connected to our ethnicity. The hell out of here. You damn right. Man, all right, raise your hand, family. Y'all get your hands up. Let's talk to the family in here. Let's get the family in here. What's up, Nikki the God? I see you, dear. Let's get the family up in here. Let's get those hands up. Let's see what's on your mind. What's the FBA is broke? What's up, Frank White? Y'all just be saying anything. Frank, y'all just be saying anything in here. All right, hop on, family. Let's get some family in here. Let's get some family. Let's get, what's up, Nikki? Come on through with it. Y'all come on through, ladies and gentlemen. And y'all raise the hands. Let me get Brother Six in the building. Shout out to Brother Six. Well, Six, you look familiar. Six, was that you who came to the museum today?
No, unfortunately, It wasn't, brother.
Okay.
But you did have my mama up here the other night, man. I'm like, oh, Lord.
Yo, yeah. Mom kept it 100, though. Shout out to Mom.
Yeah, man. Mom came up there, man. I ain't gonna lie. I was clutching my pearls at first. I'm like, Tyree, please.
Oh, I wasn't going to go in on Mom. Oh, I wasn't.
I'm like, no. Tyree, please. Take it easy on my mom. That's messing with my mom. Tyree, please. Man.
Oh, no. I'm cool with them FBA moms. I don't know.
But I appreciate you, man. You showed my mom respect and everything. My mama love you to death, man. I love you to death, man. We love you to death, man. We appreciate everything you do.
Respect your